Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents Her Missing Marquis by Scarlett Scott. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. England, 1879. Nell was in a celebratory mood, which was why she was dancing on the table in the grand dining hall while singing the bridal chorus from Lohengrin. Mayhap the port she had consumed following dinner had contributed, and now that she thought upon it, she would dearly love another glass. Tom was not here to worry over her, and she was revelling in the prospect of her future freedom, along with the 24 or so house guests who had already arrived at her latest country house party. 3 years of waiting, 3 years of misery, heart-sickness, loneliness, agony. At long last, she would have what she wanted. A divorce. With that happy prospect in mind, she swished her skirts, kicked up her legs, and danced her way across the polished table that had been in her husband's family for the last 2 centuries. It seemed fitting to trod all over the table, rather in the fashion he had stomped her heart. But the trouble with dancing on well-polished tables when one was in her cups was that when her foot slipped, she could not recover her balance, and she went tumbling backward. The song died in her throat, and she braced herself for a painful landing on her rump. But instead, a pair of strong arms caught her. "Steady," said a low masculine voice. "I have you." It was a voice she would recognize anywhere. 3 years had not dimmed her recollection of it, nor had it dimmed her recollection of him. "Jack!" His name left her as a horrified exclamation. "Nell," he returned grimly, unsmiling. "You could have broken your neck." She told herself it was her flustered, inebriated state that made her gaze travel hungrily over him. He looked the same. Beautiful. Dark, wavy hair, brilliant green eyes, full lips, a strong jaw, slashing cheekbones. And yet different. He had a beard now. His face was narrower, with an almost gaunt look, even beneath the well-trimmed beard. But looks did not matter, for his gorgeous exterior hid a faithless heart. He had deceived her, betrayed her. She had not forgotten. She raised a mocking brow. "If I had broken my neck, perhaps I would have done us both a favour." His nostrils flared, as if her words had been barbed. "What the devil were you doing now?" "What did it look like I was doing?" She wriggled, desperate to get out of his arms. He was a tall man, remarkably strong and athletic of form from his days playing cricket at Cambridge. That much had not changed. "It looked as if you were singing an opera and attempting to show anyone passing by your drawers," he clipped coldly. How rich, as if she were the disappointment out of the 2 of them. "I was celebrating." She shoved at his chest, hating that she noticed his scent, sandalwood and musk, as she did so. "Put me down, Needham." Raucous laughter interrupted the moment as Lord Hilburton and Lady Monmouth stumbled over the threshold. Lady Monmouth's bodice had plainly been pawed at by Hilburton, her nipples almost visible. Their levity died as their gazes fastened upon the scene before them. She could hardly blame them for their shock. It was an unusual scene, to be sure. The Marquis of Needham had been living happily away from her for the last 3 years. mostly on the continent, she gathered. As long as she never crossed paths with him, she did not concern herself with where he was. That was a lie. She always knew where he was. Drat his scoundrel's hide. "The party is over," he announced to Lord Hilburton and Lady Monmouth. Their mouths dropped open, and once again she knew the reason why. Her parties were legendary, and they never came to an end after just one day of wickedness. "The party is most certainly not over, my loves," she told them, winking as if she had not a care in the world. This, too, was a lie. "Needham will be gone in a trice." The arms banded around her stiffened. "You do realize this is my home, madam?" The last frigid sentence was directed toward her. "We have an agreement, Needham." A muscle in his jaw jumped. "No longer." "Release me," she demanded, hating the way it felt, to be held near to him, against his chest, the place she had once loved to be. "I insist you cease this nonsense at once." "No." His tone was acid as he stalked forward, first past the wide-eyed couple, then a handful more scattered guests. "Needham, I will not be manhandled by you," she gritted, pounding on his chest. When he ignored her, she went for his cheek. All the agony and betrayal of the last few years unleashed itself in the form of her nails raking his skin. She scratched him so hard, she drew blood. And still, he did not pause, nor did he release her. A thin line trickled from his cheek to his beard. The sign of her own violence appalled her, and yet she knew it was deserved. How dare he return like this, carting her away from her own party, telling her guests the party was at an end? How dare he return here, to her one sanctuary, the place where he had promised he would not visit? "You still have claws, I see." His voice was wry as he shouldered his way into the study and booted the door closed behind them. "Some things do not change, do they, darling?" "Why are you here?" she demanded as he set her upon her feet at last. Calmly he extracted a handkerchief from his waistcoat pocket, pressing it to his cheek. "I am here in answer to your letter, of course." "What do you mean you are here in answer to my letter?" She searched his countenance, struggling to understand. The port had fogged her mind. "You gave no indication of a plan to visit here when you wrote." His eyes flitted over her, assessing. "This is my country seat, is it not? Why should I not visit after an extended absence?" Her hands balled into fists at her sides. "Because you agreed you would not, damn you!" "Ah, yes." He folded the square of linen neatly and returned it to his pocket, all with an alarming sang-froid that reminded her just how little she truly knew this man, her husband. "I am no longer amenable to our prior arrangement. There will be no divorce." Had he delivered a bullet straight to her heart, she could not have been more astonished. All the blood seemed to rush from her head. She was dizzied. The luxurious sense of ease the port had sent coasting through her veins vanished. "That is impossible." She clenched her hands in her silken pink skirts. This dress, like so many others, was extravagant. She spared no expense on her costuming, churning herself out in beautiful garments and hosting wild parties were the only bright spots in her life. Until Tom had come along, that was. "It is very possible." Needham's gaze flitted over her gown, lingering on the daring cut of her bodice. "I do not want a divorce." She fought the urge to tug her bodice higher, affording her greater coverage. Something about that green gaze travelling over her naked flesh felt sinful. Because for all that had passed between them, and in spite of the time and the physical distance, they had once been lovers. She had not forgotten, though she heartily wished she could. Instead of covering herself, Nell tugged her bodice down in defiance, until her nipples nearly popped free. There, let him look his fill and remember what he had lost, the bastard. "Your letter suggested otherwise," she told him with a coolness she did not feel. Showing any vulnerability to the Marquis of Needham was out of the question. "You forget how well I know you." He still eyed her calmly, standing between her and the door. "If I had told you my intentions, you would have begun plotting ways to foil me, or you would have run off with your lover." She stiffened, her fists clenching into her skirt with such force her nails bit into her palms. "You lied, then. I suppose I ought not to be surprised. You are, after all, an established dissembler." His lips tightened, the sole indication of his displeasure. "I have never once told you a lie, Nell." She laughed bitterly. "What rot! Save it for one of your light skirts. I am not as easily fooled as I once was." From beyond the study, the undeniable sound of a man giving chase to a wildly giggling woman ensued. "Wait until I get you bent over, you naughty little tart," called the gentleman. Though she could not be certain, Nell thought the voice in question may belong to the Earl of Wickersham. Needham raised a mocking brow. "What manner of gathering is this, madam wife?" "The sort you would enjoy, philandering husband." She strode toward him then, determined to return to her party and put an end to this unwanted interview. "If you will excuse me, I should like to return to it before my absence is noted. Fear not. If you would like to fuck one of the ladies in attendance this time, I shan't give a bloody damn." Her words were coarse, unbecoming of a lady, as were her actions, and this very party itself, one of dozens she had held over the last 3 years. She did not care. He caught her arm in an unrelenting grip before she could skirt him, staying her egress. "Who the hell have you become, Nell?" She tipped her head back, meeting his gaze and doing everything in her power to keep the tears threatening to rise from her eyes. "I am what you have made me." "I am what you have made me," said the perfect pink lips of his wife. A wife who scarcely resembled the woman he had parted from 3 years ago. Oh, she was still Nell, petite but beautifully curved, like a Renaissance Madonna come to life. Wavy golden hair, flashing blue eyes that were neither purely blue nor grey, a retroussé nose, and a succulent mouth that was made for kissing. A mouth that had undoubtedly been known by countless men in his absence. He tucked away that distressing thought, because he knew why. Indeed, of all the accusations she had hurled at him since he had first rescued her from landing upon her fool head during her dining-room table dance, this last hit him like a blade to the gut. Because there was truth in it. He had created all this mess. One moment of drunken stupidity. His gut clenched, and he felt as seasick as if he were aboard a storm-tossed vessel. "I am sorry." 3 words. He had spoken them more times than he could count. He had written them in virtually every letter he had sent her. None of those letters had been answered until the last one. The one demanding a divorce so she could marry her lover. She stiffened and attempted to wrest herself from his grasp. "Your apology changes nothing." He did not let her go. Could not do so. Not yet. His heart was pounding, an eerie prickle travelling over his flesh, and beneath his touch she was so warm and vital and smooth. God, he had missed her skin. He had missed her scent, her voice, her laughter, her gaze. He missed waking up with her tangled around him. He missed the way she had left her gowns and undergarments strewn all over his private apartments. He missed staying up until dawn with her in his arms, reading poetry and drinking too much wine. He stifled a wince. Actually, he did not miss the wine. Just the memories. The time when Nell had been his, and his alone. When she had looked at him with reckless love in her sparkling gaze, instead of wretched distrust, cold rage. "We need to speak, Nell," he told her. "No, we do not." Her lip curled. "Unhand me, Needham." She had not called him by his given name since her first startled gasp when he had saved her from calamity. He noted the largeness of her pupils, the glassiness of her eyes. The scent of spirits, mingling with her signature lily of the valley, was undeniable. Nell was in her cups. "You are bosky." He wondered where in the hell her lover was, why the bastard had allowed her to go dancing about on polished tables in her silken-heeled boots. "And you disapprove?" She bit out a laugh that held no mirth. "How rich!" He was not the man he had been 3 years ago either, but her hatred was stronger than he had supposed. He had known she would be angry. Her silence had been damning. 3 years of unanswered letters. 3 years of distance. But still, she seethed with fury, the likes of which he had never seen from her before. This anger was different from that long-ago night, and then the hideous morning after. The Nell he had known, the wife he loved, was an embittered stranger now. "I no longer drink the poison," he told her. Indeed, he had not touched a drop of spirits of any sort in 3 years. Not following the raging, self-destructive, day-long stupor into which he had worked himself following their massive row. The one which had ended in her demanding he leave her alone. Forever. Forever was a long, bloody time, especially when his wife wanted to divorce him so she could marry another man. "Shall I applaud you?" The acid in her voice was virulent. She tugged at her elbow again. "Bravo to my Lord Teetotaler. I am certain you have not been bedding half the continent either." She was the last woman he had bedded, the only woman whom he wished to bed. But he did not expect her to believe that, nor would he plead his case. Not here. Not whilst she was in her cups and there was a debauched house party unfolding all around them. Not whilst her lover was beneath the same roof. The very reminder of Sidmouth, a man he had been foolish enough to consider a friend, in Nell's bed made him want a retch. But despite his better intentions, there was something about her taunt that made him provoke her in return. "Have you been chaste as a nun in my absence? Nell?" She smiled, and Lord help any man when Nell smiled. She was lovely enough on her own, But when her full lips curved in sultry invitation, it was akin to a punch to the gut. His body, starved after 3 years without her, 3 years of celibacy with nothing to cure what ailed him, save his hand, caught fire. His cock twitched to life. "I have fucked half of London by now, my love," she sneered. "Have you not heard the rumours?" Such ugliness, such viciousness. How had he dared to hope 3 years would temper the raging floods of her anger? If anything, this river had swelled more than thrice its original size, overwhelming the banks, decimating everything in its path. Of course I heard the rumours. And he had. Her house parties had become legendary. He tortured himself by reading every word of gossip, by poring over letters sent from concerned friends, over scandal sheets with their thinly veiled references to Lady N and her wild parties. Lady N dancing on the table. Lady N and her paramours and endless flirtations. Lady N's drawers on display. Lady N not wearing drawers. "Do not pretend you give a damn," she snapped, and this time when she tugged on her arm, he released her. "You have told me enough lies." She stumbled then, no doubt the work of those blasted silk boots and whatever the devil she had poured down her throat tonight. She very nearly toppled over, falling on her rump, and no doubt would have had he not rushed forward, clamping his hands back on her waist to balance her. "Steady," he warned her, frowning. "Just how much have you had to drink this evening, Nell?" The night was yet early. The butler had informed him dinner had been served a mere hour ago, and yet she seemed hopelessly sotted. Her guests were no better, ambling about Needham Hall in various states of dishabille and inebriation. He had wandered into an orgy in the picture gallery in his efforts to locate her. The image of Lord Townsend's hairy prick would haunt him for the rest of his life. Nell tipped her head back, caressing his chest in a parody of the way she had once touched him. "Pray, do not pretend you care, Needham. It only makes a mockery of us both. I shan't fall. You can let me go now." But he could not let her go, because having her this near, in the mockery of an embrace, made remembrance hit him. "I cannot. I will never let you go, Nell." He needed her to understand that. When her letter had come, understanding had flooded him. All this time apart, all these days of forced absentia, of penance, and he had believed she would one day forgive him, that she would one day accept him back into her life. But her intentions, spelled out in the bold, familiar scrawl of her hand, those dotless letters, as if she could not be bothered to finish them, had told him how very wrong he had been. Their years apart had not been about Nell making him pay for his sins. No, they had been about Nell beginning a new life entirely. One without him in it. "You must," she snarled. Her hands were on his suddenly, her nails digging into his fingers with vicious persistence. "Release me. Release me from your hold and from this insupportable marriage. I want to be free of you at last." "No." He held firm. It was the only thing he could do. Jack was frozen, immobile. He felt as if releasing her would send her from him forever. It was a stupid thought. She could not divorce him without his aid in the matter, and he had returned, disproving any claims she could make in relation to abandonment. For his part, even if she had indeed bedded half of London, He would not sue her for divorce on account of adultery. "Let me go, Needham!" She scratched him now, clawing at his skin. The pain sliced through him. For the second time since his return, she was doing him violence, making him bleed. But this too was penance. He owed her some reparations for what he had done. He would give her what she needed. Except letting her go. Not that. Never that. "I cannot," he admitted, the truth torn from him. "You are my wife, Nell. Nothing will change that." "Divorce will change that, which is what I have asked for." Her nails raked over him again. "Damn you, Needham! What do you want from me?" "I want you to be my wife. Not just in name, but in truth." His fingers tightened on her waist. "I was your wife once," she hissed. "You forfeited the right the day you welcomed Lady Billingsley into your bed." This argument was an old one. How surreal it was that days, weeks, seasons, years could pass, and they were right back where their impasse had begun. "I never welcomed her into my bed," he defended himself. It was the truth, though he had little hope Nell would believe him now when she had not 3 years ago, and when it was apparent she had spent all the time they had been apart believing him a faithless reprobate. "I do not believe your lies any more now than I did then." Again she dug her nails into his flesh. "Nor do you welcome the truth," he bit out. He could not deny her lack of belief in him hurt. Distance had soothed him, but now that she was once more within reach, now that he was touching her, breathing in the same air, all the stinging agony had returned. The wound had not healed as he had supposed, but rather it festered. "Go to the devil, Needham!" With a feral cry, she tore herself from his grasp. He allowed it this time, knowing he was only torturing the both of them with his insistence. He had not returned for a skirmish or even one battle. He had returned to win the war. He met her seething gaze. "I have been dwelling in hell for the last 3 years, darling wife. It is time you joined me there." With that warning, he turned on his heel and stalked from the chamber. One way or another, this cursed house party was coming to an end. Chapter 2. Nell woke to a splitting headache, and pounding, dreadful pounding, horrible, unrelenting pounding. "Go to the devil," she croaked, blindly grappling with the bedclothes about her before seizing a pillow and pressing it over her head. How much port had she consumed yesterday? Had she said anything offensive to her guests? Shown anyone her drawers? Cast up her accounts? Kissed any of the lords in attendance? More importantly, was the pounding coming from within her skull or from somewhere else? Issuing a pathetic moan, she rolled over onto her stomach. "Nell?" There was a masculine voice coming from somewhere. The pounding had stopped, thank heavens. The unmistakable sound of window dressings being pulled aside invaded her chamber next. And light. God-awful, violent, head-splitting light. "No!" she groaned, grappling for another pillow, her eyes shut tight. The soft sack of feathers buffeted her head, blocking out the brightness. She inhaled slowly, trying to gather her wits. Like so many house parties before, she had drowned her sorrows in drink. There was always the initial warm glow, then the wild abandon of overindulgence, followed by the morning of megrims and regret. "Nell." The voice was back, alongside her bed, insistent, muffled by the pillow soothing her aching head. Just who was this interloper? And where the devil was her lady's maid? Had Tom arrived early? What time was it? "Tom," she mumbled, still clutching the pillow. "Do close the curtains, if you please. My head aches." What had happened last night? She recalled dinner, followed by a great deal of port, then a table. She had been dancing, singing as well. The pillow was torn from her head abruptly. "Not bloody Tom." She burrowed her face in the mattress in an effort to keep out the intrusive light. Had he said he was not bloody Tom? Had he growled those words at her? What the devil was going on, and who was in her chamber? Dear Lord, she had not actually taken someone to her bed, had she? 3 years of chastity and months of denying Tom at every turn. He would never forgive her if she had allowed another man into her bed, nor would she forgive herself. She had been drinking far too much in the past few months, and well she knew it, but she could not bear to believe she would ever betray Tom. Would she? Kisses and flirtation were one matter. Bedding was another. No one knew that better than Nell, who had been disgustingly, ridiculously faithful to her very unfaithful husband these last 3 years. Her husband. Jack. Memory surged. She had been dancing on the table, and she had fallen, only to be caught in a pair of strong, unrelenting arms. Jack's? Surely not. Surely that had been a nightmare. "Nell." There was the voice again, and without the muffling caused by her pillow, it was undeniable, recognizable. It had not been a dream. Her head jerked up. She blinked at the harsh light, her head pounding anew as a wave of biliousness washed over her. She had not imagined it. Needham hovered over her bedside, his handsome face severe and harsh. She reached for her pillow. Her hand met with its supple softness. Her fingers tightened, her arm raised. She tossed her missile. It hit him, though only in the chest. "Get out of my chamber!" she ordered. He bent, retrieving her pillow, and whipped it back to her bed. "No." "I want Tom," she told him, revelling in the way he flinched at those 3 words, the mentioning of the man she wanted to marry. A man who had once been his friend. She would be lying if she said Tom's original appeal had not been his friendship with her husband. Initially, she had been so devastated, like a wounded beast, trying to defend herself in whatever fashion she could. But as time had gone on, Tom had proven his mettle and his devotion. He was a good man. Pity she did not love him. But love was stupid and fickle. Love was not ruled by order, reason, or even whether or not the person upon whom it was bestowed was worthy of it. In her case, Needham had most assuredly not been worthy. Tom loved her, and she was not worthy either. Suiting. "Sidmouth has yet to arrive," clipped her husband. Her husband, for now, because she remained intent upon divorcing his miserable arse. "Why are you still here?" she demanded. "You have no right to be in my chamber." His jaw clenched. "I have every right to be in your chamber, Nell, and I am here because I was worried. It is noon, and you are still abed. I thought something was amiss." Something was amiss. He was not supposed to be here. Not just here at Needham Hall, but here in England. He was supposed to be very far away. Seeing him reminded her of too much. She glared at him. "I was sleeping, Needham." "I suppose I ought to thank you for that, as it made sending your guests home easier." He was still hovering over her bed, so tall, his face a study in disapproval. She sat up with far too much haste, clutching the bedclothes to her chest as she realized she was naked beneath them. Her head swam. "The house party has only just begun." Above his dark, neatly trimmed beard, the scratches she had made on his cheek last night were visible. More scratches marred his hand as he passed it over his jaw. "I will not countenance a house filled with guests, Nell. We have much to discuss, and none of it requires an audience. When the rest of your guests arrive today, Sidmouth included, they will be turned away as well." Irritation flared, chasing the incessant pounding in her skull for a moment. "You cannot turn away my guests, especially not Tom." She wondered how he knew more guests were arriving today, how he knew Tom was one of them. The butler, Reeves, she supposed, or the housekeeper, Mrs. Harris. They were stalwart old retainers, and neither of them had ever approved of her house parties. "I will not host your lover. Sidmouth is not welcome here at Needham Hall. Ever." The succinct, angry words gave her pause. Surely Needham was not jealous of Tom, when he had undoubtedly been enjoying the charms of any number of ladies himself during their separation. "Of course he is welcome here," she countered. "This is my home. You cannot simply appear in the dining room and start acting the despot. You have been gone for 3 years. At your request." He was grim, all harsh angles. Irritatingly beautiful. "Because you bedded Lady Billingsley," she reminded him. "Do not dare to act as if you are an angel, my lord. We both know you are not. Now, kindly remove yourself from my chamber. It is too early in the morning for me to be dealing with faithless scoundrels." "It is afternoon," he returned, his voice still cold, "and I did not bed Lady Billingsley." Lies. That was all he had ever given her. She was not as easily fooled as she had once been. Lady Billingsley had gone to her rewards, but her death had not undone what had happened. Nell would never forget. "Do shut up, Needham." Her patience was waning. Her mouth was sour and felt as if it had been stuffed with cotton. So too her head. Her stomach clenched, threatening to cast up her accounts. And this she would not do before him. Retching into a chamber pot after a night of overindulgence was shameful enough without an audience. "Your manners have suffered in my absence," he observed, unperturbed. Why did he linger? Was it his intention to torture her? "My manners are negatively impacted by the hatred I feel for you." She pinned him with a glare as 2 different sorts of agony skewered her, emotional and physical. "To say nothing of the fact that I am about 2 minutes away from retching all over you." She was never drinking port again. His lips quirked into a small smile. "Giving the bottle a black eye is not nearly as enjoyable come morning, is it, darling?" "You ought to know," she muttered, thinking of all the late nights of wickedness they had once shared. How wild they had been, once upon a time. His smile faded. "No longer. I do not drink spirits. If you had not been so sotted last night, perhaps you would recall our conversation." Ah, yes. He had told her he was a teetotaler now, hadn't he? Was that the reason for his superciliousness? For all that she had once known him so well, he seemed a stranger to her now. If only her old memories of familiarity could be killed, or at least maimed. She frowned at him. "Smugness ill suits you, Needham." "So does being cuckolded," he shot back in frosty diction. His accusation nettled. "Indeed? Well, betrayal makes me bilious. Come any nearer and I shall vomit all over you." "Charming as ever, Lady Needham." He bowed with a courtly air that belied the strange intimacy of the moment. She gritted her teeth against another wave of nausea. "How many times must I repeat myself before you get out? If you insist upon speaking with me, let it be after I am dressed." His gaze flicked over her, assessing. And damn him, but she felt that stare like a caress. How was it possible for her to feel something for him after everything that had happened? Where did that most unwanted frisson of desire unfurling down her spine emerge from? Those emerald eyes seemed to linger upon her breasts. "Perhaps you forget. I have already seen every inch of you, darling wife." Even as dreadful as she felt, her nipples had hardened at his stare, and his words sent a surprising bolt of heat through her. "I hope your memory is pristine, my lord, because you shall never see me again in such a state. Now, get out!" He flashed her a half grin, the sort that once had made her ache to kiss him. "How wrong you are, wife. I cannot get an air on you, if I cannot see you." "I cannot get an air on you." Those words seemed to take all the air from the room. Shock robbed her of the ability to speak. With another lingering look, he turned and sauntered across her chamber, heading for the door joining their apartments. "There will be no airs from me," she called after him at last. But it was too late. By the time she found her tongue, Needham had already closed the door, leaving her alone. Her stomach heaved. Nell scarcely made it to the chamber pot in time. Strangely, of all the homecomings Jack had envisioned, and there had been many after his decision had been reached, he had failed to imagine one involving a debauched house filled with guests, a drunken Nell dancing on the table, and facing the man who had been warming his wife's bed in his absence. A man who had once been his friend. He clasped his hands behind his back to keep the temptation to plant Viscount Sidmouth a facer at bay. "You cannot remain here." Sidmouth's jaw tightened. "If I cannot remain, Nell shall come with me." Nell. Her given name was a small reminder of this man's familiarity with Jack's own wife. "Lady Needham shall remain in residence with me. Need I remind you which of us is her husband, and which of us possesses all the rights where she is concerned?" They were in the study, a room which had not changed much since he had last used it, aside from the notable absence of any of his personal effects. There were more relics of his father's than he had recalled, and far too many pastorals and hunting scenes gracing the walls. The furniture was all from last century, and the stale scent of the air suggested Nell had not used it whilst he had been gone. Small mercies, he supposed. "I do not understand, Needham," Sidmouth said now. "Nell wrote to you of our plans, and she said you agreed." "I agreed we needed to speak," he corrected, irritated at the man's insistence upon familiarity. "I agreed I would return so we could discuss the nature of our marriage. However, I did not agree to a divorce so she could marry you." Sidmouth looked like a lad watching his puppy being drowned in a river. "That is not what Nell said." Perhaps Nell should have read the letter I sent her more carefully, he suggested, trying and failing to tamp down his rage. "Perhaps you ought to find a lady who is not already married to become your wife." Sidmouth pinned him with a glare, teeming with the same fury Jack had no doubt was reflected in his eyes. "You abandoned her." "I returned. She despises you." Hearing this news from his wife's lover made Jack flinch. Of course, he knew she hated him. She had already told him so, and he knew all the reasons why. His lip curled. That is unfortunate for her. However, marriages have been existing regardless of the tender emotions of the men and women involved for centuries. A loveless union is hardly anything new. Sidmouth's hands clenched into fists at his sides. "I love her, damn you! Let her go! Let her be happy!" Would Sidmouth make Nell happy? The notion gave Jack pause. Somehow, it had been easier to ignore the relationship his wife had built with the Viscount before the man stood before him. "You are in good company," he told the Viscount grimly. "I love her too." Though the emotion did him not one whit of good. Sidmouth frowned. "If you love her, you have the devil's own way of showing it. No man who would spend the last few years on the continent rather than at Nell's side is worthy of her." Jack had never been worthy of her. He knew that. When they had first met, he had been a no-account wastrel, more concerned with getting his prick wet and drinking himself to oblivion than aught else. Not much had changed after they had married, aside from his falling deeper into drink and his determination to remain faithful to their vows. A determination which had failed him. He had kissed another woman. That it had not been intentional did not matter. His self-loathing remained an acid in his gut, eating away at him. "It was at Nell's decree that I left," he bit out, wondering why he bothered to defend himself to Sidmouth. He owed the Viscount nothing, while Sidmouth owed him an apology for trespassing. "Can you blame her?" Sidmouth sneered back. "You were always a skirt-chasing carouser. But what you did to Nell is beyond the pale. You could have spared her the humiliation of bedding another woman beneath her own roof, and one of her friends, no less." "Yes, a dreadful thing, is it not?" He could not keep the bitterness from his voice then. "One's friend and one's spouse?" The Viscount's cheeks went ruddy at the thinly veiled suggestion in Jack's words. "We were never friends, Needham. Indeed, I would be hard-pressed to suppose you friends with anything other than the bottle." That barb hit too close to the truth, though in fact they had been friends. No longer. "You have precisely 1 minute to get out of this house, Sidmouth," he growled. "Remain a second longer at your peril. As it is, keeping myself from thrashing you to within an inch of your life is costing me all the control I have remaining." But Sidmouth did not go. "I will not leave Nell." Rage coursed through him. He strode forward towards Sidmouth. His every intention to act the gentleman fled. "You have no bloody choice, Sidmouth." Sidmouth was not intimidated. He stood stoic. "What happened to your face, Needham?" "None of your damned concern." He gritted from between clenched teeth. "You have until the count of 10. I am not going anywhere until I am reassured of her welfare." Sidmouth stood stubborn, unrelenting. "I would wager those scratches on your face are from her, are they not? By God, if you harmed her in any way—" As if he would have harmed Nell. He worshipped the woman. He would sooner cut off his own hand than raise it against her. But that was none of the Viscount's concern. His marriage with Nell was private. It was between himself and Nell only, and it would not be ended so this pallid lord could take her for his own. 1, he began counting. 2, leave. No. The rage continued to boil as Sidmouth refused to retreat. Not even one step. Something inside Jack splintered for the first time since he had received the letter from Nell in which she had requested divorce. He stopped counting when he reached the Viscount. His mind and his body were separated. His fist, with a will of its own, collided with Sidmouth's nose. There was the satisfying crunch of bone. Pain shot up his arm. He scarcely felt it. Blood spurted from the Viscount's face. His eyes were wide with shock as he clasped a hand over his bleeding nose, scarlet dripping through his fingers. Jack reached into the pocket of his waistcoat, withdrew his handkerchief, and whipped it at Sidmouth's face. "You are making a mess of my carpet, Sidmouth," he told him dispassionately, feeling almost as if he watched the scene unfolding from another room. The fury lingered within him, but he could not deny the sudden gratification rising. Hitting Sidmouth, drawing his blood, brought out the beast within him. In truth, he ought to have split the bastard in two for trespassing upon his wife. Time and distance did not matter. Nell was his Marchioness, damn it all. "Tom!" Nell's cry broke the shocked silence of the study. She raced across the chamber, in a shocking state of dishabille. Her dressing gown, nothing more. And though it was buttoned to her throat, and the cream hem fluttered to the floor, Jack could not help but take grim note of her bare feet and the manner in which she flew to her lover, throwing her arms around him. Her hair was bound in a simple braid, worn over her shoulder. She had either learned of Sidmouth's arrival in the midst of her toilette, or she could not be bothered with decency because her lover had already seen her thus. The implication of the latter had Jack flexing his aching fingers once more with a fresh urge to do violence. She gasped as she gazed into her lover's eyes. "Tom, darling, what happened to you?" Tom, darling. He should never have gone away. Jack realized that now. He should have stayed where he was, told her to hell with her ultimatums. He should have done anything other than what he had done. "Needham punched me," Tom whined, accusation in his nasally voice as he held Jack's handkerchief to his gushing nose. "My lord! How dare you!" She turned to Jack as she embraced her lover, as if to protect him from further blows. "You may have broken his nose, you beast!" He hoped to God he had. It would serve Sidmouth right. He flexed his fingers again. "I asked him to go, and he refused." Nell's eyes widened. "That is no reason to attack him. My God, what is wrong with you?" What was wrong with him? His wife, the woman he loved, had written to him with her intention to wed another man. According to what he had been able to glean from the servants upon his return, Nell and Sidmouth had been all but playing at husband and wife. The thought made him ill. It made him realise how Nell must have felt that long-ago night, at that awful, cursed house party, when she had entered his chamber, when she had caught him in flagrante delicto with Lady Billingsley. But what she had witnessed had not been what she had supposed. And in this instance, he was quite certain Nell had been fucking Sidmouth. She held him in the way a lover would. In the way she had once held him, damn it to hell. "Needham!" Nell demanded then, her voice strident, cutting through his thoughts like a lash. "Have you nothing to say for yourself?" "I will not have your lover beneath my roof," he forced out. "I want him gone, my lady." Her nostrils flared. She was glaring at him as if she could slit his throat with nothing more than her eyes. "I want you gone, Needham." "Nell, my love," Sidmouth spoke at last, caressing Nell's spine in a motion that bespoke familiarity. "You must be calm, darling. It will not do to overset yourself." It required every modicum of his will to tamp down his steadily rising anger. He forced himself to look upon Nell alone. "Since this is my home and you are my wife, that is an impossibility. I will not be leaving. Sidmouth, however, must go. At once." "He is bleeding," Nell spat, looking at him as if he were a monster. By God, he felt like one. She brought out the worst in him. He shrugged. Sidmouth could catch the first boat across the River Styx as far as he was concerned. "He will stop bleeding." "How dare you be so unfeeling?" she demanded. "You may have broken Tom's nose with your foolish antics. And what have you accomplished with your needless violence? I still loathe you, and I still intend to divorce you so I can marry Tom, whilst I am young enough to bear him children." If she had been trying to soothe him into doing her bidding, Nell had chosen the wrong words. The wrong bloody words. The hands at his sides were once more clenched into fists. "There will be no divorce, and I can only hope I did break Sidmouth's nose. I will break his nose and the nose of any other man who dares to attempt to take you from me. You are mine, Nell. Mine." Her chin tipped up. "I understand. Like a dog with a bone, now that I may be taken from you, you want me more. You are no better than a mongrel, my lord. You have not changed a bit." "See here, Needham. Nell is her own person," blustered Sidmouth. "You cannot force her to endure this hated union. You have abandoned her for 3 years. We have a case." It was difficult indeed to take a man seriously when he was holding a square of linen over his mangled, bleeding nose. "Of course she is her own person," he snapped. "That has never been in dispute. However, the fact remains that she is my wife. Not yours, Sidmouth. Nor will she ever be yours. There will be no case. Neither will there be a divorce." Nell turned her back on him, facing her paramour. "Come, my darling. I will take you somewhere else so I can tend to your poor nose." "You will not." Jack moved forward, catching Nell's elbow and staying her when she attempted to shepherd her lover from the room. "You are going nowhere with him." She reeled as if he had struck her. "How do you dare, my lord? You lied to me, betrayed me with my own friend in this very house, and then you abandoned me for 3 years. I will be damned before I allow you to take my happiness from me." Her happiness? Fucking hell. "And I will be damned if I allow Sidmouth to take my happiness from me. because she was his happiness. She always had been. She always would be. Even if seeing her now, understanding that her hatred for him had only grown in his absence, instead of lessening, nearly proved his undoing. She would always be the only woman he had ever wanted, the only woman he had ever loved. "Your happiness? In making me miserable?" she asked. "There is no need for further violence, Needham," interrupted Sidmouth before Jack could respond. "What are you saying, Tom?" Nell looked up into her lover's face, clutching at his shoulders as if to keep him from fleeing. "You must remain precisely where you are. You have been desperately injured. Or, if you must go, I will follow." Sidmouth dabbed at his nose, which was quite swollen and bruised, crusted in blood, though the flood had seemingly stopped. "I am perfectly well, my love. I will take lodging in the village. I shall not be far, I promise." These little mutterings between his wife and the Viscount grated upon him. So too did the manner in which his wife clung to her lover. "Why the village, Sidmouth?" he asked coolly. "Why not return to London altogether? I am happy to pay your passage." Sidmouth straightened. "I will not leave her here with you. I do not dare trust a man who would attack another without provocation." "Without provocation?" Jack sputtered. "I should think a man attempting to steal my wife from me is ample provocation." "Cease this madness," Nell interrupted, her voice angry, her tone almost shrill. "Tom, you will stay here, and Needham, you will go to the devil where you belong." "If he stays," he warned his wife, "I will not be held accountable for my actions. I will not stop at his lordship's nose." While Nell was filled with bluster, Sidmouth was not. He placated Nell with a soothing pat to her shoulder. "It is no trouble, my darling. I will not be far. In the next few days we will sort this dreadful matter out once and for all." "Yes," Jack agreed somberly, his eyes never leaving Nell. "We shall." Chapter 3. Needham had attacked Tom. Nell could still scarcely believe it. The sight of poor Tom's face, a river of blood gushing from his nose as he attempted to staunch the flow, would not leave her. She paced the confines of her private apartments once more. She had retreated here, following the wretched scene of an hour ago, needing to separate herself from her husband, needing time, distance, a chance to clear her mind of the fog infecting it. Tom had been lovely and gentlemanly as ever, of course. True to form, he had been more concerned with her than with his swollen nose. He had held her hand all the way to the door, promising he would return to call upon her on the morrow. All whilst Needham had hovered at the periphery, like a demon presiding over them, glowering and radiating disapproval. Nell had seen Tom off before hastening to her chamber, where she had promptly rung for a tray of tea and toast to settle her still ailing stomach. The tea and toast mocked her now from a low table, alongside a stack of leather-bound volumes. 3 of them in all, one for each year he had been gone. In her dudgeon, she had plucked them from their hiding place in her wardrobe. She told herself she would not read them, but a new, unrelenting curiosity had caught hold of her. Perhaps it was because he had returned. Perhaps it was because she had always wondered what her husband had been doing whilst he was abroad. His essays on travel had been well received. She had purchased them with no intention of ever cracking the spines. Why had she bought them? What would reading them accomplish? What would remaining here with the husband she no longer wanted accomplish? On a sigh, she crossed the room and sank into a chair. Of course, she had little choice but to remain where she was. Needham possessed all the power in this farce. A man could obtain a divorce with more ease than a woman, which had been why his agreement had been necessary. But he had not agreed, had he? She fixed a cup of tea and took a sip. His earlier words returned to her. Needham wanted an heir. Impossible. As she had told him, there would be no heirs, because she would sooner welcome an asp into her bed than the Marquis of Needham. The tea was sweet on her tongue. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to gather her wits. So much had happened in the course of a day, but she must not allow this to make her veer from her chosen path. She was not growing younger, and if she wanted the opportunity to become a mother, she needed her freedom from Needham. At once. But the Needham who had returned was not the same man who had left. She opened her eyes, her gaze settling upon the neat little stack of books once more. Perhaps if she wanted to understand him, if she had any hope of persuading him that divorce was the best option for the both of them, she ought to read. She ought to discover what he had been doing, and with whom. Nell picked up the first volume he had published, and she opened the book to its frontispiece. An Englishman Abroad. Not a terribly inventive title, she told herself, but it was as she flipped to the next page that she paused on the dedication. This book is inscribed to my wife. By the time Jack finished meeting with his steward, it was near to dinner time. In spite of the wild house party she had been throwing, it was apparent that Nell had taken great care in overseeing the management of the estate. The tenant farmers were happy, their crops were excellent. Necessary repairs to Needham Hall had been made. Although the letters he had received from Jones during his travels had always suggested the same, hearing it for himself, overlooking the ledgers, and meeting Jones in person had been gratifying. It had also made him realize how much he had missed not just Nell, but Needham Hall as well. Being back felt right. All he had to do was find his wife. After the altercation with Sidmouth, she had fled to her chamber. He had allowed it, of course. He was not particularly proud of having broken the nose of his wife's lover, but he had to admit that, like returning to Needham Hall, planting Sidmouth a facer had also felt right. He made his way to his chamber, thinking it odd indeed how, now that he had returned, it felt in some ways as if he had never been gone at all. He stopped at Nell's door and knocked. "Who is it?" came her suspicious call. "Jack," he told her. "Go to the devil." He grimaced, trying the door and finding it latched. No surprise there. "Will you be joining me at dinner?" "No." Her clipped response was also expected. She was angry with him. Likely the blow he had dealt Sidmouth's nose had not furthered his cause. "I must speak with you, Nell," he tried again. "You cannot remain in your chamber forever." "Yes, I can." Her mulish insistence rang through the portal separating them. "I have no wish to see you ever again." Blast the woman. "You are being a child. Matters between us must be settled. I have kept my distance for 3 years, but that time is at an end now, and you must face that." Just as he had to face that his absence had been a mistake. Silence met his pronouncement. He knocked on the door, wincing as his sore knuckles connected with wood. "Nell, I am not going anywhere until you speak with me." "I have no wish to speak with you." Her voice, whilst muffled, sounded nearer. A good sign, mayhap? We must speak, he tried again. She made a sound of irritation low in her throat before the door opened a fraction, revealing she was still in her dressing gown. What do you want, Needham? You. He did not say that, however. It was too soon. There were too many unsettled emotions between them. Too much hurt. He met her gaze. I want to speak with you. You have already spoken with me. Her lips thinned into a grim line. At length. There is nothing you have to say which I wish to hear, unless it is an apology for abusing Tom. His jaw tensed. No apology is forthcoming. I would do it again, given half the chance. You will be wise to tell Sidmouth that as well. I will not countenance any more of his interference in our marriage. Defiance glittered in her brilliant eyes. We have no marriage. It occurred to him then that they had spent more time apart than they had together. It is my intention to rectify what has happened between us, he told her truthfully. To move beyond the past. I want a marriage with you, Nell. I always have. That has never changed. Abruptly she took a step in retreat, opening the door as she did so. If you insist upon haunting my door, you may as well come inside. That way we can put this discussion to rest at once. For the second time that day he crossed the threshold of his wife's chamber, into her domain. There had been a time when he had known without question that he was welcome within. How strange it felt to be an unwanted guest. Distance and time had somehow rendered this part of everything, their separation, easier to swallow. But now he could not help but to take note. The door closed at his back with a snick, and he turned to face her. She was not as pale now as she had been earlier, but she was every bit as beautiful. He wanted to touch her, to take her in his arms as he had yesterday. He restrained himself, knowing he needed to take his time, for both their sakes. You are not dressing for dinner? He asked mildly. She glanced down at herself, as if just realizing she wore nothing more than her elegant robe. I will not have dinner with a villain. Had he expected anything less? He inclined his head. Fortunately, dinner this evening is with me, my dear. His attempt at levity did not appear to impress her. You are the villain I was speaking of, and you know it. What if I am not the villain you think me? He dared to ask. She raised a brow. Your question is a moot point, Needham. You are every bit the villain I think you. Your actions earlier in attacking poor Tom confirmed it. He busied himself by moving about her chamber, taking inventory now in a way he had not bothered to earlier when he had been fretting over her remaining abed for so long. She had changed the wall coverings, he noted. Pink damask had replaced the former bright yellow. Bric-a-brac was scattered about. Frames and flowers and small sculptures and books. Her writing desk was overrun with papers, the journal she perpetually kept sitting atop it all. Let us speak about Sidmouth first, he suggested, running a finger over a small ceramic container with a curious little lid. You must put an end to your relationship with him at once. He hated to even think of what she shared with Sidmouth, let alone speak of it. Somehow he had foolishly imagined she would have remained celibate, as he had. But whilst he had thrown himself into travel and penning accounts of his trips abroad, she had been throwing herself into the arms of another man. That ended today, By God. I will not put an end to my association with Tom, Nell clipped coolly. He is the man I intend to marry when I am free of this unwanted union. He stopped wondering at the purpose of the ceramic vessel and turned back to her. I meant what I said yesterday. There will be no divorce. You have no grounds on which to petition the courts, and whilst I presumably do, thanks to your affair with Sidmouth, I have no wish to put an end to our union. There. This was all truth. The divorce laws were in his favour as a man, not hers as a woman. He needed only to prove she had committed adultery in order to bring a case against her and her lover. She, however, would need to prove far more, which meant she had no case against him. You committed adultery, she countered, and you deserted me. I have already told you I never bedded Lady Billingsley. He attempted to remain calm and measured in his response. In truth, the ease with which she had believed the worst of him still rankled. And neither did I desert you. I left because you asked me to go. She had begged him, in fact. He still recalled that horrible altercation. The tears on her pale cheeks, the sound of her sobs, the anguish. They had fought. She had told him she had never loved him. He had broken nearly every stick of furniture in the drawing-room, and then he had gotten soused. By the time he was sober enough to recall what had happened, he had known leaving was best. For both their sakes. You did not have to go so far, or for so long, she told him quietly now, surprising him. They had both wounded each other badly. Their marriage had always been fraught with passion, but their love had been a tinderbox. He moved toward her, drawn to her as ever. You would have welcomed me back? Her expression shuttered. That is not what I said, Needham. You twist my words. Her braid still hung, fat and golden over her shoulder. Tendrils had worked their way free to surround her face. In her cream-coloured dressing gown, she was temptation incarnate. Soft silk, feminine perfection. He itched to touch her again, to haul her against him, to kiss the frown from her pout. Instead, he settled for stopping before her. I have written you letters for 3 years now. You have never answered any of them save one. What else was I to think? You bid me go, and I had already caused you enough pain. I had no wish to be the source of any more. That, too, was truth. He had done penance as best as he knew how. But there had never come a day when he had not thought of her, when he had not longed for her, when he had not dreamed of returning. The anger and hurt he had carried with him for so long had faded in the wake of her announcement that she wanted to marry Viscount Sidmouth. That letter had changed everything. Nell's chin tipped up, her expression guarded. Why would I want more lies from you? I have already endured a lifetime's worth. And now, the very least you can do is to set me free. Surely you owe me that courtesy, after everything that has happened. He searched her gaze. What would you have me do, Nell? Sue you and Sidmouth? Drag you through the gutters? Ruin us all? Is that what you truly wish? Jack did not know why he had posed such a question. Even should her answer be yes, he did not have it in him to grant her what she wanted. He could not bear to cut her from his life. The last 3 years had only been made bearable by the knowledge that each day they spent apart was provisional, that he was always a steamer or a rail journey away from her wherever he went, She stared at him, her lips parted. I want to be happy again. That is what I want. Her admission was akin to a knife to the heart. He could not shake the feeling that for the first time since his return, he was seeing a glimpse of the real Nell behind the mask she had donned. I want your happiness as well. Gently, slowly, he took her hands in his. They were cool and soft. She was not wearing the engagement and wedding rings he had given her. Instead, there was a new ring in their place. He ran his thumb over the diamonds and emeralds, shaped like a flower. She stiffened. Then let me free. Tom makes me happy. You are wearing his ring, he said needlessly, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. I am to be his wife. There was no regret in her tone. Her gaze did not falter. He stared down at the hated ring, the symbol of what Sidmouth had already taken from him, of what he hoped to steal next. You are my wife, damn you! He clenched his jaw against a rush of feeling. Jealousy, anger, confusion, hurt, wounded pride. I do not want to be any longer. She tugged, trying to escape him. He held fast, reluctant to allow her retreat. We had a blissful marriage once. Do you not remember how good it was between us now? She did not answer immediately, and for a moment it was as if the pain, the bitterness, the anger was suspended. In the depths of her gaze, he saw the Nell he had once known. He thought he had reached her. But then her nostrils flared and her lips tightened. Before or after I found Lady Billingsley in your bed? He could hardly deny what she had seen. It was the truth. At one of their wild house parties, he had been so deep in his cups that he had been seeing double. In those days, his devotion to drink had surpassed his devotion to anything else, including Nell, and he had stumbled to his chamber with a bottle of whiskey in hand. The last thing he remembered was spilling liquor all over his clothes and removing them, tossing them all over the Axminster. When he had risen to a hand on his stiff cock, he had assumed the hand belonged to his wife. The lips on his too he had assumed were Nell's. But the scent had been wrong. The caresses too. In his befuddled state, it had taken him too long to realise the horrible truth, that Lady Billingsley, also desperately in her cups, had wandered into the wrong chamber. He returned to the present with a jolt. I did not invite her there, Nell. What I told you then remains as true today. Nor did I bed her. I was sleeping when she entered my chamber, and she was too deep in her cups to realise she had entered the wrong chamber. Nell tugged her hands from his grasp, and this time he allowed it. A pretty story. You explain your perfidy away with such ease. She turned away from him, presenting him with the elegant lines of her back. The lush fullness of her bottom was on definitive display in her dressing gown. He followed her slowly, his strides determined. Let us speak of that day now, he suggested, trailing her to the opposite end of the room, where a trio of paintings he had never seen before hung, further evidence of her hand upon Needham Hall. If we talk about it, mayhap we can finally move past it. She whirled about, her braid flying over her shoulder with the force of her action. How can we move past it, Needham? You betrayed me. You had another woman in your bed. That he could not deny. Not by choice. I was cup-shot, Nell. I admit that. We were having one of our wild parties. I drank far too much of the poison. But I promise you now, just as I did before, that when I laid my head upon my pillow, I was alone." "You told me you had no recollection of going to sleep that night," she reminded him, her voice as acrimonious as her countenance. "You said you awoke thinking Lady Billingsley was me." He scrubbed a hand over his jaw. "Damn it, Nell. What more do you want from me? I have never told you anything but the truth. I went to sleep alone. I woke to a woman in my bed I thought was you. By the time I realized my mistake—" He allowed his words to drift off, for there was no point in finishing his thought. He had no wish to remind Nell of what had happened that night. The details were excruciating, even now. "I do not believe you, Needham," she bit out, her eyes wide, her defiance almost palpable. "I did not then, and I do not now, 3 years later. I do not trust you." There was the crux of the matter. She had claimed to love him once, and yet she had been only too eager to believe the worst of him. Her willingness to assume he had been unfaithful cut him just as deeply now as it had 3 years ago. He was reminded, abruptly, brutally, of why he had remained abroad for 3 years. This interminable warfare with her was intolerable. "Am I to trust you?" he asked, looking back at the ring upon her finger, the surest symbol of her disloyalty, aside from the sight of her embracing Sidmouth earlier. "You have been welcoming another man into your bed in my absence, and you are wearing his ring on your finger even now, though I am the man to whom you are eternally bound." Her lip curled. "Not eternally. There is divorce." "Unacceptable," he bit out, trembling with rage. This was the scene he had hoped to avoid. They were as caustic to each other as ever, it would seem. From great passion also came great hatred and great ruin, to say nothing of great pain. "I do not want to be chained to you any longer, Needham," Nell spat. "I do not know how to make that any more apparent than I already have. I want to marry Tom. He is the man I wish to spend the rest of my life with." He shook his head, refusing to accept her words. He had seen her with Tom earlier. Sidmouth fawned all over her, treated her as if she were fashioned of the finest porcelain. Nell had never been fragile. Nell was the woman who danced on the table, who always landed on her feet, or in his arms. Always in his arms if he had anything to say about it. "Look me in the eye and tell me you feel nothing for me." He clenched his jaw so hard his head began to throb. "Go on, Nell. Tell me." She said nothing, staring at him, seemingly speechless. "Tell me how you despise me," he urged. "Do it, Nell. Tell me how I betrayed you and how you will never forgive me. Tell me Sidmouth truly makes you happy. I want to hear more of your pretty lies." Her slap took him by surprise. Not so much the sting of her small palm connecting with his cheek, but the violence of her action. She had scratched him before, true, but she had never hit him. "You have no right, damn you!" she inhaled on a sob. And he knew he was the source of her pain, just as she was the source of his. "No right to come back here and make me feel—" He seized upon her words. "Make you feel what, Nell? Make you remember I am your husband? That you promised yourself to me and me alone? You did not marry Sidmouth. You married me." She paled. To my eternal shame. I was young and foolish, easily swayed by a handsome face. I should have known you were not the sort of man I could trust. You can trust me, Nell. How could she not see the truth for what it was? She shook her head. No, I cannot. You proved that to me better than anyone else ever could. I will not forget what I saw. You cannot explain it away. Nothing changes what happened. Perhaps you have suddenly found a conscience. Mayhap you have realized you want an heir. Whatever the reason for your return, it is futile. I will not have you in my bed. I do not want to be married to you. I want another. Her assertions drove him to the point of madness. Is that so? Do you mean to tell me you feel nothing for me? Nothing, she echoed. Nothing at all, Needham. Undoubtedly that will be painful for your vanity, but that is the truth of it. He did not believe her, because he knew her, and he also knew the passion beating between them even now. But he also knew he had pushed both of them enough for one afternoon. Tell yourself that if you like, but we both know you are lying. He sketched an ironic bow. I will see you at dinner, darling. Chapter 4. Nell would be damned if she would dress and calmly descend to dinner with Needham. If he thought she would play the role of dutiful wife now that he had suddenly returned, he was wrong. Instead, she requested a carriage and prepared herself to visit Tom. She did not care that she was foregoing her evening meal, or that the drive to the village would be a good hour. The weather was decent, and the longer she was away from Needham Hall and her husband's infuriating presence, the better. She had prepared herself with remarkable speed for her journey, her lady's maid quite accustomed to whipping her into order in precious little time. She poked her head out of her chamber with precisely 10 minutes until the dinner gong. With all her guests having been summarily chased by Needham, dinner was not the grand affair it ordinarily was. The corridor was empty. No Needham in sight. On a sigh of relief, she slipped into the hall, making her way down it and then the stairs. Through the grand entry hall with its centuries-old weaponry gracing the walls, to the front door. Reeves the butler, who forever looked at her with an expression of thinly veiled distaste, politely told her that her carriage was waiting. With another look over her shoulder to determine there was no irate Needham looming behind her, she swept into the courtyard. 2 sets of stone steps led to her carriage, but when the door opened, the very man she had been seeking to avoid was already seated within. She stopped at the sight of Needham sprawled on the bench, his emerald gaze glittering at her with unabashed intent. Drat him. He looked perfect as ever, his dark beard shading his strong jaw, those full sensual lips she should not remember kissing, quirking into the same half-grin that had once made her go weak. If only she had never married him. If only she had never loved him. "What are you doing in my carriage, Needham?" she demanded. "Waiting to accompany you on your journey, of course." His countenance was calm, as if he had not a care. "Where were you going, wife, and in such a hurry you intended to miss dinner?" She glared at him. "I was going to see Tom, of course. I would prefer to forego a meal rather than dine with swine." He remained impervious, instead extending a gloved hand in gallant fashion. "I would never invite a pig to the dinner table. all the marquises of Needham before me would roll over in their graves. A hand, my love?" She ignored his offer. "You are not accompanying me. Get out of the bloody carriage." "You are my wife." His tone was light. "Where you go, I shall follow." Anger spiked through her. "I do not want to be your wife, and nor do I wish your company on my journey. The last thing I would do is bring the chance of further violence to poor Tom's door." He quirked a brow, hand still extended, remaining immobile. "If you have no desire to bring violence to your lover, then perhaps you ought to remain at home yourself. Or have you forgotten your viciousness yesterday, and again today, already?" Her gaze settled on the scratches she had left upon his cheek, and she did not regret them any more today than she had yesterday. He deserved to experience pain. He deserved everything she had inflicted upon him and more, magnified 1,000 times. That included today's slap. Her eyes flicked back to his, defiance tipping up her chin. "If you remain in the carriage, I can only assume you would like to experience more. Perhaps I can give you a matching mark upon your other cheek." He rubbed his cheek, his expression turning rueful. "Do your worst, wife." How she wished he would cease referring to her as wife and my love and darling, that he would stop being so impossibly handsome, that his voice did not send a frisson down her spine, that the sight of his mouth did not still make her tingle in remembered awareness, that he had not returned. Still, she could not stand here on the carriage step all evening. It would seem they were once more at an impasse. "Why would you want to accompany me?" "Because I do not trust you not to flee." He cocked his head to the side, studying her in that intense manner he had always possessed. She opened her mouth to protest. "I—" "Do not," he interrupted. "Pretend you did not already entertain the thought." Her cheeks went hot. She had, of course. Damn him all over again. "Do not act as if you know me, Needham," she said coolly, entering the carriage at last, ever cognizant of the servants overhearing their tense exchange. She had ceased caring what others thought of her a long time ago, but she hardly wanted to stand about arguing with him for the next hour. The sooner she got into the carriage, the sooner she could see Tom, and it would appear her husband had no intention of vacating the carriage, so she could travel in peaceful solitude. The door closed as she settled herself on the squab opposite Needham, settling her skirts into place and doing her best to pretend as if he were not there. An impossible feat to achieve, as it happened. Needham had always set her pulse racing and filled the very air with a pulse of electric awareness. As he had said, curse him, some things did not change. "I know you, Nell." His low voice interrupted her thoughts as the carriage swayed into motion. "Perhaps you have forgotten just how well." Heat unfurled deep within her. Remembrance hit her. Laughing with him, kissing in the rain, sitting up all night in his massive bed, drinking wine and talking about poetry, the beautiful weight of his body atop hers, the slide of his tongue in her mouth, his cock inside her. Desire, hated, unwanted, returned. She did her best to banish it, curling her hands into fists at her sides. Reluctantly, she stole a glance at him. "You do not know me at all, my lord. Indeed, you never did. No one knows me better than Tom." Her words had their intended effect. He stiffened as if she had dealt him another physical blow. Sidmouth could not possibly know you better than I do. Of course he did not. She allowed no one near to her heart, not after their disastrous union. Needham had hurt her too deeply. His betrayal had hardened her, leaving her jaded and hollow. Empty. But she would be damned before she would admit as much to the scoundrel. Tom knows me better than I know myself. He is all I ever hoped to find in a husband. Lies. In truth, everything she had ever hoped to find in a husband was Needham. Jack. Until he had betrayed her and ruined her world. But like so many other truths, she would never admit as much to him. He already had too much power over her, more than he supposed. Time, distance, and anguish had not dissipated the way she felt for him, much to her dismay. She doubted it ever could, and his return had only underscored that pathetic truth. Pity I am your husband, then. Needham's voice was frigid, angry too. She met his gaze unflinching. For now? His expression shuttered. Sooner or later, you must cease persisting in this foolish belief you can put an end to our union. Extricating herself from their marriage was not impossible, nor was it a foolish notion. If she believed that, all hope was lost. He was right that he had more power in the matter than she did. Divorce law by nature favoured the man. But in the last few months there had been one fact which had given her solace: that she might free herself from this untenable marriage and start anew. She still wanted her chance at happiness. She still wanted to be a mother. Tom could give her that. Needham could only give her more misery, even if he could give her a child. It is not a foolish belief, she defended, attempting to remain calm. Why should you want to remain married to a woman who despises you, Needham? Your perversity defies logic. Do you truly despise me? His half-grin returned. I think not, darling. She did despise him, or rather, what he had done. To her, to them. Her fingernails dug into her palms. I do. He looked away from her then, turning his gaze out the window at the slowly passing scenery. His non-committal response nettled her. She had no doubt that was what he had intended. She stewed in silence for an interminable span of time, the only sound between them the sounds of the carriage rumbling over the road. She told herself not to engage in further dialogue, told herself that silence was far preferable to enduring more of their bickering and his infuriating insistence she would not have her divorce, as she had been happily convinced, even yesterday morning, she would. But his disinterest troubled her more than his intense regard did, more even than his continued arguments and assertions she would never be free of him, because she knew him well enough, or at least she thought she knew him well enough, to know his silence meant he was quietly plotting. And that irked her, set her on edge. She tapped her foot on the floor of the carriage, sighed, bit her lip. He turned back to her, his gaze intense as ever in the fading light of the summer day. What is it now? How had he known? You are not as much a mystery as you would like to believe, he added, his tone smug. Not to me. You are fidgeting and sighing, just as you always do when you have something to say but are attempting to hold your tongue. Do not do that, she bit out before she could think better of her words. They said too much, revealed too much. Do not do what? He returned, still calm, still measured. Was this all a game to him? Was that all it had ever been? Do not continue to pretend as if you know me, she elaborated coldly. I have told you already, I am not the woman you left behind. There is no resemblance between that naive girl and the woman you see before you now. That, too, was a lie. Good God, she was just as deceptive as he was. In that sense, they were a match. She shifted again. What do you want to say? He coaxed once more, insufferably calm as ever. Excruciatingly knowing. That was something the distance and time had allowed her to push aside. The way he had always seemed to anticipate her needs, her wants. The way he seemed to read her mind. Why have you come back after all this time? She demanded. Why, when I have found my happiness at last, do you seek to ruin it? Before he could answer, a thump rocked the carriage and the vehicle rolled to a stop. Alarm went through her. Surely that was not what she thought it was. Remain where you are, Needham told her grimly, before rising and throwing open the carriage door. He leapt from the vehicle and landed with a stealthy grace some small, wicked part of her could not help admiring. Her husband had always cut a dashing figure. Indeed, it had been one of the qualities that had originally drawn her to him, back in the days when they had courted. How long ago? Her heart gave a pang at the memories she had kept buried. He disappeared from her sight then, striding to the front of their carriage, presumably to find their driver and the source of the bump and their sudden stop both. She waited impatiently for an indeterminate span of time before remonstrating herself. Why was she listening to Needham? What was happening? Why had they stopped? Her mind made up, Nell rose from her seat, moved to the door of the carriage, lifted her skirts and leapt to the road below. "Broken axle," reported the driver as he bent before the front left wheel. "There'll be no repairing it here. I will walk back if you and her ladyship want to wait, and bring a new carriage. I will just see to the horses before I go." Despite Nell's insistence he did not know her, Jack had no doubt she would not wish to wait for anything. Indeed, he had a suspicion she was probably already about to leap from the carriage herself. "Excellent plan, Gibbons," he told the driver. "We will await you here." Acting on his hunch, he stalked back around the stayed horses, just in time to find his wife lifting her gown to reveal striped silk stockings and red garters just above her knees. The sight was so arresting, akin to a fist to the gut, that he was momentarily speechless. He felt as if all the air had been robbed from his lungs. White-hot desire scorched him from the inside out. Her calves were so shapely. Her knees? By God, he had always adored her knees. There was a mole on her right one that had once entranced him. But these bold, vivid stockings, they affected him more than he wanted to admit, because they were the sort of undergarments a woman wore when she intended to show them to another. And that other was decidedly not Jack. She launched herself into the air in the next breath, not bothering to wait for assistance or a step. He moved forward just in time to catch her against his chest, steadying her when she would have otherwise taken a vicious spill. For the second time in as many days, he was saving her from breaking her beautiful neck. Her recklessness needled him. "What the devil do you think you're about?" he demanded, clutching her to him, his heart thundering in his chest. Lily of the Valley hit him, mingling with the fresh scents of summer. Grass, warm soil, wheat. The sun cast a warm golden glow over the landscape. The vibrant beauty of the verdant surroundings paled in comparison to the woman in his arms. Her hat was adorably askew, her eyes flashing with unstrained fire. "I was seeing what happened to the carriage and why we have halted." He did not release her. Now that he had her where he wanted her, how could he bear to let her go so easily? Behind her, Gibbons was already on his way back to Needham Hall by foot, leaving the two of them alone. "There is a broken axle on the front wheel," he told her. "We will have to wait here while the driver returns and fetches another carriage." "Wait here?" Her disapproval of such a prospect was evident in both her tone and her expression. "Yes." Still he could not seem to move away from her, to disengage. She felt so damned good in his arms. "The carriage cannot proceed as it is, unless you would prefer to walk to the village, which I estimate to be a good 2 hours' walk, or proceed back to Needham Hall on foot. We have no choice other than to await Gibbons's return." She pushed at his chest. "You plotted this." Sadly, he was not nearly as nefarious as she apparently believed, for he had done nothing of the kind. The broken axle was fortuitous, however, as it would prolong the amount of time before she was once more reunited with her lover. The thought had him taking a step back and putting some distance between them once more. "I did not tamper with the carriage, darling. Despite what you would like to think of me, I am not a conscienceless monster." "Just a disloyal one, then?" She stared at him, unsmiling. The afternoon had been warm, and the evening was not nearly as stifling. However, the air was still humid, alight with the promise of summer. She was flushed, her cheeks blossoming a delicate pink, and he could not help but to wonder if she was overheated because of the temperature or because of her nearness to him. Lord knew, the combination of her stocking-clad legs and her lush body against his had his cock twitching to life, until he remembered her accusation. Yet again. "How many times must I tell you I did not bed Lady Billingsley before you believe me?" he demanded. "I will never believe you," she said bitterly, giving voice to one of his greatest fears. "I saw you kissing her, Needham. She was in your bed. You were not wearing a stitch of clothing. Her hand was upon your—" "Enough!" he interrupted, holding up a staying hand. "Damn it, I know what you saw. What I am telling you, what I have always told you, is that what you saw and what is the truth are two separate bloody things. I was asleep in my bed, so deep in my cups I was seeing double. I woke to a woman in my bed, and I thought it was you." The colour in her cheeks heightened. "Am I so indistinguishable from other females that you cannot tell the difference?" It was the same argument of 3 years ago, the same as hours before, too. He removed his hat, all but crushing it in his hand. "Of course you are not. You are incomparable, Nell. You always have been, and you always will be. There is no other like you. Do you not think I tried to forget about you? 3 years with nary a word from you. 3 years of keeping my distance, giving you time to heal as you had asked, even as word reached me of your endless parties and your string of lovers. And still I could not forget you. I could not replace you, and so I did not even try. Because there is only one you." He stopped himself before he said more, aware his voice was trembling, and he had already revealed far too much. He had promised himself he would not be vulnerable to her, that he would proceed with calm rather than wounded rage, that he would take a different approach. Nell was like a wild horse that needed to be slowly tamed. And yet one day back in her presence, and he was falling into the same old patterns. What was the matter with him? Had he not learned anything in his time away? Nell was staring at him now, lower lip quivering, her countenance stark. "If I truly believed any of that, I would be a bigger fool than you are, Needham." And then she turned on her heel and began stalking away from him. Vexing woman, defiant creature, beautiful, dazzling, reckless, wounded angel. She was all of those things. And he had underestimated how badly he would want her, how much being in her presence would affect him. Time had a way of fooling a man into believing he was healed. But now he knew just how very wrong he had been. He stalked after her just the same, admiring the flounce of her skirts as she moved in the direction of the rapidly disappearing silhouette of Gibbons. He caught her in 3 strides, and he took her elbow, forcing her to halt and face him. "Believe what I am telling you, Nell," he told her then, taking a chance. "You asked me why I have returned. There are many reasons. I never should have stayed away as long as I did, but I thought that the day would come when you would respond to my letters, asking for me to return. When you at last replied only to ask me for a divorce, I realized just how wrong I had been. About everything. I cannot forgive myself for what happened that night. For kissing her back, for becoming so sotted that I could not even discern my wife from another woman in my bed. If you hate me for what happened that night, rest assured your loathing pales in comparison to my own. But I did not make love to her." She shook her head. "You are lying. Afterward, I heard from other ladies who told me of your flirtatious ways. Countless ladies who you asked to join you in bed, all while professing to love me. Do you think me stupid? Do you?" "Tell me their names," he demanded. "They are lying, every bloody one of them. I was true to you, Nell. Aside from kissing Lady Billingsley that night, I have never kissed another since the night we met. Can you say the same?" He knew she could not. But her sudden pallor filled him with ice all the same. "You expect me to believe you have been celibate as a monk the entire time you were travelling the world, writing your travel reminiscences?" He ground his molars. "Yes, I do. Because it is the truth, Nell." "The truth, according to you?" She jerked her elbow from his grasp and resumed walking. "It is the truth." He bit out each word as he followed. Damn her! Why did she have to be so bloody wrong-headed, so determined to believe him a heartless scoundrel? Part of him could not blame her, for if he had discovered her in her cups kissing another man, he would have torn that man limb from limb. He did not know how easily he would have forgiven. But he liked to think he would not have banished her for years and then gone on with his life, happily kissing and bedding whomever he liked, getting cup-shot every night and dancing on the goddamn tables. She stopped, swirling about to face him. Why should I believe a word you say? I saw what happened that night. You were kissing her back." "Shut up," he growled, and then he hauled her to him and lowered his lips to hers, silencing the ugliness she had been about to remind them both of. The past was where it belonged. The present was here. It was now. It was Nell and Jack. He needed her to remember that, just as he needed to recall it too, just as he needed to recall her, this woman he loved, this woman who had somehow become a stranger to him. The first touch of his mouth to hers was like a spark turning into flame. For a moment, she was frozen in his arms, unresponsive. He inhaled deeply, breathing in her scent, trapping it in his lungs. Here was the sensation he had been chasing at the bottom of every bottle so long ago. That rush, that intense surge of feeling. Bliss, joy. Whatever it was, Nell gave him that. He should have kissed her yesterday. He should never have gone away. He should have spent every day for the last 3 years laying siege to her with poetry and seduction. But he had been prideful and hurt and stupid. And young, as they both had been, he liked to think himself wiser now. Certainly, he appreciated this woman in his arms in a way he had not. He was like a starving man laid before a banquet, and he could not get his fill. Her lips were soft. The sweet, surprised mule of acquiescence she made sent a bolt of lust to his cock, and her arms looped around his neck then, instead of pushing him away. It was glorious, incredible. He deepened the kiss. She opened for him, her tongue gliding against his. Time had passed, but this, the connection they had always shared, had not changed. She kissed him back with a furious, ravishing intensity, and he kissed her with the same voracious fervour. He was ravenous for her, feasting upon her lips and tongue. His hands were on the small of her back, anchoring her to him. He wished he were not wearing gloves. He wished they were not standing in the midst of the road. But he was greedy, and he had been too long without her, and he would take her any way he could have her. She tasted sweet, so sweet. He could kiss her like this forever, kiss her in the warmth of the dying sun, kiss her with the air humid and perfumed all around them, kiss her until his mouth ached, until her lips were swollen and red with the force of his claiming. He deepened the kiss, his hand sliding up her spine to the skin at her nape. His fingers plunged into her hair. He wondered if it was as silken and smooth as he remembered. Through his thin gloves, it was warm from her heat, from the day. He cupped her skull, angling her head the way he wanted, so he could kiss her harder, deeper, so he could kiss her the way he wanted to fuck her, erasing all the memories of anyone else who had ever known her lips, her body. Jealousy hit him, sharp as a blade, sinking into him. His fingers tightened in her hair, and he sank his teeth into the fullness of her lower lip, punishing her in this small way. But she did not seem to mind the sting. Instead, she made a low purr in her throat, and then her hands were in his hair too. She was grabbing fistfuls, tugging. The pleasure was on the verge of pain, and he was fine with that. They had always been explosive together. Now there was anger and enmity to accompany the passion. They were older, not wiser. They were embittered, embattled. With the hand nestled on the small of her back, he dragged her closer to him until his rigid cock was pressing into the softness of her belly. He wanted her to feel how much he wanted her, to recall all those wild nights they had shared, and the days too, the mornings. He had taken her in nearly every chamber of their London townhouse. It had not been enough. Never enough. On the long, lonely nights without her, he had thought of those frenzied moments, those heated assignations. They had sustained him. But now he had her. He had her mouth, her taste, her tongue. He needed more. Her skin, her body, her surrender. He would settle for her skin. He tore his lips from hers and kissed her jaw, her ear. "You are mine," he whispered. He kissed down her throat, finding the tender chord that had always elicited a reaction in her, and nipping. "Mine." "No," she told him. "Never." But she made no move to extricate herself from his hold. Instead, she tipped back her head. Her hat fell to the gravel at their feet. He inhaled sharply, the scent of her here. Lovely, floral woman and Nell. Beloved. He was going to mark her here, lay his claim upon her. He was going to leave behind evidence for bloody Tom of whose wife she was, whose wife she would remain. His. Mayhap the instinct was a barbaric one, but from the moment it arose, he could not shake it. He opened his mouth on her throat, sucking her creamy skin, sucking until he was certain her skin bruised. She was salty and delicious. She moaned, pressing closer to him. His cock approved, nestled against her so firmly that all he would need was a bit of friction to spend in his trousers. He released her skin, pulling away enough to see his mark upon her. Satisfaction rushed through him. He took her lips again, roughly, harshly. He could not help it. There was no finesse in him when it came to her. There was no caution, no tenderness. There was only stark, ravaging want, relentless need. And that was when he felt it. Wetness. Rain? There had not been a cloud in the sky, he swore it. Not rain. Salty, like her skin had been. On their lips. He raised his head. Nell's eyes were wide, so blue they were almost violet, laden with tears. Trails tracked down her cheeks, glistened on her kiss-ravaged mouth. Impossible. His feisty, indefatigable warrior was crying. He swallowed against the rush of his own emotion, a ball of it coming up his throat. Why? At last, she pushed at his chest, stumbling away from him. She swiped at her cheeks with the back of her hand, her lower lip trembling. You had no right. To kiss my wife? He moved toward her, fury mounting along with unchecked desire for her. To remind you of the way it was between us? What had I no right to do, Nell? Say it. To make you want me again? She shook her head. You had no right to touch me, to make yourself so familiar with me. I do not want you. Lies. He was angry with himself for losing control, but angrier with her for continuing to be so stubborn, for denying what they'd had once, and what they had now. You do want me, damn you. I felt it in your kiss, in the way you responded to me. I have not forgotten what we are like together, Nell. and nor have you, no matter how hard you are fighting me." She shook her head. "Leave me alone. I refuse to wait here with you. I am walking back to Needham Hall. Alone." Like hell she was. But she had already spun on her heel and was striding away from him. Grimly he bent and retrieved her hat. The sun was still high enough in the sky that her fair skin would burn if she did not have a brim to shade her face. Then he stalked after her. Chapter 5. Walking back to Needham Hall had been a mistake. Nell admitted it the next morning when she got out of her bed, and the stinging heels of her blistered feet sent such pain radiating through her that she cried out and sank to her knees. Her handsome boots had not been made for the mile walk back to the hall. Refusing to accept her hat from Needham had been another error in judgment, she acknowledged grimly to herself as she pressed a hand to her heated forehead. Her skin was burned, her feet were bloodied and raw. A sob welled up in her throat. More tears she had no wish to cry. But the biggest blunder of all yesterday? That had been not just allowing Needham to kiss her, but kissing him back. And wanting him too. She had betrayed herself, her pride, and Tom as well. The door adjoining her chamber to Needham's flew open, and he strode over the threshold, clad in nothing more than a dressing robe. It was fashioned of navy silk, and it had an embroidered dragon upon it. Likely something he had purchased in his travels. The thought sent a strange, unwanted surge of resentment through her. But she did not have long to dwell upon it, for he was rushing forward, the loose garment flapping around his well-formed calves. Even his feet were bare. She swore she caught a glimpse of knee, and above it, strong masculine thigh. "Nell, what the devil is the matter? I heard a commotion. What are you doing on the floor?" he asked as he stalked forward. He moved unencumbered. Though he had followed her all the way back to Needham Hall, holding her hat in his hands as if it were a wounded bird he sought to protect, asking her to wear it every quarter hour, he did not seemingly suffer any adverse effects of yesterday's ruinous trip. They never had made it to Tom. By the time they had reached the hall, she had been desperately exhausted, her stomach begging her to stop and eat her dinner at last. She had taken a tray in her chamber and promptly gone to sleep. And she could have sworn she had locked the door between their chambers. Perhaps she had been so weary she had overlooked taking the precaution against her husband's trespass. "I am perfectly fine," she lied. "My feet ache a bit this morning, and I lost my balance." He knelt at her side, his face pinched with worry. "My God, Nell, your feet are raw." He touched her ankle, and she jolted at the contact. She wore nothing more than a flimsy night rail, hiked to her knees, and he scarcely had on more himself. "My feet are none of your concern," she snapped. "What are you doing in my chamber? Get out!" Being Needham, he ignored her, gently taking up her right foot in his hands. "Good God, woman! You need to tend to these before infection sets in." "I shall do it forthwith." She reached for his wrist, intending to pull his touch away from her. That was a mistake as well, because beneath the flowing sleeve of his dressing gown, his skin was hot. Touching him sent a shock through her. The crisp feeling of the dark hair on his arm set her on edge. For a wild, unconscionable moment, she thought about taking his big hand in hers and pressing it to her breast. Her nipples went hard, poking through the fabric of her night rail. She hoped he would not notice, or if he did, that he would assume she was merely chilled. How mortifying to be attracted to him so desperately after all this time and everything he had done. "I will tend you," he countered calmly, pulling himself from her grasp. Before she could protest, he stood, then bent and scooped her into his arms as if she weighed scarcely anything. "Needham!" "You may call me Jack," he corrected, his jaw hard as he strode with her across her chamber to the stuffed chair she kept by the hearth. Calling him Jack was too familiar, and she could not afford to be familiar with him, because already she had allowed him to cross far too many boundaries. Already she had proven herself foolishly weak where this man was concerned. "Put me down, Needham," she demanded instead. He did, obeying her for a change as he lowered her gently to the chair. As if she were fashioned of porcelain instead of flesh and bone. He hovered over her then, their faces nose to nose. He was starkly beautiful, even more so by the morning light. His dark hair was ruffled. He was bereft of all the effortless elegance which ordinarily accompanied him. When he looked like this, she could not help remembering what it had been like to wake up in his bed with him, to roll against him and take his cock in her hand, to stroke and kiss him into wakeful readiness. "I'm going to fetch a basin, some water, and some soap and salve," he told her, chasing the memory with the coolness of his words. "Do not dare to move whilst I am gone." "You cannot order me about." She frowned at him, aggrieved by him. His presence in her chamber, his stubborn insistence upon forever being at her side, the way he touched her, the way he had kissed her yesterday. "I can, but I'm fully aware that does not mean you will listen." His gaze ran over her face, and he gave her a frown of his own. "Your skin burned in the sun yesterday." How good of him to notice. "It did not." She did not even know why she denied it. The proof was in her painful pink forehead. She probably resembled a beet. "You ought to have listened to me and accepted your hat back." His lips pursed. He exuded disapproval yet again. She thought, quite absurdly, about the way his beard had felt, scraping over her yesterday. She had not expected it to be so very pleasant. She had not thought she would like it so much. "Go away, and do not come back," she told him, expelling all such thoughts from her mind. "I will ring for my lady's maid, and she will fetch me anything I require." Still he did not rise. He remained where he was, near enough to kiss. Stupid thought, stupid longing, stupid heart. "Let me, Nell," he said intently. And she could not help but to feel that he was asking her for a greater concession than merely asking her to allow him to tend to her badly blistered feet. "Why do you care if I injured myself?" she demanded, seizing upon her defensiveness rather than lingering upon the mad yearnings coursing through her. "I should think you would be crowing over the fact that you were right, and had I listened to you, I would have neither blistered feet nor a sunburnt face." Kissing him had done something to her, clearly, addled her wits. He startled her then by taking a lone, long forefinger and brushing it gently down the bridge of her nose. "Why would I be pleased you are in pain? What manner of beast do you think me? And I thought you said your skin had not burned." She liked the warmth of his touch, the tenderness of the gesture. Too much. And she hated herself for it. "Perhaps my skin did burn. just a bit," she acknowledged, also despising the throatiness of her voice. "You have freckles," he said, "just as you did the time we had the picnic luncheon overlooking the lake here. Do you recall that day?" Yes, she did. The memory seared her from the inside out, sending a pounding thrum of desire directly to her core. In spite of the pain of the blisters on her feet, need pulsed to life, creating an ache so fierce within her that she had to press her thighs together in attempt to stave it off. She did not succeed, however, for the action only heightened the sensation. His gaze dipped to her lips. "You remember it, do you not? I fed you strawberries. We were watching the ducks." "You were watching the ducks," she corrected, before she could think better of her admission. "I was watching the swans." "You read poetry to me." He smiled, a true smile, one that crinkled the corners of his magnificent eyes. "She sleeps a charmed sleep. Awake her not." He remembered. Goblin Market. The poem was Dreamland. The volume had been by Christina Rossetti. That summer day had seemed charmed. He had given her strawberries, one bite at a time, and they had kissed, their tongues tangling, berry juice sticky and sweet on their mouths. She had read him poems with his head in her lap, stroking his hair. She had taken off her hat and abandoned her parasol, and later their kisses and poetry had not been enough. He had rolled her onto her back and made love to her there on the hill overlooking the man-made Needham Hall Lake. "You do remember," he said. How could she not? So many details returned. She told herself it meant nothing, that the faraway day had meant nothing too. If only she believed herself. "I remember other days as well," she added, chasing the memory, the thoughts. "The clearest day of all is the one when you betrayed me. But that was not the only time you were unfaithful to me, was it, Needham?" His jaw tensed beneath his beard, his lips firming into a thin, harsh line. "What happened that day was a mistake. It never happened before, and nor did it happen after." Again, with his protestations, he had remained faithful to her for 3 years. "I do not believe a word that comes out of your mouth," she told him. And oh, what a beautiful, wicked mouth it was. If only she could stop imagining what it had felt like upon hers, what his kiss had been like. "Do you still feed them?" he asked her suddenly. Instantly she knew what he was speaking of. The ducks, the swans. Of course she still fed them. "The birds? No." The prevarication left her because she wanted to spite him. She did not want him to think he still had the power to know her, even though he did. "I leave them to be tended to by others. I am far too busy for them now." He cocked his head. "That is a shame now. I know how much joy they brought you. I hope you did not stop because—" Apparently thinking better of his words, he allowed them to trail off and stood. "Because of you?" She raised a brow at him, hoping she made him feel small and foolish, much the way he had so oft made her feel. "Do not be a sapskull, Needham. I have scarcely thought of you at all these last few years. I would certainly not let you keep me from doing anything I wanted, as I am sure you already know if you have followed the gossips as you say you have." "Of course." There was a flash of something in his expression, in his eyes. "Stay here now. I will be back in a moment." He did not wait for her response. She watched him go, his robe fluttering around his lean calves, and wondered at the emotion she had glimpsed. Hurt? Surely not. If he had felt anything for her, if the love he had once professed to feel for her had been true, he would never have had another woman in his bed, nor would he have left her for 3 years. If he had loved her, he would have fought for her. Instead, he had left. He disappeared through the door connecting their chambers. She stared bemusedly at the space where he had once been. To Jack's amazement, Nell was still where he had left her when he returned with the supplies he needed: cloths, basin, water, soap, soothing salve, and a small pot of aloe. She watched him in silence, her small ankles crossed, her night rail primly lowered so the hem brushed the tops of her feet. It was apparent to him that she had arranged herself to expose as little of her skin as possible. He had already seen, known, tasted, and loved every exquisite inch of her. But her need to hide herself from him was a manifestation of the walls she continually rebuilt each time he applauded himself for tearing them down. Her high forehead was bright red from the sun she had absorbed the evening before in her determination to thwart him. Fortunately for her, he had a remedy for that as well. Thanks to his travels, he had learned a great deal about seeing to his own ailments and injuries. Jack brought his collection to her and knelt at her feet on the Axminster, laying out all his accoutrements. "You did not flee," he observed dryly. She pursed her lips at him. "My feet hurt like the devil." Ah, that explained it. She was in too much pain to be defiant. "You never should have walked in those bloody boots," he told her, dunking the clean cloth into the bowl of water as he thought of the fashionable yet highly imprudent footwear she had been sporting the day before. The water was not as warm as he would have preferred, but it would have to do. He lathered the cloth with soap, glancing up at her when she made a hissing sound he recognized all too well. She was irritated with him. "Perhaps you ought to have issued your warning yesterday, my lord." Her voice was tart. "I did." He flicked his gaze back up to her gorgeous face. Not even hours beneath the sun she was unaccustomed to having upon her skin could alter her beauty. Even sunburnt, weary, and in pain, she was so lovely she made him ache. "You told me to go to Hades." "Repeatedly." She pursed her lips. "I do think I also told you to affix leaden weights to your ankles and wade into the lake." She had. He had chosen to ignore the barb then, as he did now. He took her left ankle in hand and lifted her ravaged foot. Just seeing the angry red blisters on her heel left him shaken. She had done herself such grievous injury, all to escape him. And what had he done? He had followed her. "Surely you were in pain yesterday," he observed instead, gently using the cloth upon her raw flesh. She hissed out a breath in much more violent fashion, her entire body jerking at the touch of the cloth to her heel. "I was too busy attempting to flee your odious presence to take note. That smarts like the very devil, Needham. Must you be so rough? I do think you take too much enjoyment out of causing me pain." Never. He never again wanted to hurt her, not physically nor emotionally. He cleaned her broken blisters with slow, gentle strokes before returning the cloth to the basin and wringing it out, rinsing the soap. I have no wish to hurt you, Nell. I am attempting to help you. Witness me on my knees before you." It was true. He had never been on his knees before any woman other than her. He could recall all the occasions upon which he had been situated thus, and on all those occasions his face had been buried between her pretty legs instead of hovering over her injured feet. She studied him, her fingers clawing the arms of her overstuffed chair with such strength her knuckles were white. "I do not trust you." She had made that more than apparent, for the last 3 years. He dropped the wet cloth back into the basin and took up the clean, dry towel, gently dabbing at her puckered flesh. When she flinched and winced, he took note, slowing and gentling his ministrations. As he did so, he could not help but to admire her feet. They were dainty, so small, at least half the size of his own beastly affairs. "You can trust me, Nellie," he said at last, daring to use the sobriquet he had once used for her. She stiffened and attempted to tug her foot from his grip, but he held fast. "Do not call me that." He took up the tin of salve, opened it, and applied a liberal swipe over her blisters. "Why not?" "No one calls me that," she snapped. "I am Nell. Nellie was a stupid girl, a naive twit, a hopeless dreamer." He tied a gentle makeshift bandage around her heel and then looked back up at her. "You still look like Nellie to me. You still taste like her, too. You kiss like her. You smell like her." She shuddered. He absorbed the effect his words had upon her, his fingers still lingering on her ankle. He had another foot to tend to, but he was working on more than her blisters, and they both knew it. Perhaps he was the cruel villain she believed him, but in a different fashion entirely. Because he could not seem to stop. Jack was selfish and greedy and hungry. He had no mercy when it came to her. He had already waited far too long. He wanted her back, and he meant to win her, to woo her, to earn her, however he must. "I am not the girl you married," she insisted. "I never could go back to being her. I do not want to. I have learned far too much." He did not want to think about what she may have learned. Some of her knowledge would perhaps have been carnal. The gossip certainly suggested so. He could not dwell upon that which he could not change. She was still the woman he loved, despite her protestations to the contrary. "You will always be the girl I married." He endeavoured to keep his voice calm and even as he retrieved her other foot and set about performing the same ablutions. "You cannot change that, no matter how much you wish you could. You will forever be my Nellie, the girl who fed me pineapples and grapes from her hand, who read me poetry and fed the birds in the lake, who went galloping across the park with me, who made love with me in the gardens that moonlit summer's night." "Stop!" she ground out. "Stop talking!" She was not unaffected by him, by their memories, by who they were to each other. He knew that, he sensed it. Yesterday, when she had kissed him back, he had his answer to the question that had been plaguing him ever since he had decided he must return to her, regardless of her wishes. Could he win her? Yes. He had hope. She was not a fortress. "Do you not care to remember, Nellie?" he asked calmly, applying salve to the broken blisters on her other foot. "Cease calling me that," she ordered him through gritted teeth. Her voice was almost desperate. He should take pity upon her, but she was hell-bent upon distrusting him, upon believing the worst of him, upon leaving him for another man. Never, not whilst I still have breath in my body. He wound a bandage around this heel as well. Cease calling you Nellie, or cease reminding you of what we had? Both. Her tone was harsh, cutting, embittered. What we had was a lie, and as I have already told you, I am not the same girl you knew. What happened to her? He asked, caressing her ankle, although he had finished his task. He could not bear to sever this moment, their connection. If he could not reach her emotionally, he had to believe he could physically. He caressed the protrusion of her ankle bone with his thumb. A new Nell rose from the ashes. She tugged her foot away from him. One who wants nothing to do with you. Thank you for your kindness, but now please do get out. I wish to dress. He thought about offering to play the part of lady's maid as well, but then decided not to push her too far. When it came to winning back his wife, he would need to wage a slow and steady siege. He rose and offered her the pot of aloe. As you wish, my dear, but you may want to use this upon your sunburn. It does wonders to cool and heal your skin. Trust me on this matter. I will see you at breakfast. Chapter 6. Nell avoided breakfast. Instead, she took a tray in her chamber, had a note sent to Tom in the village asking him to join her so they might speak at last, and then hobbled to the library. She settled herself by the massive windows overlooking the lake, a book in her lap, and attempted to distract herself. But no matter how hard she tried to become engrossed in the latest volume of poetry published by her dear friend Maggie, Marchioness of Sandhurst, she could not seem to stop thinking about Needham's travel writings, hidden in her chamber, the first volume half read. Nor could she stop thinking about him tending to her blistered feet. Where had the salve and ointment he had given her for her sunburn come from? Why was he being so solicitous, so kind, as if he were concerned about her? She frowned down at the page and then turned her gaze to the window. The grass was green, the hill sloping down toward the lake. On the opposite side, clumps of flowers blossomed in yellow, pinks and lavenders. The day was sunny and warm once more. I thought perhaps I would find you here. She jumped and emitted an unladylike squeal at the unexpected low voice slicing through the peaceful silence. Needham stalked over the threshold of the library, wearing riding boots. His wavy hair looked as if it had been tousled by the wind. His trousers hugged his lean, muscular thighs. She huffed an irritated sigh. "What are you doing in here, Needham?" It seemed to be the question she was asking him with far too much regularity. "I live here." He flashed her one of his effortless grins that put her in mind of their courting days. She had somehow forgotten how very charming her husband could be. How dratted handsome as well. He exuded a rare, sensual magnetism most gentlemen could never hope to possess. When he walked into a chamber, the air seemed to sizzle. "I know why you are at Needham Hall, or at least why you claim to be here." She fixed him with a pointed glare. "I meant to ask why you are in the library. Can you not see I desire to be alone?" "Perhaps I wished for some reading material of my own," he suggested, his sang-froid impeccable, as he sauntered toward her. "Or mayhap I wished to check on the welfare of my patient, You were not at breakfast this morning, my darling invalid." "I am not an invalid," she argued. "My feet are feeling better, however. Thank you." The last she offered grudgingly. His gaze travelled over her face as he neared her. "You did not apply the aloe to your face, did you?" She pursed her lips. "No." "Stubborn." He clucked his tongue and seated himself beside her on the divan. Far too close. His thigh brushed her gown. His scent washed over her, fresh air, the outdoors, sandalwood, musk. She shifted away from him, seeking escape. "I am not stubborn. I merely had no wish to smear your concoctions all over my face before Tom arrives," she countered, striving for a calm to match his. He stiffened. "Why the devil is Sidmouth returning?" "I asked him to visit me." Nell's irritation surged once more. "It is altogether unreasonable of you to expect me not to see the man I intend to marry." He took her hand in his. "You are already married, Nell. To me." As if she could forget that unfortunate fact. She withdrew from his touch, hating the way it spiked her pulse. "That problem is easily remedied if you will but use logic." "Obtaining a divorce is not easy, and if there is anything more illogical than the two of us ending our union, I cannot think of what it would be." His voice was grim. "Do you deny the passion that is between us?" How could she? Her reaction to him was irksome, thoroughly unwanted. "My reaction was instinctive." Again she scooted toward the opposite end of the divan. "It is the same for me with everyone I kiss." That was not true, of course. No one had ever affected her the way Needham did. She had been a fool to suppose time and distance would lessen it. "Everyone," he bit out, his voice tense as his green gaze probed hers. "How many others have you kissed, Nell, aside from me?" Needham had been her first kiss. Once upon a time, he had been the only man she had ever kissed. She met his gaze, defiant. "I lost count." He flinched as if she had struck him. "I see." Why did she know a stab of guilt at his reaction, as if she had betrayed him? She did her utmost to banish it. "We were living apart, Needham." She looked away from him then, turning her attention to the window once more. "At your insistence," he added correctly. "Because you bedded another woman whilst you were married to me," she returned. "I have no wish to engage in another endless round of arguments with you, Needham. Neither one of us will win, and it is fruitless." "I was not arguing, Nellie. You were." His tone was mild once more, unaffected. She did not like that either, not any more than she liked being called Nellie in his decadent baritone. "I told you to cease calling me that name." "You have told me a great many things since my return." He sounded amused. Her gaze swam back to him. His eyes were crinkled at the corners. Her heart gave a pang, and she did not like that either. "Someone has to disabuse you of your wrong-headed notions." Oh, how she despised herself for the sudden breathless quality of her voice. "I do not know how many more ways I can make it plain to you that I have no wish for this farce of a marriage to continue. Nor do I want to be called Nellie or reminded of the past. Leave it where it belongs, Needham, and leave me be." His expression turned contemplative. "Why does it bother you so much? If you were as unaffected as you pretend, you would not mind what name I call you by." And neither would you object to our shared history. If you felt nothing at all, you would not have kissed me back." She gritted her teeth and flashed him a smile she hoped was feral. "Ah, but as we have already established, I would have kissed anyone back." "Is that what we have established, my love?" He leaned forward until his breath flitted warmly over her lips. "Because it was my understanding that the only thing we have established is that you are a liar." She swallowed, tamping down a rush of longing. "I am not a liar?" "Yes, you are." He gave her his half grin, the swoon-worthy one. "Do you know what I think? I think you do not want me to call you Nellie, because it brings back all the memories of what we were to each other. It is easier for you to carry on with this nonsensical belief you want Sidmouth, when you are not thinking of what you stand to lose." She ran her tongue over her suddenly dry lips. "I already lost what we had. Indeed, I never had it. Whatever we once shared was a fiction, a chimera, lies." "Was it?" He stroked his jaw with those long, elegant fingers. "When I made love to you, did it feel like a fiction? When I told you I loved you, did that feel like a chimera? Tell me you have a fraction of the passion we shared with Sidmouth. I dare you." She stared at him, at a loss. Because he was right, damn him. She did not share this passion with Tom. Tom did not make her feel desperate. He did not send white-hot longing through her by merely sitting next to her on a divan. He did not make her nipples harden with one bold look. Indeed, Tom had never given her a bold look. Not ever, at least not in her recollection. Tom was sweet, kind, good. "Tepid," suggested a voice within. She silenced that traitorous voice. Safe. Tom was safe, because she knew she would never care for him the way she had once cared for Needham. She knew that while she cared for him, she did not love him. Not in the reckless, wild, all-encompassing way she had once loved the man before her. "Tell me, Nellie," Needham murmured now, his gaze dipping to her mouth. "Go on." "What I feel for Tom is different," she managed, her voice trembling, hesitant. "He cares for me a great deal." His head lowered a fraction. "But what do you feel for Sidmouth, Nellie?" What did she feel? Theirs was a comfortable relationship. She trusted Tom implicitly, and that trust had been hard won by him. He had shown her, over time, that he would wait for her, that he was patient, that he had loved her from afar, even when she had been courted by Needham. He never pushed her, not even for intimacy. He did not kiss her and make her feel as if she were about to turn into flame. But maybe that was the difference. One man was permanent and true. The other had been exciting, but far too charming, too unpredictable. One had betrayed her, and the other never had. "It is none of your concern what I feel for Tom," she told Needham. "My relationship is with him, and him alone." "Your relationship is with me, darling." His smile turned grim. "You are my wife. You are his lover. One has far more permanence than the other." Oh, how she loathed his stubborn insistence that they would remain tied to each other. She wanted freedom. It had been within her reach at last, as had the chance to become a mother. Tom has promised to give me what I want, which is more than I can say for you or any other man, she said truthfully, before she could ponder the ramifications of such a statement. Needham, however, seized upon it, his dark eyebrows quirking. Indeed, darling wife? Tell me, Nelly sweet, what has Sidmouth promised to give you that I have not? She refused to look away from his gaze. Children. The lone word hung in the air between them. Children. Nell wanted to become a mother. Having been raised by a mother who had been far too young when she had borne him, and suffering a cold, icy father, Jack had not wanted children as soon as they had wed. He had instead taken every effort, in fact, to avoid such a prospect, thinking it important for them to grow together, to know each other, to spend time drinking wildly, having parties, making love in every bloody chamber. The thought of his child in Nell's womb filled him with a burst of longing so strong and sudden he nearly trembled beneath the force of it. The thought of another man putting his child there first made him want to commit murder. I can give you children, he told her, stating the obvious as he struggled to make sense of her revelation. You are my wife. Say the word, and we can retire upstairs and begin our attempts now. Bloody hell, we can begin right here. She shook her head, her expression pinched. No. I do not want children with a man I cannot trust. Devil take it. How could he prove to her he was worthy of her trust? He had not known the answer to that question 3 years ago any more than he knew the answer now, and each conversation with her was akin to running into a brick wall. Just when he thought they were making progress, she proved implacable once more. Do you love Sidmouth? He demanded, the very question filling him with a bitter burst of agony. If she loved another, how could he force her to stay? He too had his pride. Her nostrils flared. Before she could answer, however, a knock sounded at the library door. Of all the rotten timing. Enter, he bit out. Reeves appeared at the threshold. Lord Sidmouth has arrived, my lord, my lady. Tell him to return from whence he came, Jack bit out. Bring him to me here, Reeves, Nell said simultaneously. My feet are quite aching, I find. The butler looked from Jack to Nell. If you attempt to keep me from seeing him, I will find a way, Nell warned, her voice low. Curse her, she likely would, and wind up injuring herself worse than she already had in the process. Or, worse, running off with the bastard. Jack could not countenance either of those outcomes. Bring him to the library, if you please. As my lord and my lady wish. Reeves bowed and then disappeared. Jack turned back to his wife. You did not answer my question. She blinked at him. I have forgotten what you asked. He would wager everything he had that she had not. I asked you if you love Sidmouth. That is none of your affair. She stood suddenly, crying out as she did so. He rose as well, reaching for her. Damn it, Nell, your feet are raw. You should not have even walked this far from your chamber. I am fine. She held up a staying hand as if to ward him off. Do not come any nearer. I merely forgot my feet were blistered. Your salve does wonders when one is seated, but the effect is not nearly the same when one is moving about. You should be resting, he insisted, irritated with her, angry with her. For her stubbornness, for failing to take proper care of herself, for chasing after Sidmouth, for refusing to believe him. "I have blisters. I shall live." She made a dismissive gesture. Blast her. "You are also sunburnt." He allowed his gaze to roam over her, taking in her dress for the first time since entering the library. It was silk sky blue, and fit her gorgeous silhouette to perfection. She looked every bit the elegant marchioness rather than the wild, wicked woman about whom gossips loved to wag their tongues. He wondered which Nell was the real Nell. She was a cipher, his wife. "I used my pearl powder, and it is quite hidden now," she said, bending to retrieve the book she had held in her lap, which had thumped to the floor in her haste to rise. So she had applied powder, he thought grimly. He had noticed it when he had been near enough to kiss her. The freckles he loved had been scarcely visible on the bridge of her nose. More evidence of the care she had taken with her toilette, all for Sidmouth. Jack wished the bastard had a second nose for him to break. Nell rose to her feet, wincing again. Jack reached for her, placing a staying hand on her waist when it looked as if her knees went weak. "Be careful," he said. With her free hand she pushed at him. "Cease touching me, Needham. I will not have you pawing at me when Tom arrives." "God forbid," he told her acidly. She clutched the book in a tight grip. "I will not have you presiding over my meeting with Tom as if you are some draconian chaperone. Have you nowhere else to be?" Like hell he would allow her to be alone with Sidmouth. "Darling, I will eat my riding boots before I leave you alone with your lover," he drawled, hating the word on his tongue. Lover. Hating the man, hating the situation, hating himself. But not hating Nell. No, he could never do that. He loved her far too much. He always had, always would. And he would fight for her too. Fight for her as he should have done so long ago. "Why do you persist?" Nell hissed at him, her eyes flashing indigo fire. "Because you are my wife," he returned. "And because I love you. I loved you 3 years ago. I loved you on the day I made you mine. Good God, I think I loved you from the moment I first met you. I have never stopped loving you, Nell. Believe what you will of me, but do not doubt the way I feel for you. Not ever." He had not meant to say the words aloud, nor with such broken vehemence. Not here, not now. The timing was bloody dreadful. No other way to describe it. What a seasoned charmer he was, telling his wife he was in love with her when her lover was about to arrive at any moment. He should have told her yesterday when he had been kissing her senseless beneath the warmth of the setting summer's sun, when she had been pliant and acquiescent in his arms, when she had been kissing him with a ferocity that shook him to his core. And Nell? Her lips parted. She looked stricken. Then, as if she was about to say something, "Lord Sidmouth," Reeves announced at the threshold of the library, breaking the tenseness of the moment. Fuck. He clenched his fists and pivoted to take in the most unwanted arrival. Sidmouth entered the chamber and bowed formally. Jack suppressed a bitter laugh at the action, as if he had not smashed his fist into the bastard's nose just yesterday. As if the man were not attempting to steal his own damned wife from him. As if he had not cuckolded him. But no, he would not think of that. he would not think of the lovers Nell had taken. It served no purpose, for he knew the truth of his feelings for her, the terrible depths. In spite of what she had done to him, in spite of what she thought of him, he would love her forever. Nothing could change that. Not time, not distance, not bloody Sidmouth, not any one nor anything. He offered a curt return bow, and Nell dipped into a curtsy, though her feet were surely aching her. "Sidmouth," he bit out. "Needham," his former friend acknowledged, equally solemn. The Viscount's nose was swollen and discoloured, the only imperfection on the man's otherwise flawless face. Sidmouth had been a quiet lad, given to romantic notions and poetry. Where Jack had been involved in athletics, Sidmouth had been absorbed in the arts. Still, they had been friends, because Jack appreciated both the physical and the aesthetic. Their differences seemed glaring, here in the bright light of day, in the midst of the library, the woman they both loved standing between them. Jack was dark, as his mother had been, with his father's cold green eyes. The Viscount was fair, golden. Good God, he matched Nell, quite as if the two were a pair. "Tom," Nell greeted him warmly, her smile genuine, her affection apparent. "How is your nose?" he asked Sidmouth pointedly. Sidmouth's gaze broke away from Nell at last, landing upon Jack, and in that dark brown gaze he detected a great deal of resentment, fury, pent-up rage. "Passable. No thanks to you, Needham." "I owe you far more than a broken nose," he returned, meaning those words. He was not a man who ordinarily indulged in violence. Indeed, he could count on one hand the number of times he had ever thrown a punch, unless it was in a good-natured sparring match. But being in the presence of Viscount Sidmouth made him desperate. "I have nothing but the utmost respect for Lady Needham," Sidmouth told him calmly. Too calmly. Damn the bastard. Could he not at least lose some of his confidence? "As I have nothing but respect and warmest regards for you, Tom," Nell said, offering her lover a warm smile. The sort she had once given Jack. The sort he wanted her to bestow upon him again. This was deuced untenable. He made certain to keep his stare trained upon Sidmouth rather than Nell. What he was about to suggest would require every modicum of bravado he possessed. "I will be clear with you, Sidmouth. You seem to persist in the hope that I am amenable to a divorce from my wife. I am not. If I were to sue for divorce, the process would take time and involve considerable scandal for us all. Is that truly what you wish?" "She does not want to be married to you," Sidmouth returned. "Do you truly wish to force a woman to remain tied to you when she loves another?" "Ah, but has she told you she loves you, Sidmouth?" He could not resist needling the other man. This, too, required mettle. He was assuming Nell had not spoken the words to her lover because she had hesitated in her response. And Jack could not deny the smug pleasure washing over him at the manner in which Sidmouth's calm dissipated. "This conversation serves no purpose," the Viscount snapped. "At last, a subject upon which we can agree." He did his utmost to inject calm into his voice, into his mien. "Stop this," Nell interrupted then, giving them each a quelling look. "You are behaving like children. Needham, I would like some time with my guest." "Not a bloody chance," he growled at his wife. "Please, Needham." Her tone turned pleading. I want to speak to Tom without an audience. It is the least you can do." His response was instant. "No." Anger and jealousy warred for supremacy within him. "Needham, be reasonable," she prodded, her voice softening. "Grant me this courtesy. It is all I ask. An hour's time, nothing more." Her stubborn chin was tipped up, and he knew instinctively this was not a battle he would win. "Half an hour's time. That is all I will give you." With great reluctance he turned to Sidmouth. "If you touch her, I will break the rest of your face." "I will be ready for you this time," Sidmouth dared to say. Jack's fists were already clenched at his sides. He was similarly prepared. But it had occurred to him that if he was willing to compromise, Nell may be equally amenable. So he held his tongue, offered the two of them a mocking bow, and stalked from the library. Because he would win this siege, if not the battle. Chapter 7. Nell waited for Jack to leave, and it was not until his broad back had disappeared over the threshold that she realized she'd been holding her breath. He left the door ajar, of course, and she would not be surprised if he lingered in the hall to eavesdrop, taking his rendition of a matron even further. "Come and sit with me," she invited Tom, settling herself back on the divan she had so recently vacated. Her feet yet ached, and she had grown weary of standing. Tom was at her side in a trice, and she could not help but to notice the difference between his presence and Needham's. Tom made her feel at ease. He made her feel comforted, treasured. But there was no desire. None. He reached for her hand and brought it to his lips for a reverent kiss. "How are you, my dear? Needham has not pestered you, has he?" She looked at the bruising and swelling on his poor nose. "I am well, and he has not. But what of you, Tom? Your nose—" "Shall heal," he finished. "Do not fret over me. You know I am made of stern stuff." Yes, he was. Strong, good, true. She knew a fierce stab of guilt then as she thought of how she had kissed Needham the day before, of how he had made her feel. "I am so very sorry," she told him, giving his fingers a squeeze. "Had I any notion Needham would come charging back here like this, I never would have asked you here. Indeed, I never would have written to him at all." Tom gave her a sad smile. "If you had not written to him, you could not have asked him for a divorce." A divorce which her husband seemed increasingly disinclined to give her. "It was better the way it was before, though, was it not?" She sighed, attempting to muddle through her heavy feelings. "I was free to live my life as I wished." "Was it how you wished?" Tom frowned. "All these house parties, drowning yourself in wine. You did not drink too much at the house party without me there to temper your indulgence, did you?" She tugged her hand from his. "Of course not. And you are hardly my keeper, Tom. I am a woman grown, quite responsible." What a wretch she was. All she seemed to do was fib. "I saw Hilburton at the rail station," Tom said gently. "He told me you were dancing on the tables again." Drat Hilburton and his wagging tongue. Tom had asked her to stop acting recklessly, to drink less, to host fewer house parties. "I was celebrating," she defended herself to him, much as she had to Needham. "I believed my freedom imminent. What else was I to do?" "You promised you would behave," he said. I promised I would try. She attempted a smile, but there was precious little levity to be had in this grim moment, and she knew it. I suppose I failed. It was not the sole endeavour in which she had failed, Lord knew. He sighed. Now, I love you. You know I want nothing more than to make you my wife, do you not? He was handsome in a different fashion than Needham, and that too had been part of his allure. He was light where Needham was dark, quiet and calm where Needham was intense and wild. But what was the use in comparing the two? She swallowed. Of course I know that, Tom, and you know I want the same. Nothing has changed with Needham's return, he added, his expression turning sombre. I will fight for you. If need be, we will run away together. We cannot run away, she dismissed instantly. What of your reputation? The scandal of living openly with a married woman would taint you. It may be the only way, he insisted. Think upon it, Nell. If you live openly with me, the path to your divorce will be easier. I will be named in the suit, but I will gladly bear any scandal to free you from him, to make you mine. Tom's selflessness made another stab of guilt skewer her. He kissed me, she blurted. Tom flinched as if she had struck him. Needham forced himself upon you? No. The word was torn from her, for it was an admission. He did not force himself, Tom. It was yesterday. I was on my way to see you, and the axle broke on the carriage wheel. Needham insisted upon accompanying me. When the driver turned back to fetch a replacement carriage, I decided to walk home myself rather than linger with Needham. But somehow, he kissed me. A muscle ticked in Tom's jaw. You said he had not pestered you, Nell. She struggled to find the proper words and failed. She needed to be honest with Tom, that much she knew. His attentions were not forced upon me, Tom. He paled. What are you saying? What was she saying, indeed? The truth of it was, her emotions were a hopeless, confused muddle. She had enjoyed Needham's kisses. She had loved the way it had felt, being back in his arms. The passion he stirred in her was undeniable, every bit as real as it had always been. She did not want to want him, but she did. I enjoyed it, she admitted, because she knew she must. I am sorry, Tom. I am confused, hopelessly, horribly confused. I did not want him to kiss me. Indeed, I never intended for it to happen. I stopped it, of course, and I walked home after that. But I wanted to be honest with you. I will not have lies between us. Tom stood as if the divan had caught fire, stalking away from her, raking his fingers through his hair. His silence was deafening. Tom? Hating herself for her revelation, for her weakness where Needham was concerned, she rose, closing the distance between them. Agony shot from her blistered feet, but she ignored it as it radiated up her calves. Will you not say something, please? He spun about, an emotion she was not accustomed to seeing sharpening his countenance. What would you have me say now? He is your husband, and I am the man you have not even welcomed into your bed. Do you want him instead of me? Have you changed your mind? She stared at him, struggling within herself to find the answer. Of course I do not want him. It was old sentiment, rushing back to me. I forgot myself. It will not happen again, I promise you. He raised a brow. As you promised you would behave, as you promised you would not drink too much port and go about dancing on tables. Had he struck her, he could not have inflicted more pain upon her. I am sorry for hurting you, and I am sorry about the port and the dancing. I am sorry for everything, Tom. Can you forgive me? Tom's expression remained unrelenting, fierce. Do you love him? Yes, said her stupid heart. No, she denied. Of course not. Do you love me, Nell? He asked next. Curse Needham for his question earlier. It hung between them now, heavy and dangerous. Ah, but has she told you she loves you, Sidmouth? I care for you, Tom, she said, knowing she could not deceive him about this, her feelings. But you do not love me. I do not know that I even believe in love, she said. I have been truthful with you about that always. After this disastrous marriage, what am I left to believe? All I know of love is pain. He gave a bitter, humourless laugh. How familiar. I am sorry, she repeated. It will not happen again. He looked crushed, and she had done that. She was the source of his pain, both his broken nose and heart. You need to think about what you want, Nell, he said at last. I have loved you for years. I am willing to wait for you, to fight for you, to weather scandal to have you at my side. But if you would rather remain at his, I need to know. That is not what I want. She reached for his hands, taking them in hers, wishing the touch of his skin upon hers gave her the same jolt of awareness Needham's had. I want to divorce him, and I want to be your wife. I want to be a mother. Good. His gaze searched hers. If that is what you want, then come with me. His words left her feeling strangely hollow, numb. But this was what she was supposed to want, was it not? It was what she had been convinced she longed for. When? She asked, wetting her suddenly dry lips. I will need some time to make arrangements. 3 days, perhaps 4. She had time then. Why did the knowledge feel so reassuring? Yes, she agreed. I will go with you, whenever you are ready for me. It is what we must do. I very much fear Needham will not release me from this marriage any other way. Tom raised each of her hands to his lips then. I will send word. Wait for me, and if he tries to force you or coerce you, promise me you will leave. She nodded. I promise. Nell was once more absent from dinner. When Jack inquired with her lady's maid, he was told that her ladyship was feeling bilious and requested a tray. But Jack was feeling rather bilious himself after allowing his wife time alone with Sidmouth earlier that day, and he was not inclined to allow her to continue hiding from him. With that in mind, he rapped his knuckles sharply on the door joining their chambers. Nell? Go away, Needham. Her voice was muffled, as if she were on the opposite end of the generously sized apartments. The devil he would. Why were you not at dinner? He asked, trying the door and finding it unlatched. My feet are too painful for me to move about too much. A creak in the floorboards on the other side of the door belied her words. Then I shall come to you. No. This was rather becoming a pattern between them. We need to speak, he pointed out, attempting to appeal to her sense of reason. I gave you the time you requested with Sidmouth earlier. The least you can do is return the favour and give me your ear." The door opened, revealing Nell in another dressing gown. This one, pale pink silk, accented with blonde lace ruffles. Her hair was unbound around her shoulders, a riot of flaxen curls tumbling down her back. She frowned at him. "Say whatever it is you wish to say, Needham. I am weary." She was not going to dismiss him that easily, the stubborn minx. He dropped his gaze to her feet, which still bore the bandages he had tied around them this morning. "I need to check on your wounds." She crossed her arms over her chest in a defensive posture that only served to plump up her delectable breasts. "Did you become a physician in your travels?" So suspicious, this new Nell. "No," he said calmly, "but I am a man who cares about his wife." She laughed, but the sound held little, if any, levity. Nor did the laughter reach her eyes. "Save your lies for your next wife." He had forgotten how beautiful her laugh was, had forgotten the way it made her scrunch up her nose, the manner in which her eyes glistened. He longed for it now, with a desperation that took him by surprise. "There will be no next wife, Nellie," he said, bracing his arm on the door jamb and leaning forward. "I already have the only wife I have ever wanted." Her lips thinned. "Pity she does not want you." "Pity I do not believe you." He studied her, taking note of the freckles, the sun-reddened flesh now visible. "You washed your face?" Her brows snapped together. "How do you know?" "Your pearl powder is gone." He reached out, gently tracing the curve of her proud cheekbone with his thumb. "Still no aloe, my love? Why do you insist upon being so stubborn?" She swallowed, and he absorbed the vibration of it. "For all I know, your concoction will make the burn worse." Did she truly believe him that much of a heartless villain, or was she just attempting to nettle him? He could not tell. His eyes settled back upon hers. "I would never want to hurt you, Nellie." She made a sound of distress. "I told you not to call me by that name." "Why?" He could not resist caressing her cheek before tucking a wayward tendril of hair behind her ear. "You are still Nellie to me. You will make me wild with wanting you." Her lips parted, and the jet discs of her pupils grew larger. "Cease this madness." But she did not move away, in spite of her words. Instead, she remained still. He traced his thumb over the whirl of her ear, then gently caught the plump lobe and rubbed it. "Do you remember when I would play lady's maid for you?" Remembrance flared in her eyes. He saw it, and he knew she recalled, just as he remembered. After an evening's revelry, he would go to her chamber, take down her hair, brush it out, remove her earbobs and necklace, strip her bare. It had become a sensual game of theirs. "My feet ache, and I am tired," she snapped, then jerked away from his touch. But she did not fool him. Each day he spent back in her presence brought with it a waterfall of remembrance. Memories he had tucked away because carrying them close had been too painful. Being together again did the same for her. Their marriage had never been cold nor chaste. It had been a blazing, passionate fury. Little wonder they had nearly burned each other down like flaming houses. "I need to check on your feet, Nellie." This time, unlike the others, his pet name for her emerged all its own. His defences were scattered around his feet. It occurred to him that this was one of the reasons he had remained abroad for so long. Being near her made it impossible to forget. "Why?" she whispered. And he knew her question referred to so much more than merely his need to tend to her blisters. "Because you are a part of me," he told her, giving her the raw truth. "You always have been, and you always will be. Because I want to make certain you are healing properly. Because you are mine. Because I love you." There, he said it again. Those 3 terrifying words. She flinched. "Pray, do not attempt to charm me. It is futile." "Why do you not like to hear it? It is the truth." "Jack, stop!" Her voice was hoarse, raw with emotion. At last she used his name. He had not heard it on her lips since he had caught her in his arms the night he had arrived. Hearing it now filled him with a sense of rightness. He bloody well hated the way she insisted upon referring to him as Needham. So stilted, so cold, as if they had never known each other with such vivid intimacy. "Stop what?" he persisted, knowing he needed to push her, to prod her. If he had a hope of winning her back, he needed to tear down her walls, every last stone. "You know." She made the breathy little half-sigh she always did whenever she was agitated. All these little pieces of her he had pushed from his mind. They returned to him now. "Tell me, Nellie," he dared. "What has you so flustered? I have not seen you this upset since the day you climbed the apple tree and you had no drawers on." Her cheeks flushed a pretty pink. "You are a cad to remind me of that day." "It is a fond memory of mine, along with so many others." His gaze dipped to the fullness of her pout. God, he wanted to kiss her again, to feel her lips, to taste her, to make her curl her body against his. Had she kissed Sidmouth earlier? He chased the unwanted thought. He had given them little time. Not enough. Hell, it could have been enough. He chased that thought as well. "You were the reason I had no drawers that day," she said then, shocking him with her willingness to fall into the memory. "You were also the one who suggested I climb the tree." He found himself grinning, reliving that long-ago day, late summer, not long after they had wed. "You boasted of your tree-climbing prowess from your girlhood days, as I recall it. I merely challenged you to a demonstration." They had been madly in love, ridiculously happy. Everything had been golden. The sun, her hair, the air warm and thick and redolent with late summer, and the scent of the apples ripening on the branches. "I have not climbed a tree since then," she smiled back at him wistfully. "You have limited yourself to dancing upon tables?" he teased. "Yes." Her smile died abruptly. "You are making this far more difficult than it need be." "I will not stop fighting for you," he warned her. Her frown returned. "You stopped 3 years ago. As they say, the ship has set sail. Let me go, Jack." "Is that what you want?" The question was ripped from him, from deep within, from his heart, from his gut, his soul. "Is that what you truly believe? That I stopped fighting for you? I left because you asked it of me, Nellie." "You left because you betrayed me," she countered. He shook his head. "Not the way you think." She closed her eyes for a moment, as if grappling for control over her emotions. He well knew the sentiment. What do you want from me?" "Everything. Her heart, her love, her body, her kiss, the freedom to touch her whenever he wished, her in his bed when the sun rose high and warm in the sky, her bearing his children. He wanted his wife back. He wanted his home. He wanted everything they had been denied." "Another chance," he said boldly. "That is what I want. I want to prove to you I am worthy of being your husband. I want to prove to you that I am not the man I was 3 years ago, that I have changed." She stared at him, her gaze assessing, piercing. "You may see to my blisters. That is all." He could not contain his smile. "I want to see to your sunburn as well. A bit of aloe before you go to sleep for the night, and I promise you will feel much more the thing in the morning." Her jaw tightened, but she nodded and took a step back so he could cross the line of demarcation separating them. "That is all, and then you must return to your own chamber." "Of course, Nellie," he agreed easily, tamping down his smile as he made his way into her chamber. After all, it would not do for her to see how pleased he was. Siege, he reminded himself. This was a slow and subtle campaign. He would endure and win the bloody war. Chapter 8. Nell grasped a handful of cracked corn from the basket hanging in the crook of her elbow and then threw it to the grass before her. A male and female duck waddled toward her offering. She inhaled a deep breath of sweet summer's air, trying to calm her frayed nerves. This was her morning ritual whilst in residence at Needham Hall, feeding the ducks and swans on the vast man-made lake. But in the madness which had descended in the wake of Needham's unexpected return, she had neglected her duties for several days in a row. The male duck quacked as his beak worked frantically over the cracked corn, almost as if he were chastising her for her absence. She hardly blamed him. She had been wrong to lose herself so easily. Wrong and foolish too. Last night had been no different, she thought with a frown, as she grabbed another handful of corn and tossed it toward the swans, alighting from their swim. She was woefully unprepared to manage a husband who had abruptly returned from the continent. Hating him had been easy when he had been absent. Her anger had been nourished by time and distance. Resentment had spread, like the unchecked flames of a fire. She had allowed Needham into her chamber last night. He had been tender and concerned. He had tended to her blistered feet and then to her sunburn. And he had gone, leaving her feeling oddly bereft as she watched his retreating form returning to his apartments. She shook her head at herself and continued her walk on the gravel path which circled the lake. Flowers were in rich bloom, great clusters of them. Sweetbriars, syringas, roses. The day promised more sun, more warmth. And yet she felt as if a rain cloud were following her about. She felt grim and tangled and woefully confused. Tom wanted to marry her. He had asked her to run away with him. He worshipped her. And yet she was not prepared to simply throw herself into his arms. If she had truly wanted to, she had no doubt she could have followed him the day before when he had left Needham Hall. She could have accompanied him, forced the divorce. She could have bedded Tom, or a dozen other men had she wished. She had not, because she did not want to, Because the awful, horrible, wretched truth was that there was no man she wanted in the way she wanted Jack, nor, she feared, would there ever be. "You do still feed them. You lied." The statements issued in that deep, delicious baritone she knew so well, nevertheless took her by surprise. With a start, she spun about to find Jack approaching her with easy masculine strides. He moved with such lethal grace. Just watching him was devastating. "How did you know where to find me?" she asked instead of greeting him. He was unfairly handsome, a smile curving his lips, a dashing hat shading his face, and dressed informally, wearing only his shirt sleeves and a waistcoat with buff trousers. "I looked out the window." His response was strangely deflating. He had not been looking for her or inquiring after her then. She was not sure why that ought to bother her, but somehow it did. "I see," she said simply, striving to keep her disappointment from her voice. His grin deepened. "Did you imagine I was spying on you, or that I had tasked the staff with keeping me informed of where you are at all times?" Yes. Why did he have to know her so well, the blighter? She turned her attention back to the ducks, who had nearly finished their corn. "Of course not." He stopped at her side, so near their elbows almost brushed, and the warm day was suddenly hotter. "How are your blisters this morning?" "Healing," she said, taking another handful of corn and tossing it as another duck couple joined the first. "And your sunburn?" His query had her thinking about the way he had tended to her last night. He had applied his aloe cream to her face with gentle care, checked her blistered feet, and then he had given her a kiss on her cheek and left. "It is feeling better today, thank you." She cast him a glance. "It was kind of you to fret over me." His regard was warmer than the rays of the sun. "You are my wife, Nellie. It is my duty to fret over you." He had told her he loved her yesterday. Twice. She did not dare believe him. If he had loved her, he never would have kissed Lady Billingsley, no matter how deep in his cups. He never would have had her in his bed, nor would he have left to travel the world for 3 blasted years. "I will not be your wife for long," she reminded him as much as she reminded herself. His smile faded. "Stubborn as ever?" "Determined." She glanced back to the ducks. The swans were swimming from the other end of the lake, taking their time. "Why?" His soft question had her turning toward him once more. "Do you not think of how good we were together?" "Until that night," she said pointedly. "Until I discovered who you truly are." "Did you, though, Nellie?" He cocked his head, considering her. "Truly?" Irritation rose within her. He had no right to return and make her question her decision. "Of course I did. Do not think tending to my blistered feet will banish the memory of that night. Nothing has changed." "I have changed. I am not the same reckless drunkard I once was." His expression, like his voice, was serious, intense. "Having spent the last 3 years without you, I appreciate you in a way I did not before." She could not deny that he was different. He was more sombre than he had once been. She had not seen him drink a drop of liquor. However, that did not abate his culpability either. "It is too late, Jack." "It is never too late," he countered. "You are still my wife, and I am still your husband." Agony sliced through her. because part of her wanted to forget what had happened 3 years ago. Part of her wanted to believe he had changed for the better and that she could trust him, that what they had once shared had not been a lie. But she could not go through that much pain again. She could not afford to believe in him. The first time had nearly proved her ruin. She tore her gaze from him, looking back to the ducks. "In name only." Nell reached into her basket for more corn, then scattered it pell-mell in the grass. "That too can be changed." His low voice sent a frisson down her spine. The sensual promise could not be ignored, nor could her traitorous body's reaction to him. She could not keep the memories of the passion they had once shared locked away any more than she could cease breathing. She steeled herself against it, against her reaction to him. "No, it cannot. I am marrying Tom." "Have my children." His words sent a jolt straight through her. Had she not hooked the handle of the basket over her arm, she would have dropped it. She glanced back at him, her heart pounding. He was not laughing or smiling or teasing. His ordinary, unflappable charm was absent. He was serious. A pang of longing tore through her. Once she had dreamed of having his babes. "Jack, please stop." "Why?" He took the basket from her and placed it on the grass at their feet, and then took her hands in his. "You act as if I am the most ridiculous man in the world, wanting to remain married to my wife, wanting her to bear my children. You told me you wanted to become a mother. I want to make you one. I need an heir. You want a child. We are already wed. Nothing makes sense more." How dangerous he was. His hands on hers were warm, reassuring. She could not seem to summon the desire to extricate herself from his grasp, in more ways than one. "You hurt me, Jack," she admitted, hating herself for the tremor in her voice, the way it broke. "I trusted you once, and you took that trust and you crushed it into 1,000 pieces the night you allowed Lady Billingsley into your bed. I want to become a mother with a man I trust when he tells me he loves me." And she did trust Tom. Tom had waited for her, patiently, sweetly, for so long. He was waiting for her still. Jack's fingers tightened on hers. "I am sorry, so sorry for that night. I wish to God it had never happened. I wish I had not been so deep in my cups that I kissed her back. But I have not made love to another woman since we married. I have been faithful to you, aside from those God-forsaken kisses." He was so earnest. His gaze never wavered. "Part of me wishes I could believe you." The admission fled her before she could think better of it. "But all those rumours, Jack. Your time on the continent. Even had I not seen Lady Billingsley in your bed..." What was she saying? That she wanted to believe him? Did she? Dear God, did she still love him? No, she could not. It was not possible. She refused to believe herself so weak, so foolish, so witless. "You can believe me, Nellie," he insisted. "No." The vehemence of her denial rang out, bouncing off the grassy hill behind them and echoing over the lake. She tore herself from his grasp and whirled away, needing to put some distance between them. Her cry and the haste of her movements spooked the ducks, who flew back to the safety of the glittering water. His footfalls followed her, crunching on the gravel walk. She moved faster, desperation coursing through her. Her foot suddenly caught in the hem of her gown, and she could not save herself. She tripped, flying to her knees, her hands catching the brunt of her fall. Pain radiated from her palms and knees. "Devil take it, woman!" He was there, of course, his hands on her elbows, helping her to stand, frowning down at her. "Are you hell-bent upon doing yourself harm?" "I was trying to get away from you, which seems a Sisyphean fate," she snapped, irritated with herself and her lack of grace as much as she was angry with him for making her feel things she had no wish to feel. "I have been telling you for days to go away and leave me alone. Why do you not do it, Needham?" He turned her hands over, inspecting the damage she had done to her palms. The sharp gravel had torn open her skin. He brushed gently at the dirt sticking to her wounded flesh. "Because you are my wife, damn it, and you are clearly in need of a keeper. Before the week is out, you shall be little more than one big bandage." She could not stifle the helpless laughter rising in her throat. It escaped before she could tamp it down. He was not wrong. She had suffered rather a great deal of mishaps in the wake of his return. "There it is," he said softly. Her gaze jerked to his. He watched her with a strange, rapt expression. "There what is?" "Your laugh," he smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "I missed it." He was so beautiful when he smiled. His words sent a fresh pang to her heart. She did her best to ignore it. "I could argue that all the injuries which have befallen me have been because of you." His smile faded. Or because of your stubbornness. If you had listened to me about waiting for the carriage, you would not have suffered blisters. If you had worn your hat, the sun would not have burned your pretty skin. And if you had not been running from me just now, you would not have fallen." Once more he was not wrong, drat him. She tugged her hands from his grasp. "How like you to paint yourself a hero." "When you think upon it, I am a hero." His tone went wry. "After all, I did save you from breaking your neck when you were dancing upon the dining-room table." Blast the man. "I would have landed on my feet." "Undoubtedly." He raised a brow, his expression one of blatant disbelief. "I would have," she insisted. "How are your knees?" he asked, instead of arguing with her. They hurt. Likely she had skinned them. "Perfectly well," she said brightly. He gave her another knowing look and dropped to his haunches. He caught her hem and raised it. "Jack!" she protested, his earlier admission he had seen her hear from the windows, reminding her that anyone could be watching them now. "Do not lift my skirts." "I am checking on your knees, not planning to ravish you." His touch drifted lightly over her smarting knees as he ignored her. "Besides, I have been beneath your skirts many times in the past." The rogue! She shifted away from him. "I do not need you to check on my knees. They shall be fine." "Your stockings are ruined," he reported, ignoring her. "There is that lovely little mole I have always adored on your right knee, perfectly unscathed. I do not believe you have any cuts, only bruising." "Small mercies," she muttered, twitching her skirts back into place as he stood, looming over her. Her cheeks were hot, and it had nothing to do with the warmth of the summer sun overhead. "Come," he said, holding out his hand to her. "We need to clean the scrapes on your hands." Why did he insist upon being so kind, so concerned about her? It made the anger she had been carrying for him these last 3 years more difficult to cling to. Undoubtedly, that was part of his plan. "I will see to them myself." He said nothing, simply stood there, his hand extended, watching her calmly. With a sigh she relented, placing her hand in his. "You will likely dog me every step of the way." His fingers tangled lightly in hers, avoiding her injured palm. "You cannot shake me, Nellie. Surrender." "Never," she vowed. But some part of her could not help but to wonder if her resistance to him was not fading. Jack had forgotten what an excellent horsewoman Nell was. As he rode alongside her on the periphery of Needham Hall's vast forest, he could not help but to admire her seat. It was miracle enough she had accepted his invitation to go riding, albeit with his reassurances he would do his utmost to behave himself. But the sight of her, too, was miraculous all on its own. The riding habit she had donned was scarlet. Her hat was jaunty, her golden curls trapped in a fat braid which ran down her back. She looked like an invitation to sin, and he very much wanted to accept the offer. Siege, he reminded himself once more. Slowly, surely, he would win this war between them. He merely needed to bide his time. "Do you recall the last time we rode together?" He could not resist asking her. She cast him a frown. No. He was equally certain she did. "It was here, at Needham Hall," he reminded her. "We raced, and you won. Afterward, we tethered the horses by the stream, and I made you a coronet of forget-me-nots." The blue of the flowers had matched her eyes. She had suspected him of allowing her to win, but he had not. In truth, her mount had outpaced his. "I do not remember it," she said coolly. The expression on her lovely face said otherwise. "Are your hands paining you?" he asked, changing the subject for the moment. The Nell he knew would have been galloping across the field by now. "I am not as reckless as I once was," she said softly. "I took a fall from thunder, and I was badly hurt." This was news to him. "When?" he demanded. "Why was I not informed?" "It was about 2 months after you left." She kept her face trained forward, gaze fixed upon the copse of trees on the horizon. "I did not want you to know." "How badly were you injured?" he asked next, alarm flaring inside him. "A broken wrist and a badly bruised back." She cast him a quick look. It was not as serious as it could have been. "I was riding him too fast, and I had been drinking wine. The fault was mine." She had been drinking, riding recklessly. She had not said it, but they both knew the reason why. Him. He ground his molars. "Damn it. I would have returned. I would have wanted to know. You had no right to keep it from me. I feared that if I wrote to you with what had happened, you would return." Another glance in his direction, this one quite quelling. "And I wanted you to stay gone." Her words lodged their barbs firmly in his heart. She had preferred to suffer on her own rather than see him return. "You should not have mounted a horse in your cups, Nellie. You know better." "I did." She was once again facing forward, her profile serene. "But I did not care. For a long time I did not care about anyone or anything. most especially not myself. But I did care for Thunder, and it was my fear I would injure him with my foolishness. When I reached Paris, I drank enough wine to kill a man, he told her. I spent an entire day casting up my accounts and wishing myself to perdition. She slanted him a look. I spent a great deal of time wishing you to perdition as well. And he had almost found himself there. I wished you there too, he confessed. I devoted a great deal of time to cursing the day I married you, to hating myself for loving you so much. Her brow furrowed. You were angry with me? Forgive me for failing to see why. I was furious with you. His hands tightened on the reins as remembrance washed over him. Your lack of faith in me was devastating then. It still is. But I have also had 3 years to ponder everything that happened, and to realize I would have believed the same of you had I walked in upon a similar scene. Her chin tipped up, her stare returning to a point somewhere beyond them. I never had another man in my bed, Jack. Then he agreed, hating the surge of jealousy that accompanied the reminder. Ever, she said. It was his turn to frown. I distinctly recall you blithely informing you had fucked half of London in my absence. It was a lie, she admitted. I have not welcomed anyone to my bed. He had already told himself what she had done during their time apart did not matter. Still, he could not deny she had shocked him. What of Sidmouth? Not yet. Her voice was cold. I decided when I next welcomed a man to my bed, he would be my new husband. I had no wish for an endless string of lovers. My heart was far too bruised and battered for that. She had not bedded the insufferable pallid Viscount. How long did he wait until I had gone, to go sniffing after your skirts? He asked grimly, knowing he should not issue the question, knowing he did not want to hear the answer. Sidmouth had been in love with Nell years ago, when Jack had been courting her. But everyone was in love with Nell. She was captivating, vivacious, beautiful, everything a woman ought to be. Tom was not sniffing. Her tone was nettled, defensive. You make him sound as if he is a hound. He is a hound, he clipped. I ought to break his nose all over again. He has been a perfect gentleman, she defended. He clenched his jaw with so much force his teeth ached. Do not dare to sing his praises to me, madam. You are a married woman. A married woman intent upon divorcing her unwanted husband so she might marry another. Her voice was tart, her spine rigid. That quickly, all hope and promise alive within him dissipated. Anger returned, dark and bitter, threatening to consume. Pray tell me why you are so quick to see the best in another man, when you were so hasty to think the worst of me, he bit out. She glanced back at him. Because I saw you, Jack. Bloody fucking hell. You saw a soused woman who mistakenly found herself in the wrong bed at a house party. It was not the first time it ever happened, and neither, I imagine, shall it be the last. House parties are notorious for such goings-on, and Lady Billingsley was on her way to Sandhurst's chamber when she mistakenly found mine. He forced himself to take a deep breath, tamping down the frustration and the hurt he had been doing his damnedest to keep at bay. I could have understood such a circumstance had you not been kissing her, and had she not had her hand beneath the bedclothes. Nell snapped. I wish to God I never touched a drop of spirits that night, he told her tightly. "However, I cannot alter the past. I can only alter the future." And his future had her in it. Or he had no future at all. "I do not know why I agreed to come riding with you." She shook her head. "This discussion is going nowhere." "Because you refuse to allow it to go anywhere," he pointed out. "Tom has never betrayed me," she said quietly. "You have. For some time now, he has been wonderfully patient, waiting for me to be certain he was the one I wanted. For all this time, I have allowed him nothing more than kisses, and he has been contented. He has been respectful and sweet and kind." She had kissed Sidmouth? "I will tear him limb from limb," he vowed. "No more violence, Jack." "Then call off your hound," he shot back. A violent crack of thunder burst overhead, interrupting their heated exchange. Just what they needed. A storm. He glanced over his shoulder and made two instant realizations. The first was that the sky behind them was an ominous dark grey. The second was that the storm was going to overtake them before they could return to Needham Hall. "The sky looks furious," Nell observed, soothing her mount with a gloved hand. They had been so caught up in each other and the awful memories of the past that they had not realized the sky was about to unleash a torrent upon them. Lightning arced between a pair of dark clouds. Another roll of thunder crashed. "We are too far from Needham Hall to make it back before the storm is upon us," he told her. "We have no choice but to seek shelter now and wait until it passes through." "No," she denied instantly, her eyes wide upon his. "The only place we could seek shelter this far from the main house is—" "The Folly," he finished for her. "Not there," she said. "Anywhere but there." He knew the reason for her protest. The Folly had been built in the last century by the 7th Marquis of Needham. It was meant to look like the ruins of a medieval castle, but was far enough from the main house that it also possessed a small stable. It was a place they had gone often when they were in residence. They would ride and slip into the charmed little world of the Folly to make love. Thunder boomed once more, and another bolt of lightning lit the sky. Nell's horse moved skittishly. A warm wind whipped up, obviously the vanguard of the fury. The storm was coming, fast. "I am afraid we have no choice, Nellie. If we attempt to make it back to Needham Hall now, we only run the risk of putting ourselves in danger of getting struck by lightning." She patted her gelding's neck, looking troubled. "Very well. If there is no other option save that, I suppose we have no choice." Thunder cracked again. "Follow me," he told her, spurring his mount in the direction of the Folly. "We have not any time to waste." Chapter 9. Nell's riding habit was sodden. They had not made it to the Folly before the skies had opened, venting their fury. She paced the stone floors now, awaiting Jack's return. By the time they had reached safety, they had both been drenched, and the lightning had seemingly been directed upon them. He had helped her to dismount, and had ordered her inside the Folly while he tended to their mounts, tethering them within the old stables. The Folly was dark, its few windows emitting precious little light on account of the darkened skies beyond. Rain lashed the building, and another round of thunder rolled overhead. A brilliant flash told her more lightning had followed the thunder. Jack was still out there, tending the horses. The wind whipped up, battering the stone walls of the old Folly, whistling. trees swayed, their branches bending beneath the onslaught. What if something had happened to him? She wrung her hands as she paced the length of the room once more. The scent was familiar, damp and earthy, with a hint of mustiness. Once this had been one of her favourite places on the property. How many times had she and Jack made love here? Little wonder the walls were not haunted by the echoes of their old laughter, the ghosts of their former joy. Thunder crashed. Surely enough time had passed for him to see to the horses. Her fear rising, she moved to the door, throwing it open. A wall of water pelted her. And then, there he was, running toward her through the melee of the storm. "Jack!" she cried out. "Stay where you are!" he called over the lashing of the wind and rain as he held his hat in place and squinted against the water assailing him. But she did not listen. She rushed toward him, her terror that something had befallen him mingling with her relief that he was there, tangible, real, fine. She caught him in her arms, and together they stumbled over the threshold of the folly, Jack slamming and bolting the door at their backs. She held him to her tightly, their hearts pounding as one. "Jack!" "I told you to stay inside, where it was safe," he said hoarsely, his hands moving up and down her back in slow, gentle caresses. "Damn it, woman!" "I was afraid something had happened to you," she admitted, her voice trembling. She tilted her head back, staring through the gloom up at him. "You would have had your wish," his voice was grim. "You would have been rid of me forever." "No," she whispered, because something about the savagery of the sudden storm had made her realize that was the last thing she wanted. A life without Jack? All the emotions she had done her utmost to banish and hide away forever these past 3 years, these past few days, descended upon her, walloped her with the force of the storm's raging winds. Longing coursed over her, so fierce and unexpected she could not tamp it down. She caught Jack's face in her hands. His beard was wet as his skin. They were both sodden, but he was warm and familiar. She traced his cheekbones with her thumbs. They stared at each other in silent understanding. The passion that had always been between them since they had first met took hold, simmering beneath the heaviness of the moment. Mayhap she could give in to her desire, take what she wanted and then leave him for good. Hurt him as he had hurt her. Break him as he had once broken her. Perhaps it was time to even the score between them. She stopped thinking. Instead, she acted. She tugged his head down to hers, claiming his lips with hers. He tasted of rain. Rain and Jack. Delicious. God, so delicious. How she ached for this man. He made a low sound in his throat, and then he was kissing her back, frantically, with bruising force, carnal and wet and rough. His mouth moved over hers, his tongue sliding inside. She welcomed the invasion, rising on her toes to press herself against him. A moan escaped her. She wanted more than kisses. She was on fire for him, beyond thought, beyond common sense. All she could think about was Jack. His scent was in her lungs, his taste on her lips, his big muscular body radiating wet heat into hers. He lifted her into his arms without breaking the kiss, somehow managing to maneuver both her and her heavy, soaked riding habit with ease. And then He was carrying her across the stone floor of the folly, his boots echoing in the cavernous space, joining the din of the storm beyond the walls. She clung to him as he carried her, kissing him with all the pent-up need she felt for him. She became wild. She bit his lower lip, thrust her tongue against his. He stopped, abruptly breaking the kiss. "Where the devil is the bed?" His breaths were harsh and hot, falling over her lips. It took her a moment to realize he had asked her a question. "Oh, yes, the bed. I had it removed," she admitted breathlessly. Too many memories, though she kept that bit to herself. "Damn," he muttered. "Why would you—" "Shut up," she interrupted, and then she kissed him again. Too much talking, too much thinking. She did not want to use her mind. She wanted the physical. She wanted touch, desire. She wanted his body, and she was going to have it. Once, she promised herself. Just once. Burn him down like a stack of dry kindling. Strip him of his confidence and his excuses. Make him weak, bring him low. Then, never touch him again. He kissed her back, the movement of his lips and tongue and teeth turning savage. It was as if he sought to brand her, to mark her the same way he had left the mark upon her throat she had been forced to cover with pearl powder. She tore her mouth away, gasping for breath. "Chair!" Jack kissed her again. "Good idea." He carried her to an old, oversized wingback positioned near the hearth. Spinning them around, he kissed her again before settling in it, with her in his lap. Her heavy, wet skirts pulled around them. She straddled him, the drenched fabric of his trousers brushing her throbbing core. He was rigid against the falls. She ground herself against him, loving the friction, seeking more. The heat of the day made the coolness of their wet garments somehow more erotic. She threw her hat to the floor. His had already disappeared in the furor of their embrace. His fingers were on the line of buttons travelling down the front of her riding habit, plucking them from their moorings. She bit his lower lip, then kissed away the sting. Kissed him as she had been yearning to do, deep down inside, ever since the kisses they had shared in the drive. Her bruised knees protested her position, but she ignored them. A little discomfort was not going to stand in the way of the all-encompassing need to become one with Jack. Nell rocked over his burgeoning cockstand. She was as drenched as their clothes, and for an entirely different reason. If she did not have him inside her soon, she would die. She was sure of it. The sound of rending fabric reached her, but she was too far gone to care. He pushed her bodice down her shoulders, down her arms. She shimmied, helping him, and together they peeled the soggy fabric down to her waist. "Nellie." There was no mistaking the reverence in his voice. "God, Nellie." He kissed her throat, then her collarbone, nipping her lightly with his teeth until she moaned, thrusting against him once more. The laces on her corset went slack. He tugged, and her breasts popped free. He tore her chemise in half. His fierce ardour matched hers, and she did not care what he ripped. She would worry about that later, when reason restored itself to her. For now, all she wanted was Jack. The first touch of his mouth on her breast was electric. She grasped a handful of his thick, dark hair. He sucked her nipple, sending sweet sensation radiating through her. Another rush of wetness between her thighs. He flicked his tongue over her next, a long, slow exploration before nipping her. "Oh, Jack!" His hand travelled beneath her skirts, his fingers coasting up her inner thigh until at last he traced her seam. "So wet for me, Nellie. Always so wet." "Yes." Mindless, she jerked into his touch. The sight of his handsome face nestled against the pale curve of her breast, his mouth latching onto the peak, coupled with the nearness of his touch to where she wanted him most, nearly undid her. She was restless, reckless, helpless, wanton. She was out of her mind with lust, crazed with need, drowning in passion. Beyond the walls of the folly, the storm seemed to match the delicious turmoil within her. Lightning lit the sky, flashing through the chamber as thunder cracked overhead. "What do you want?" he asked, circling his finger teasingly around her aching pearl without touching her there, where she was most sensitive. "You," she admitted easily. "Touch me, Jack. Touch me the way you used to." At last, he gave her what she wanted. She gasped as he rotated his fingers over her. Time fell away. The last 3 years might never have existed. She was right back where she was when they had been young and wild and so very in love. She leaned into him, kissing him with such force, their teeth clacked together. She did not give a damn. This was not the time for pretty love-making or for delicacy. This was an inferno which could only be extinguished in one fashion. He did not seem to mind her fervour. If anything, it spurred him on. He growled low in his throat and sank a finger inside her, keeping his thumb working over her pearl. She was ready for him, desperate for him. She had forgotten how long his fingers were, how delicious they felt inside her. He slid a second finger deep, curling them and reaching that secret place within that never failed to make her lose control. She did not stand a chance. Pleasure roared through her, much like the thunder rumbling outside. She kissed him harder, whimpering as an intense wave of pleasure gripped her. She was soaring, flying. Lightning shot across the sky, flashing in an echo of the sensation spiraling through Nell. She had given herself pleasure in the 3 years of their separation. Of course she had. But her touch had been nothing like his. As the last ripples of her climax left her, he withdrew his fingers, ending the kiss. He tipped his head back into the chair, breathing heavily, staring at her. His dark green gaze seared hers. "Now is your chance to tell me to stop," he rasped. And she knew why. She knew too what he meant. He was making her complicit. But he did not need to, for she knew what she was doing. She was the one who began this, with the kiss. She had spent the last 3 years resenting him, aching for him. She was going to be selfish now. Just this once. She was going to take what she wanted, find her pleasure. And then she was going to move on, forget any of this had ever happened, leave him behind in the ashes of their union. First, she was going to have him. One last time. A lock of dark hair had fallen rakishly over his brow. She gently brushed it back. "Do not stop, Jack. I want you inside me." Truth. It did not mean she loved him. It did not mean she wanted to remain married to him. All it meant was that she lusted after him. Her body wanted his. That much had not changed. "Thank Christ," he muttered, reaching between them to undo the folds of his trousers. And then the thick head of his cock was where his fingers had been. He ran it over her folds, slicking the evidence of her desire for him all over her, all over himself. He grazed the nub of her sex once, twice, sending a new jolt through her. She shimmied her hips, urging him on. "Take what you want, Nellie," he told her, running himself over her again. She did not hesitate. Chasing his fingers away with hers, she gripped him. For a moment, she relished the weight of him in her hand, the velvety strength and heat. He was so smooth, so long. Hers. For today alone. She guided him to her cunny and sank down on him. He pumped into her at the same time, and he was deep, so deep. And it was good, so very good. He filled her, stretched her. Nell stilled, eyes closed as she absorbed the decadence of it, the forbidden pleasure. They sighed as one. Thunder crashed, lightning lit the sky for a fleeting moment. He felt so good, she never wanted to let him go. But that was a dangerous thought. Dangerous and foolish and wrong. She rose on her knees until he almost slid from her, and then she moved forward again, filling herself to the hilt. He took her nipple into his mouth and sucked. One of her hands gripped his shoulder while the other was still buried in his hair. She held him to her breast as she took what she wanted, increasing her pace, her breasts bobbing with each thrust. "Oh, God, Jack!" She was going to spend again. He moved with her, increasing the pace and force of his thrusts. He buried his face in her throat, holding her close as they chased their passion together. "Come for me, Nellie," he whispered. She did. She gave in to him, obeyed. Her second release was every bit as potent as the first. She clenched on him, bliss shattering her, overtaking her. Heaven. That was what she felt like. Being inside his wife after years spent apart was exquisite. She tightened on him, clenching, drawing him deeper into the sweet recesses of her body. She was so wet, so hot, and he had been far too long without her. He breathed in deeply, kissing her throat where her pulse raced, before tipping his head back to watch her once more. She was a goddess. His goddess. If he had thought the sight of her riding her horse a miracle, he had been terribly wrong. For that image paled in comparison to the sight of her riding him. Her breasts were bare, pink-tipped offerings crushed against his chest, the hard nipples grazing his chest with each thrust. They were just as he remembered, enough to fill his palms, and so exquisitely responsive. He held them in his hands, rolling her nipples between his thumbs and forefingers as he jerked into her, attempting to prolong the moment. But it had been so long since he had last made love to her, his bollocks had already drawn tight. Her cunny was still quivering around him with the force of her release, and he would join her soon. It was inevitable. As inevitable as this moment between them had been. He had tasted how much she wanted him in her kiss on the road days ago. Though she continually resisted, though she retreated and clung tenaciously to her insistence that they would be divorced, here was definitive proof unlike any other. Nell was half disrobed, grinding down upon him, her head thrown back, eyes closed in ecstasy. Love for her burst open inside him, blossoming like a tightly furled bud in the summer sun. He had held himself in check for days, but today that restraint was gone. As the storm raged outside, it mirrored the feelings inside him. Again and again he thrust into her. Just when he could not hold on another second, he sealed their lips with a kiss. His hips left the chair as he jerked into her, hard and deep. He spilled as he thrust his tongue into her mouth, claiming her in every way he could. His release was a torrent, flooding her, filling her with his seed. Some selfish part of him hoped he got her with child. If she were to have his babe, she would never leave him. But he knew it was an unworthy thought, even as he rocked beneath her, the last of his mettle leaving him. He had no wish to stake his claim in such fashion, to trap her. But what had just happened could not be undone. He collapsed against the chair beneath her, boneless, weightless, mindless. Thankful. So bloody thankful. What power she still had over him. Power unlike any other woman before her. Power no other woman could ever exert. She was the only one who held his heart in her hands. Distance, time, hurt, nothing could alter that inescapable fact. She was like a sorceress, and he was helplessly, happily in her thrall. She broke the kiss first, tearing her mouth from his, her breathing every bit as ragged. Her eyes were wide, glazed, her lips parted and swollen from the savagery of their kisses. Her cheeks were flushed from pleasure, her damp hair clinging to her face in golden wisps. "This cannot be repeated," she said. No 4 words, strung together in the Queen's English, could have infuriated him more, nor ended the stupor of lust and love infecting his mind more efficiently. "Yes, it can," he returned, "and it will." She shook her head, her expression turning stricken. "No, it cannot." Nell scrambled off his lap, settling her skirts back into place, tugging furiously at her corset and chemise. He remained where he was, the echo of his release still throbbing in his bollocks. "You are ignoring the obvious, my love." Grimly he watched as she struggled to right the wet fabric and cover herself. Her breasts jiggled quite temptingly. Difficult to imagine his mouth and hands had just been adoring that satin-soft, creamy skin, and now she was attempting to hide it from his view. "I am stating the obvious, rather than ignoring it," she corrected him coolly. "Will you not at least make yourself decent?" His cock was already half hard again. Curse the woman. He gripped himself just to spite her, stroking slowly. He was still coated in her dew and the remnants of his seed. If she wanted to challenge him, she had chosen the wrong time to make a stand. This would not wash. There was no way she had not felt the intensity of their joining. "If you do not like what you see, then look away," he told her curtly. "There is nothing more natural than a husband and wife being intimate. What we just shared was long overdue." Her gaze settled upon his cock, and the effect was instant. His erection jutted forward. "Jack!" Her tone was scandalized, but she did not remove her stare. Because she was not nearly as unmoved as she would like him to believe. He did not fool himself. Nell wanted to be unaffected by him. She did not want to long for him. She did not want to ache for him. But she did. She did, and he knew it, because he felt the same way about her. "I could say the same for you, darling. You are hardly decent yourself, with your pretty bubbies still on display," he pointed out, wanting to find his way beneath her defences once more. "You are a scoundrel!" She spun about, presenting him with her back as she continued to struggle with the gown and undergarments he had obliterated in his frenzy to have her. She regretted what had just happened, and he hated that regret. Jack tucked himself back into his trousers and smalls, then buttoned up the fall. He rose from the chair with grim intent. "You did not seem to think me a scoundrel a few minutes ago," he could not resist observing. If she thought she could blithely act as if they had not just made love, she was wrong. If she thought he was done fighting for her, she was also wrong. He would fight for her forever. He had been waging war in all the wrong ways, but he knew the difference now. He was back, and he was not going anywhere. "It was a mistake," she said coldly, still struggling to work her corset back into place. "I feared something had happened to you, and in my emotional state, I lost my wits. As I said, it shall not happen again." "Oh, yes, it shall," he promised her back silently. Aloud he said, "Allow me to aid you." The violence of their passion had left her corset strings gaping. If she had a hope or a prayer of getting the buttons on that indecently form-fitting habit to close, she needed to be tight-laced once more. She would have to set aside her pride. "I do not want your help, Jack." She cast him a frown over her shoulder. "You have done enough damage." He inclined his head. "So I have, and so I will be the one to fix it, unless you do not trust yourself, that is." Her pride won out, her lips pursed. "Go on then. Lace my corset back up, if you please. It is devilishly difficult to get wet garments back into place. Do not mistake my request, however. Just because I allowed my baser nature to overcome my judgment does not mean I will ever again be so foolish." He approached her, attempting to tamp down the ire rising within him. Their union had been explosive. It had been one of the single, most erotic moments of his life. Losing his calm now would not aid his cause. Some of her hair had come free of its pins, sending fat curls to trail down her neck. He stroked one away from her nape, gratified when she jolted at the contact. There was that connection she sought to ignore. There was that spark, ready to burst back into insurmountable flame. Her skin there was soft. How he longed to place his lips there, to deliver a little love bite to the curve where her shoulder met her throat. He did not. Instead, he allowed his fingertips to trail down her bare skin. Just one slow, decadent caress. She shivered. "Cease pawing at me and lace my corset, if you please." Belatedly, he realized the storm had quieted. The thunder rolled farther in the distance, and the skies had brightened. Birds had begun to sing once more, trilling brightly. It was as if the passionate moments he had shared with Nell had never happened at all. No evidence remained, save the state of her riding habit and corset. "Patience, Nellie," he said softly, going to work at last on her laces. He began at the top, plucking his way down her spine, cinching them tight. She straightened her back, inhaling. As he reached the base of her corset, just over her delectable rump, it took every modicum of restraint he possessed from telling the laces to go to Hades and cupping her bottom. His wife possessed the most luscious curves. "I have nothing but patience for you," she told him rather frostily. He retied the laces, then aided her in pulling up the damp fabric of her bodice. "On the contrary, my dearest wife, I think you do not have enough. You are fortunate I have any at all." Her voice was tart as she pushed her arms through her sleeves. "I owe you nothing." In her haste, she had skipped a button on her habit, leaving the high-necked collar woefully askew. He moved forward, taking command of the buttons, sliding them from their moorings. "What do you think you are doing?" she demanded, swatting at his hands. "You have no right to touch me with such familiarity." "In fact, I do." He met her gaze, pausing when he reached the skipped button. "You are my wife, and in the eyes of the law, I am perfectly within my rights to touch you whenever I wish, to require my conjugal rights from you as well." Her eyes flared, her entire body stiffening. "The law does not make it right. I am not yours any longer, Jack. Not truly." "You will always be mine, Nellie," he told her, "whether you like it or not. But you need not fret. I am helping you. What a poor lady's maid you would make. You skipped a button. Imagine how it would look, the two of us returning to Needham Hall with your riding habit misaligned, obviously having been undone and then buttoned once more in haste. What would Tom say, should word reach him, I cannot imagine he would be as eager to wed you if he believed you fucked me in the midst of a thunderstorm." Her mouth tightened. "Is that a threat, Needham?" Ah, so he was no longer Jack. Perhaps he had pushed his termagant wife too far. Just as well, for she had certainly done the same to him. "Of course not, wife. Here is not a threat, but a promise. I aim to keep you. You are my wife, and if you think I am not going to fight with everything in me to win you back, to have you at my side where you belong, then you do not know me at all. You will be mine, but not through coercion or threats. You will be mine because what just happened between us was undeniable. You know it. I know it." Her eyes were luminous, wide. "I will never be yours again. I want my freedom." "Tell yourself you do not want me all you like, Nellie. We both know it is a lie." Without bothering to listen for her response, he stalked from the folly, more determined than ever. Chapter 10. Nell could not sleep. She tossed to her right, tossed to her left. The covers were twisted about her. She was too hot, too cool. Her mind would not stop racing. Was she feverish? She pressed the back of her hand to her brow in the darkness. No. It would have been an excellent excuse. Perhaps the only reasonable one for what she had done. She had made love. With Jack. In the folly, in the midst of a thunderstorm. When Tom was returning in a matter of days to run away with her. She groaned, rolled to her belly, and buried her face in her pillow. What had she been thinking? How had she allowed herself to succumb to her weakness for him? She could blame her actions upon the thunderstorm, upon her fear something ill had befallen him as he tended to their mounts, upon her eagerness to gain revenge. Certainly it was what she had told herself initially. But by the grim light of the moon, she had to admit that was a blatant, glaring, hideous untruth. She had made love with Jack because she had wanted to, because, regardless of what had passed between them, regardless of the time and distance and hurt and distrust, she wanted him more than she had ever wanted any other man. More than she wanted Tom. "Saints preserve me," she muttered into her pillow. What a fool she was. Had the past 3 years of heartache and loneliness and pain taught her nothing? Apparently not, because lying here in her bed alone, thinking of Jack next door, was making an aching need pulse to life between her thighs. Her pearl throbbed, her breasts felt heavy, her nipples hard. Longing thrummed in her blood. What a curse he was, to her heart, to her life. Why could he not have stayed gone? Why could he not have remained on the continent, or wherever he had been in his travels? Why had she agreed to go riding with him? Why had the storm come up with such sudden force, leaving them with no choice but to seek shelter in the folly? It was the questions that were keeping her up. The questions and the infernal, blasted desire. She rolled over to her back and glared up at the shadows on the ceiling. She knew what was there regardless of the light. Delicate plasterwork with scrolls and roses, but its intricate beauty was lost upon her now. All she could think about was him. Jack. On a frustrated sigh, she threw back the bedclothes and rose from the bed. Sleep was not forthcoming, it was clear. She walked to the windows on the far end of the room, parted the window dressings, and looked out into the night. Hot. She was so hot. The summer evening was hot. Her blood was hot. Her flesh was hot and hungry. Deep in her core, she wanted him again. She throbbed and ached. Why had she allowed him to touch her? Why had she allowed him inside her? Because now he was all she wanted, all she craved. No, she must put an end to this madness. Surely it was nothing more than old passions, long dormant, now reawakened. Surely she would feel this same way if it had been Tom she had been alone with in the folly, the storm raging all around them. A pained cry tore from her as she rested her head on the window, because she knew the answer. She would not have reacted similarly to Tom. She would not have kissed him breathless, and he would never have hauled her into his lap, nor would she have ground herself against his straining cock. She had to stop thinking about what had happened. She had to stop aching for Jack. He had broken her once, and she could not bear to allow him the opportunity to do so again. That was the difference between Tom and Jack. The danger to her heart. One posed none at all, and the other possessed a terrifying power to crush her. Beyond the leaden panes, the moon was large and full, high over the sky, glinting on the lake in beckoning silver. How alluring it looked in the darkness, filled with the promise of cooling her skin, distracting her, quenching her unanswered ardour. She had not gone swimming in years, not since she had been a wayward child, but there was something about the allure of the cool water sliding over her flesh that called to her. Perhaps that was the solution. Perhaps a nice long swim would be the distraction she needed. If nothing else, it would certainly cool her off. Her mind decided, she donned her dressing gown and slipped into the dark hall. The walk to the lake was peaceful. Outside, the summer air was warm and redolent with the scent of mown grass and blooming roses as she made her way down the gravel path. The world was so quiet and still. Nothing but a faint breeze and the hoot of an owl to disrupt the hush. The moon was so bright that she did not require any illumination to guide her. She stopped on the bank of the lake, then removed her robe and night rail, folding them into a neat pile. Night air kissed her bare skin, making her nipples tighten. If anything, the heaviness between her legs only increased. On a sigh, she waded into the water. When she was waist-deep, she dove forward on a long plunge. If her current state was any indication, she would need to swim the dratted lake all night to douse the fire in her blood. But she was determined. One way or another, she would drive Jack from her mind. What the devil was she doing, wandering about alone in the midst of the night? Jack raced through the darkness to the bank of the lake, heart pounding. He had not believed his eyes when he had seen the figure wandering along the path in the moonlight. Recognition had been instant. He would know her form anywhere. The sweet nip of her waist, the curve of her bottom, the elegant way she moved. The burnished curls cascading down her back were all too familiar. He had been pacing in his chamber, unable to sleep, when he had stopped before the window. Thoughts of Nell had sent him from his bed, where he had already taken himself in hand to no avail. He had been miserable, lying alone, knowing how very near she was, only a door separating them, and yet she was beyond his reach. They had returned to Needham Hall in the wake of the storm, and their all-consuming passion in frigid silence. For the remainder of the day, she had once more cloistered herself within her apartments, refusing to emerge. He had swallowed his pride enough to knock, and she had wished him once more to hell. The night was hot enough, and his blood was simmering enough, for him to suppose he was already there. He jogged around a bend in the path, still no sight of his errant wife up ahead, when he heard a splash. Jack increased his pace, his lungs burning, and when he reached the bank of the lake, all he saw was a pile of cream-coloured garments, neatly folded in the grass, and no Nell. "Nellie!" he called, his voice echoing over the surface of the lake. Silence met him. He tore at his dressing robe, flinging it to the grass, and then he waded into the lake. "Nell! Damn you! Answer me!" By God, did the woman's recklessness know no bounds? He did not even know if she could swim. And yet, not only had she been on a walk after midnight, all alone, she had gone into the lake, alone. When he found her, he was going to throttle her, and then he was going to kiss her senseless. Or mayhap kiss her senseless first and throttle her second. The surface of the lake broke before him, Nell's head popping up with a splash. "Nell, thank God!" he said, swimming toward her. "Jack?" She sounded vastly displeased. Whilst he was relieved, he reached her in a few strokes. The water was deep in this part of the lake, though not over his head. He caught her around the waist, hauling her against him. "Foolish woman!" In the moonlight, she was like a pagan goddess come to life. The urge to kiss her senseless returned. "What are you doing out here in the lake, in the middle of the night?" She wriggled, trying to escape him, but the motion only made her soft breasts rub against his chest. The water of the lake was cool, but not cool enough to stave off a sudden bolt of lust. His cock rose instantly. "I am swimming, you sapskull!" She flattened her palms on his shoulders and shoved. "What are you doing out here? Following me?" "Looking after you," he said grimly. "Someone must, since you appear to have no regard for yourself whatsoever." Was her life nothing more than a series of scrapes, one after the next? Good God! He shuddered to think what had befallen her in his absence. Who had taken care of her for the last 3 years? Sidmouth? The thought dampened his ardour, but not enough to deflate his raging cockstand. "I do not need you to look after me." Her fingers dug into his shoulders. "I have been managing just fine for the last 3 years, and I shall manage just as well for all the years to come, also without you." "Without me?" He tightened his hold on her waist. "Is that what you truly want, Nellie? Because that is not what it felt like to me earlier today when you were riding my cock." She gasped. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you?" "What is the matter, darling?" he taunted, knowing he was being beastly and not giving a damn. She had pushed him to the edge. Who was he fooling? She had bloody well pushed him off the edge. "Do you not like to be reminded of how wet you were for me? How sweetly you came for me? Do you not wish to remember how deep inside you I was? How good it felt?" Her breath was ragged by the time he had finished, and so was his. Desire hummed between them, undeniable. It was like the folly all over again. "Animalistic urges, nothing more," she said, but her voice was low, throaty. Her nails dug into his skin. The painful pleasure only made him harder. He surged forward, the water lapping around them. She was completely naked, her skin silken and wet. His cock glanced over her folds. "Tell me you do not want me now." The breath hissed from her. "I want to swim." He was not letting her go that easily. He kept their bodies pressed together, his erection prodding her. "I did not know you knew how to swim." "There are a great many things you do not know about me, Jack." She was no longer wriggling, nor was she trying to escape his hold. Instead, she moved closer. "Mayhap you ought to give me the chance to get to know them." He brushed his nose against hers, his frustration giving way to tenderness. God, how he loved this woman. He loved her stubbornness. He loved her recklessness. He loved her when she had her hackles raised and when she lowered her defences. He loved her sleepy in his rumpled bed in the morning, and he loved her in his arms at night. He loved her mouth, her kiss, her smile. Everything, every part of her. "You had your chance," she whispered. "I want another one." He kissed her, a quick, chaste peck. She caught her lower lip between her teeth. "It is too late." "So you told me before." He kissed the corner of her mouth. "It is never too late for love." "Stop saying that." Her voice broke. "Love. Stop telling me you love me. It is not fair." "I do love you, Nellie." He kissed the other corner of her lips, then her ear. "I am desperately, foolishly, stupidly in love with you. I always have been, and I always will be." "I do not believe you." She moved again, trying to escape him at last, but all she managed to do was lodge his cock more firmly between her legs. He wanted inside her again, so badly even his teeth ached. "Believe me," he gritted, kissing her throat. Beads of wetness clung to her skin, making her lips wet. "I cannot, Jack. Let me go." But she was not pushing him away any longer. "Never," he vowed. "I want to swim." "Stubborn fool." He kissed her lips, lingering this time, parting them with his tongue. She opened for him on a sigh, her tongue tangled with his, their lips were wet, bodies entwined beneath the calm of the water. He cupped her bottom, guiding her legs around his waist. But when he skimmed his fingers over her seam, she stiffened and yanked her head back. "Stop trying to seduce me, Jack. I came out here to swim. Alone." "Curse it." "Swim then," he ground out, releasing her and wading away. "But I will be damned if I leave you out here alone, swimming in the nude, in the midst of the night. I will await you on the bank." But his maddening wife was still stubborn to the last. "I already told you. I do not need you to act the part of protector." "And I already told you that you do. I am your husband, Nellie, and I will be waiting for you on the damned bank." With that grim pronouncement, he swam away from her. Nell swam until she could not swim any more, and then she caught her breath and swam another lap just to defy the lonesome figure of her husband awaiting her on the lake's bank. She had hoped he would give in, or at least grow tired of standing about while she splashed in the lake. She had certainly hoped to avoid another confrontation with him, because she had made some more troubling realizations in the cool water, beneath the light of the big glowing moon. Swimming had neither cleared her head nor abated her need for Jack, which had been apparent before his arrival and had become positively undeniable from the moment he had taken her in his arms. Her cunny still pulsed with delirious want now, even as her lungs burned and her arms and legs began to feel as pliant as an aspic. She was going to have to give in and swim to the shore, nude. And if Jack touched her, she would be helpless to resist. But the alternative was to drown herself from fatigue, and that was not nearly as pleasant a fate as drowning herself in desire was. At long last she made her way to the edge of the lake. She swam as far as she was able until the water became too shallow, because the squish of the mud between her toes made her shudder. That was something else she had learned. She did not relish the notion of swimming in a dark, mysterious body of water with a host of other creatures nearly as much now as she had as a girl. Some things did change. But, alas, the way she felt about the Marquis of Needham was not one of them. She told herself she must act as if Jack were not there, seated on the grass in his dressing robe, looking like a regal sultan in the moonlight as he watched her. His right knee was drawn up, his arm draped over it, quite as if he had not a care. He was beautiful even in the darkness, moonlight glinting off his wavy dark hair, his face a study in shadows and secrets and unfair magnetism. One deep breath for courage. She forced her gaze to the water, to the moonlight playing over her own body as she emerged from the water. Shoulders back, head high, she made herself think of something else. Anything else. Except she could only think of him. Her thoughts were a sad repetition of themselves. Nothing could purge Jack from her mind, from her body, from her heart, from her very soul. Even now she could feel his gaze upon her, and when the wind rose, cool at this hour of night, and cooler still upon flesh which had just been submerged in the chilly benediction of the lake water, she shivered. But the stiffness of her nipples, the goose-flesh rising, had nothing to do with the post-midnight air, and everything to do with the man watching her. "Birth of Venus," he said calmly as she waded ashore. The water clung to her hips now, her breasts already exposed. Soon all of her would be on display. "What did you say?" "You put me in mind of a painting I saw when I was travelling in Italy." His deep, decadent baritone sent a fresh shiver through her. "Birth of Venus, by Botticelli. It depicts Venus arriving on the shores of Cyprus, rising from the water, golden hair blowing in the wind. She is beautiful, a goddess." His words ought not to make heat unfurl in her belly, nor warmth pool between her thighs, but they did. She steeled herself against his charm, his allure. A few more steps. The water reached her knees. She focused upon the soft squish of the mud giving beneath her soles. Oozing. Thank heavens her blisters had healed with the use of his ointment, else they would be burning now. "Save your gallantry for the next Lady Needham," she advised him. "I fear it is wasted upon me." "There is only one Lady Needham." The certainty in his voice had her gaze flitting to him. His stare was dark and glittering, unreadable. He had not shifted in his pose, and she could not help but to note the manner in which his robe was parted. Her eyes devoured the sight of his bare, muscular thigh before she could help herself. "But after the divorce there shall be another," she said, injecting a lightness into her tone she did not feel. In truth, the notion of a replacement, another woman becoming Jack's wife, another woman knowing his tender touches, his blistering kisses, felt rather like a sharp blade being inserted between her rib bones. "Do I need to demonstrate once more why there will be no other Lady Needham, save you?" he asked calmly. He was as unpredictable as ever, this man she had wed. Once it had drawn her to him, the manner in which he was so changeable. At once laughing and charming and teasing, sometimes a savage lover, and other times a tender swain, both the man who tended to her blisters and the man who had broken her heart. Now, it seemed, his unpredictability would prove her downfall. The water was about her ankles now. She fought the urge to shield herself from him, for it would only reveal to him how little confidence she possessed in this moment, how little control. "No more of your little demonstrations, if you please." She kept her voice cold as her bare foot connected with the grass and the shore at last. "I've had quite enough of those, Needham." "Why do you insist upon doing that?" He cocked his head, considering her, still remaining otherwise still on the bank. "Do what?" She grimaced at the feeling of sticky mud between her toes, and, one by one, swished them about in the water to clean them. "Refer to me as Needham," he elaborated. "Earlier I was Jack. When I was inside you, I was Jack." His words set off an acute spear of need. "Need you remind me of my folly?" she snapped, looking about for her discarded night-rail and dressing-gown, and finding only her gorgeous scoundrel of a husband. "What have you done with my garments?" "Garments?" His crooked grin in the moonlight and his teasing tone gave him away. "Have you hidden them, you miscreant?" She crossed her arms over her breasts and crossed her legs. A miscreant now, am I? He made a chastising sound, rather reminiscent of the dragon of a governess, Miss Richards, who had terrorized her girlhood. For shame, Lady Needham. Such insolence will not win you back your night rail and your dressing gown. She gritted her teeth. I am cold, you unspeakably ill-mannered brute. Can you not see I have not a stitch of clothing, and I am soaking wet? So says the woman who decided to go for a swim after midnight. His tone was light. Still he had not moved. The bounder. The out-and-out cad. I decided to go swimming alone. You and your clothing-pilfering ways were decidedly not invited, she snapped, holding out her hand. Now give them to me, if you please. He paused, as if he were contemplating her request. No, I do not believe I shall. Yes, you shall, she countered, her irritation and desire mounting in equal measures. What was it about him? Why could she not shake the effect he had upon her? He had followed her here, when all she had been doing was seeking solace and separation from him, the chance to clear her mind and wash away all the unwanted need for him, infecting her to her very core. Ask me prettily, then. His suggestion nettled her. She ground her molars. Go to the devil. I shall walk back naked, if that is what you want. What a sight! The Marchioness of Needham parading bare-arsed through Needham Hall for all the servants to see. Is that truly what you wish? Of course that is not what I wish. His voice softened, growing tender, intimate. What I wish is for you to stop insisting this nonsensical divorce between us will happen. What I wish is for you to see reason. What I wish is for you to move forward with me, leaving the past behind, so we may forge a new future together. What I wish is for you in my bed every night. That will not happen, she growled, stalking past him. Enough of this conversation. Enough of lingering in the moonlight, of trading words and barbs. One boon of her ceaseless churns in the Needham Hall lake was that she was weary at last. Perhaps she could join Queen Mab at last. His large hot hand closed over her wrist, staying her. Nellie. Damn him. He was the only one who had ever called her that. And damn him twice. She loved the way it sounded in his voice, on his lips. Just the way she loved his lips upon hers, his hand on her skin, his cock deep inside her. Oh, no. Stop it, Nell. Cease this madness at once. But she did not heed her own advice, for she stopped, bare feet on the grass, turning back to him. What do you want, Jack? You, Nellie. He stood, towering over her with his broad shoulders and masculine strength. Only ever you. Always you. His words affected her. How could they not? You had me, and you gave me up, she reminded him. You left. For 3 years. Your choice, not mine. Why must you be so stubborn? Why did you hide my things? She shot back. I will make you a trade, he proposed then, ignoring her demand. Her eyes narrowed. She did not trust him, not one whit. What manner of trade? Your garments and slippers, in return for an hour of your time when we return to Needham Hall. Blackmail, she scoffed, but her wretched pulse sped up, quite erratically, to say nothing of the ache between her thighs, reminding her she still stood naked before him. An hour, that is all I ask, and I will not do anything you do not want. I swear, Nellie." His expression was solemn. She should tell him no. Swallow her pride and return to Needham Hall naked as the day she was born. "Half an hour," she bargained. "An hour." She scowled at him. 45 minutes. 1 hour, wife. He was immovable, and she was nude. What choice had she? "An hour," she relented finally. "You, sir, are a scurrilous villain. And you, darling, are insufferably stubborn." "Fair enough. My belongings, if you please." He gave her his half grin. "I thought you would never ask." He released her wrist and turned away, retrieving her slippers and folded clothing from beneath a nearby tree. He would pay for this, she vowed inwardly. Oh, yes, he would. Chapter 11. Jack had Nell where he wanted her. In his chamber. For the next hour. But the devil of it was, they both stunk of the lake. They needed a bath. Fortunately, his father, whilst an old-fashioned clod in some senses, had been astoundingly foresighted in others. Needham Hall was one of the few manor houses of its age that had been outfitted with running water, with heat on demand, and special bathing chambers to accommodate the former Marquis's fastidious habits. In the low light of his chamber, he faced his wife now. Her hair was wet, and there was a green scrap of some manner of vegetation poking from her locks. "What is it you wish from me, Needham?" she demanded, pursing her lips and taking on that look of prim agitation that never failed to make his cock swell. Then again, when did she ever make an expression that failed to harden his prick? He was a slave to her and his desire for her after all. He reached out and plucked the bit of vegetation from her hair, holding it aloft for her inspection. "A bath." She frowned at the greenery. "No." "I will draw it," he told her calmly, as if she had not spoken. "No need to rouse the servants at this hour of the night, all because Lady Needham wanted to swim naked in the lake." Her lips tightened. "I am not having a bath, Jack." "You are correct," he agreed, keeping his tone amicable as he sauntered to the bath chamber in his dressing room. "You are not having a bath. We are having a bath." "I am not having a bath with you." He smiled at her outrage, keeping his silence as he went about filling the oversized porcelain tub with warm water. A few drops of scented oil and the sweet smell of citrus perfumed the air. "Jack!" She had followed him, of course, still protesting. He closed the bottle of oil and turned to her. Her dressing gown was buttoned to her throat, hiding the glory of her figure from him, but that would not last long. Her hair had begun to dry, and it was a mass of wild curls tumbling over her shoulders. "Nell?" He raised a brow. "Need I remind you of our bargain?" She pinned him with a glare. "I agreed to an hour of my time, not to getting naked in a tub with you." He shrugged. "You failed to ask what we would be doing with our hour. That was an unfortunate misstep on your part. Need I remind you of the many occasions upon which you were naked in a tub with me in the past? Or how much you enjoyed it?" Her cheeks flushed a becoming shade of pink at his words. Their gazes held, and he knew she was being beset by the same onslaught of memories of their shared baths that he was. Right here, in this very tub. In this room. He had delighted in washing her, his fingers inevitably finding their way to her cunny so he could make her spend. "You are insufferable," she told him now. "We smell like a marsh," he told her. "I am doing the both of us a favour." "I will not get into the tub with you." The water was rising. He dipped a finger in and swirled it about to test the temperature. Warm, but not hot. Excellent. He cast her another glance. "Yes, you will, my love. You made a promise." "As did you," she countered. "Need I remind you of what happened?" Mulish woman. Holding her gaze, he straightened and began undoing the knot keeping his dressing gown in place. Her eyes went wide. "What are you doing?" "Getting into the bath." Keeping his voice calm was a struggle. She was about to see just how badly he wanted her without the darkness and the water to conceal him. It was a gamble, a risk. He dropped his dressing gown to the floor, facing her boldly. Her lips parted, her gaze dipping to his cock. The effect was instant as it twitched, growing larger, harder. He took great pride in his athleticism. His body was naturally strong and always had been. But in his travels he had made an effort to increase his activity. Now that he no longer imbibed, his form was leaner than it had ever been. Jack knew a poignant moment of vulnerability then, as he realized that this was the first time he had been completely nude before her since his return. Did she still find him pleasing? The hungry way her stare travelled over him suggested she did. Thank Christ for that. He stepped into the bath and settled at one hand, bending his long legs to make certain there would be enough room for her at the opposite end. "Well, Nellie, are you too afraid to join me, or are you going to get in?" His taunt was just the prodding she needed. Her chin went up. "I am not afraid. Why do you imagine, Jack, that I cannot control myself in the bath with you?" He raised his brows, saying nothing. The water continued to rise in the tub. They engaged in a staring match. Nell was the first to surrender, looking away with her standard hiss of irritation, her nostrils flaring. "Damn you," she bit out. And then her fingers were on the long line of buttons. She peeled off her dressing gown, then the night rail, already nearly transparent with the effect of her wet skin beneath it, went over her head. He forgot to breathe. In the warm glow of the lamps, she was a revelation of sweet, creamy skin and womanly curves. He drank in the sight of her as she squared her shoulders and crossed the tile floor. Her ankles were dainty, her calves and thighs shapely, her breasts full and tipped with rose-pink nipples he loved to suck. The thatch of golden curls between her legs hid the decadence of her pretty cunny. "You could have averted your gaze, you scoundrel," she told him as she stepped into the bath. The tub was deep and large enough for two, and Nell was petite, her legs short, which meant he caught a glimpse of glistening pink folds before she sank low in the water at the opposite end. "I could have," he agreed, grinning at her. "But I wanted to see you." She pulled her knees to her chest, shielding her breasts from his view, and frowned. "You have seen me before." "I could see you 1,000 more times, Nellie, and it would never be enough." He closed the tap and reached for a cloth and soap. Though his words were the utter truth, she looked at him as if he were the most egregious liar she had ever beheld. He supposed that, to a woman who had spent the last 3 years believing he had willingly bedded another, he must certainly seem the worst sort of villain. "This shall be the last time," she promised sternly. "Never." But he did not argue. Instead, he lathered the cloth with soap and reached beneath the water to find one of her slim ankles. "What are you doing?" She scooted backward, but there was only so far she could go. "Washing your feet," he said calmly, lifting her right ankle from the water and covering it liberally with soap. "Your blisters are healing, but you still need to take care. And as we have already established, you appear to be in need of a keeper." "You have determined to make a nuisance of yourself." Her voice was cool, but she made no effort to yank her foot from his grasp, as he had supposed she might. "That is the only thing we have established as far as I am concerned." He recalled precisely where she was ticklish. The arches on her soles. Jack could not resist running his forefinger, raking his nail. Just once. She jerked, emitting a shrill squeal, and slid down in the slippery tub. Her head went under the water. She popped up, sputtering, outraged. "Nellie," he said, regret slicing through him. "Forgive me. Had I realized—" "You bounder," she interrupted, wiping water from her eyes. "You did that intentionally." "The tickling was intentional," he managed sheepishly. "The aftermath was decidedly not." And because he was every bit the bounder she accused him of being, he could not wrest his gaze from the sight of her glorious breasts bobbing in the water. He could not help but to remember what it had been like to press them together, to slide his cock between them. "This is the outside of enough," she said, as if she were reading his thoughts. And then, before he could react, she launched herself at him. Wet, warm, supple woman landed in his lap. Her eyes were brilliant in her pale face, hair still streaming down her cheeks. She looked wild, beautiful. She walked her fingers up his sides. Uncontrollable laughter shot through him. By God, the minx had remembered where he was ticklish as well. But by no means was he going to sit there, compliantly, whilst she reduced him to a giggling heap. He tickled her hips, the softness of her belly. His fingers found her armpits next, as they both launched a full assault on each other. She tickled his thighs. Water sloshed over the rim of the tub. Their helpless laughter and shrieks echoed in the tiled chamber. If any of the staff were about, they would likely suspect the lord and lady of the house were fighting to the death. The war went on until they were both breathless and soaked, Nell collapsing atop him. Suddenly, the air between them changed. His smile died. Their gazes met, and his cockstand rose, thick and insistent beneath her rump. He saw the recognition flare in her eyes, along with the awareness. "Nellie," he whispered, breathless. She pressed a wet finger over his lips. "Hush." Nell was mad. That was the only explanation for remaining where she was, practically in Jack's lap as his cock swelled beneath her, her finger pressed over his lips. That was also the reason for the longing surging through her, the fierce ache pounding to life between her thighs. And it was definitely the reason she replaced her finger with her lips. Why she kissed Jack, why her arms went around his neck, why she slid her tongue along the seam of his lips until he groaned and thrust his tongue against hers. Madness, lust, weakness, so much of it. Her emotions were a tumult roiling through her. What else could she blame this recklessness upon? She had vowed to herself she would keep her distance until Tom returned, that she could resist this man. But the truth was, that she could not. She wanted him still. She would always want him, and that was why she needed to end this kiss, to get out of the bath, to return to her chamber, alone. Surely the hour she had agreed to was over? Surely this kiss would quench her voracious hunger for him? No, it did not. She straddled him, and beneath her his cock glided over her folds. Hard and thick and insistent, silken in the water. Delicious. Her core throbbed. She wanted him inside her. She had missed his mouth. It felt like a lifetime since the folly. It had only been hours. Dear heavens, she was lost, because this kiss, this man, were all she wanted. How selfish she was, how greedy. She hated herself, told herself to stop, and then she kissed him more. She moaned and raked her nails over his wet shoulders. She wanted to scratch him, to claw him, to fight him, to mark him, to own him, body and soul, the way he owned her. But she also carried so much anger and pain, so much hurt, betrayal. Not enough to keep her from loving the skim of his fingers, parting her folds beneath the water. Not enough to jerk away from him when he circled her pearl with 2 knowing fingers. Her hips jerked. Blessed angels' sakes, more of that, just more. He sucked her lower lip, his eyes on hers, burning into her with emerald intensity. She closed her eyes to shut him out, to keep him from seeing straight into the depths of her, to the place she had sworn he would never again reach, the place she would never allow him again, her heart. He broke the kiss, his hot breath falling over her lips in a tempting veil. Open your eyes. She kept them closed and sought his mouth with hers. Their kiss turned almost violent, forceful, a battle for power. He nipped her, she nipped him. Hard, hard enough it must have stung. Still she kept her eyes closed. He tore his mouth away. No, Nellie, open them. Look at me. Look at the man you are kissing. Still, anger simmered inside her, mingling with the overwhelming ferocity of her desire. She wanted to hurt him, to wound him, to cut him in the only way she knew how. And so she kept her eyes tightly closed. If I open them, she whispered against his lips tauntingly, I cannot pretend you are Tom. The instant those wretched words left her, she regretted them. But it was too late. They had already been spoken. Jack still beneath her, his entire body going tense. His hand slid into her hair, and he grasped a handful, moving her head back. Look at me. Defying him heightened her excitement. Perhaps she was perverse. But her pulse was pounding, and so too was the flesh between her legs. Her breasts were heavy and aching. She bit her lower lip. No. He growled, and the sound rang through the bathing chamber, feral and dangerous. This too made her want him more. Had she not already been in the water, she was sure she would have been dripping for him. Damn you, Nell! His voice was curt, strained. I am not Sidmouth, and you know it. Open your eyes. Still she would not. This, her power over him, excited her. For the entirety of their union, he had held her in his thrall. He had been the wicked rake, the charmer, the gorgeous heir to the marquisate, the most sought-after viscount in London, She had been a country girl, a baron's daughter, forever in his awe. When she had married him, she had gained all his friends, had easily entered the Marlborough House circle. They had entertained, had been much loved. Suddenly, she had been someone because of him, until, in his absence, she had become someone despite him. But even upon Jack's return, he had arrived with his sang-froid and his handsome face and his bloody perfect beard and his protestations of innocence. And she had never stopped wanting him. Her attraction to him went to her marrow. Regardless of her determination to resist him, in spite of the pain of 3 years without him, and although he had brazenly had another woman in his bed before her very own eyes, Nell still longed for him. It was infuriating. It made no sense. Here was her chance to regain the power she had lost to him, to make him suffer, just a modicum. Eyes still closed, she leaned into him, grazing his chest with her breasts. Her nipples were already hardened into demanding peaks, and the sensation of his damp masculine flesh against her was enough to make her moan. She slid her right hand between then and grasped his cock. He was still hard, still ready. "You could be anyone," she told him softly. "Do not think that I did not enjoy the company of others in your absence. I may not have welcomed them to my bed, but I still found my pleasure in other ways." His fingers tightened in her hair. The tug at her roots was exquisite, not painful, but masterful. She already knew he was larger and stronger than she was. He could manhandle her as he wished. But he would not, because though he was a conscienceless Lothario, he was also Jack. His anger incited her desire. "Nell!" Her eyes were still tightly shut. She smiled for him, sweetly, licked her lips, tasting him. Salt and hunger and man. "Jack." She swayed, brushing her nipples over him once more, and then she stroked his cock until the breath left him in one swift exhalation. "Hmm?" she asked, too moved by the headiness of the moment to care for much of anything. She had never before felt intoxicated without having consumed a single drop of spirits, but she did now. She was drunk on pleasure, on him. "I can make you open your eyes." He tugged at her hair lightly, as if to prove his point. Yes, if he pulled her hair hard enough, it would hurt, and her eyes would instinctively fly open. "Do your worst," she invited. After all, this was war between them. Sweet, seductive war. And she intended to emerge the victor. "Or my best, Nellie." He tugged on her hair until her head was pulled back, leaving her throat vulnerable to him. The first touch of his velvety lips to her skin was incendiary. He raked his teeth on her, then nipped a sensitive chord. "Only my very best." Damnation! Liquid desire washed over her. She could not stifle her sigh of appreciation. Jack's mouth on her had always been heaven. Time, distance, betrayal, and a change of circumstance had not altered that. He sucked her skin, kissed a path of fire to her shoulder as the fingers on her pearl increased their pressure and pace. She surged against him, thrusting her cunny into his hand as she stroked his cock. Everything around her was dark, leaving her other senses painfully aware. The scent of citrus and Jack rose in the air. The water was warm, gliding over her skin. Beneath her, his body was large and muscled and strong. She ran her thumb over the head of him, the way she remembered he liked. The answering ache deep within her could not be denied. He bit her shoulder. One more clever rotation of her pearl and she shattered. Her climax was sudden and forceful and undeniable. She shuddered as the force of it thundered through her. The pain was delicious, exquisite. So too the pleasure. She gasped, but would not say his name or look at him. She had every intention of winning this sensual game, of winning everything. One of his fingers slid inside her channel. Deep, knowing. She bit her lip and ground down upon him, dragging him within as the ripples of her spend radiated through her, clenching and holding him just where she wanted him. His mouth latched onto her breast now, and he sucked. Hard. Sucked her as he fucked her with his finger. She was close to another climax, dangerously on the edge. Damn him and what he did to her. Damn his wicked mouth and his long fingers and his big cock and his hard body and his dark hair and his bright green eyes. Damn the way he would not allow her to forget about their shared past. Damn him for calling her Nellie, for taking care of her blistered feet, for dropping to his knees before her. Damn him for telling her he loved her, for lying about what had happened with Lady Billingsley, for reappearing in her life when she had been on the verge of finding her long-awaited happiness, for lulling her into the false belief she was stronger than the girl he had known, that she could move beyond him and forget she had ever known his name. Because she could never forget Jack, not as long as she lived. He was a part of her. He knew her better than she wanted to admit, and being with him felt more right than being with anyone else ever had. All those drunken kisses, those foolish flirtations, paled in comparison to the vibrant, decadent attraction she shared with Jack. In and out his finger went. He added a second, thrusting them deep as he teased her pearl with his thumb. She was swollen, aching, desperate. He bit down on her nipple, and she saw stars beneath her eyelids. Her release was within reach, inevitable. But she did not want to allow him to make her spend twice while he had yet to find his bliss. No, indeed. She wanted to bring him low in the same way, to undo him, to dismantle his every defensive wall. "Suck harder," she ordered him, and then she took his wrist and pulled his fingers from her. Her breaths emerged in choppy gasps. He released her nipple with a lusty-sounding pop that seemed to reverberate through the stillness of the night. She grasped his cock and brought him to her entrance, kneading him inside her. But he stayed her with a hand clamped on her waist. A low growl. "Not until you open your bloody eyes, Nellie." "I do not want to see you," she said truthfully. Seeing him meant opening herself to all the vulnerability she had been doing her utmost to avoid. Seeing him meant losing her control. "You need to see me," he insisted. "Do you want my cock?" A helpless sound of agreement fled her. Of course she did. She was empty, aching, desperate, longing, starving. "Look at me, Nellie. Look at the man who loves you." His dark order sent a new frisson down her spine, one that would not be contained. She could not say what prompted her to open her eyes at last, but she did, blinking them open. Their faces were near, startlingly so, in such proximity that she could discern the vast array of pigments that made up the green. Gold, brown, grey, a hint of blue. Beads of moisture clung to his skin, their noses almost brushed. His breath was warm, his lips parted. In one thrust he was inside her. Deep, so deep. "Say my name," he commanded. "Jack!" She moaned his name, could not help it. There was no pretending in this moment of sheer, unadulterated, erotic bliss. He kissed her. Only it was not just a kiss, but a conflagration. Her eyes were still open, and he was filling her, and her every sense was honed razor-sharp. The lick of the warm water on her skin, the angle of him within, his lips on hers, their breaths mingling and becoming one as their bodies joined. Everything melded all at once. Desire rising, his possession of her not just welcomed but overwhelming. His hands clamped on her waist, and he lifted her. Water splashed around them, spilling over the edges of the tub. He glided through her channel with such ease, and then his hips surged in the same instant he guided her down. She was deliciously stretched once more. She held his face in her hands and ravaged his mouth with kisses. Desperation and lust entwined. His gaze was locked on hers, penetrating. She could not look away, could not stop this madness if she wished. And she did not wish. They moved together in a wild rhythm, thrusting, kissing. Sounds emerged from her throat, mewling, breathy, helpless sounds. In and out he thrust, water lapping against their bodies, mouths mating. She sucked his tongue. He growled. More water flew from the tub as their love-making grew increasingly unrestrained. He broke the kiss, trailing his mouth down her throat. As she slammed down upon him once more, he bit her shoulder. It was all she needed to fly over the edge. She clenched on him, drawing him as deep as she could, and trembled with the power of her release. Nell could not choke back her cry of triumphant bliss. "Nellie," he groaned against her skin, rocking beneath her. "God, Nellie, you feel so good." She could say the same of him, but she was beyond words, incapable of thought or speech. She could do nothing but ride the waves of her pinnacle, nothing but ride him. He moved beneath her, his body tensing, and she knew he was close. Another fierce pump, and a delicious warmth spilled inside her. He came on a ragged cry, biting her shoulder again as he emptied himself within her. She clutched him to her, sated and boneless and breathless, wishing this moment would never end, knowing that for her own self-preservation and the sake of her heart, it must. Chapter 12. Jack woke just as he had every morning for the past 3 years. Alone. Curse it. He should have carried Nell to his bed in the midst of the night when they had finished in the bath. She had been flushed and sleepy, and surprisingly compliant. He had suspected persuading her to sleep with him would not have required much coaxing. But he was doing his utmost not to rush her. To allow this, whatever it was, between them, to proceed at her pace. It was deuced difficult. Because all he wanted to do was to drag her into his arms and kiss the devil out of her. He wanted her in his bed. He wanted her to let him back into her heart. He wanted her belly swelling with his child. Wanted her to choose him He did not fool himself that any of those things would be easy to accomplish. As it was, the old passions flaring between them were the only reason she had allowed him to make love to her. Their attraction had always been undeniable. It was how he had known, the moment he had first seen her at a sailing regatta so long ago, that he was going to make her his wife. And he had. But then he had lost her. Grimly, he flipped back the bedclothes and rose. He had a chance now to regain what they once had. At first, he had supposed his persistence would be enough. But having her body was not enough. He wanted all of her. A new strategy occurred to him, one that would require a return to the past, in a sense. A return to when they had first fallen in love. He donned his dressing gown and rang for his valet. Denning arrived and guided him through his morning ablutions. But as his man was trimming his beard and Jack sat before his looking-glass, another idea occurred to him. If he was going to take Nell back in time, he would have to look the part as well. "Shave it off, Denning," he ordered, with just a moment of sadness that his finely kept whiskers should be so summarily removed. He was not a vain man, but he had grown accustomed to seeing himself bearded. His valet paused, frowning. "I beg your pardon, my lord." "The beard," he elaborated. "No trimming today. I would like a shave. A fresh start now that we are returned to England." Denning had accompanied him in all his travels. He had seen Jack at his lowest and his best, and he was a calm, judicious presence, a trusted companion. "You are certain, my lord?" Denning asked. "Certain." He stared at his reflection, thinking it was time. "The whiskers can grow back, should I change my mind?" "Of course," Denning agreed. But there was something in his tone which gave Jack pause. "Do you think I shall be an unsightly beast without it?" he asked. "I am attempting to impress Lady Needham." Saying the words aloud made him sound rather foolish. He felt like a lad courting his future bride. Uncertain, a jittery, ragged bundle of nerves. Hope was a painful splinter in his heart. What man had to impress his wife of over 4 years? A man who had made enough mistakes to almost lose her forever. "If your aim is to impress her ladyship, may I also suggest a trim of your hair?" Denning asked, fetching the razor, soap and brush. Jack raised a hand to his hair. Perhaps it was a tad long. "Do you think it necessary?" "I do think it would aid your cause, my lord." Denning was polite as ever, serious. His sense of fashion was impeccable, however. Jack tipped his head back, giving the valet better access to his doomed whiskers. "My cause needs all the bloody help it can get, Denning. Do your very best." There was a stranger at the breakfast table. A green-eyed god with smoothly shaven cheeks and short dark hair, who looked exactly like the man who had stolen her heart 5 years ago. Nell stopped on the threshold of the dining room as a wave of remembrance assailed her. All the stern warnings she had been issuing to herself from the moment she had risen at dawn, with a body that ached in places which had not been brought to life in years, vanished. Her heart gave a pang. Jack looked younger without his beard, and though she would not have supposed it possible, even more handsome. The gorgeous symmetry of his face was on full display now, complemented by the sensual lips she knew and longed for upon hers. He rose at her entrance and offered her an elegant bow. "Good morning, my lady." She forced herself to dip into an answering curtsy and gather her scattered wits. "Lord Needham." He was at her side in a trice, and he smelled as divine as he looked. His gaze was warm as it burned into hers. She could not help but to recall the way he had stared into her eyes last night, when he had been inside her. Their connection had been deeper than the physical. Much to her shame, she had lowered her defences. But she must gather them up again today. "How?" asked her heart dejectedly. Jack offered her his arm as gallantly as any swain. "Allow me to guide you to your seat and fill your plate, my dear." How indeed? Aware of their audience, she placed her hand in the crook of his arm. Beneath her hand, his arm was all reassuring strength. She tried to force herself to think of Tom, but her heart was pounding, and all she could think about was the man at her side. Her husband. She could not deny the effect he had upon her. In a haze, she allowed him to seat her. She told herself she needed to harden her heart, to ignore this sudden change in his appearance. He was not the Jack she had fallen in love with that charmed August at the sailing regatta. He was the man who had betrayed her. But his words from last night returned to her, mocking, taunting, tempting. "Look at the man who loves you." No, she could not afford to believe him. She could not allow herself to fall beneath his spell once more. Yesterday had left her dangerously close to the edge. He dismissed the servants dancing attendance upon the loaded sideboard, leaving them alone. She watched as he retrieved a plate and began filling it for her. "How do you presume to know what I want?" she asked him, forcing herself to speak. "Bacon, a poached egg, and fresh fruit from the orangery. No?" he returned blithely. He was right, damn him. Part of her wanted to contradict him, but then she would be the one suffering through a breakfast of food she had no desire to eat. Instead, she fixed herself a cup of tea. "That will do." He turned back to her, bearing a plate laden with far too much food. "Do you remember the morning not long after we were wed? We had breakfast in bed, and the raspberries were in season." He had placed them on her nipples and then eaten them off. The reminder made her cheeks hot. She clenched her thighs together to stave off a wave of longing. "I do not recall it." Jack settled the plate before her, leaning close, his lips grazing her ear. Liar. Of course she was a liar. "How would you know what I remember and what I do not?" she asked primly, leaning away from him. "Prickly as ever this morning," he observed, seating himself once more before his newspaper, which had been neatly ironed and laid out for his perusal. "Irritating as ever," she quipped. "You do realize your cheer is misplaced, do you not? Last night will not be repeated." He flicked her a glance. His non-committal response nettled. "I was deep in my cups and out of my head." Jack raised a brow. "Strange. I did not taste any spirits on your tongue when it was in my mouth." She gripped the handle of her teacup with enough force to snap it off. "You are vulgar." "Yet you still want me." He returned his gaze to the Times, as if he found their conversation uninteresting. "There is no denying it, Nellie." Think of Tom, she urged herself. Safe, comforting, familiar Tom. Tom would never break her heart, nor would he betray her. Tom loved her. She must not forget that, and she had repaid his love by giving in to her lust for Jack. What a wretched creature she was. She had confessed the kiss to Tom, but how would she explain she had gone far beyond mere kissing, and on 2 separate occasions no less? "I also want wine and chocolate, and copious amounts of cake," she countered calmly, cracking the shell of her poached egg with a spoon. "But none of those are good for me." "Are you comparing me to a cake?" he asked, sounding amused. "Truly, Nelly, methinks you doth protest too much." How calm he was, how sure of himself. Naturally, she had given him every reason to be so. She had given in. She had been weak. "I am merely suggesting you are not good for me in much the same vein." She took another calming sip of her tea. "I would disagree, but you are wearing your stern governess look, and I dare say it does not bode well for my winning an argument with you." He speared a hunk of pineapple with his fork and raised it to his lips. Oh, what lips! Even the common act of eating fruit was alluring when Jack did it. Curse him. She watched him chewing, heat flaring within her. Unbidden thoughts of last night returned. Kissing him in the lake, kissing him in the bath. The way it had felt for him to be deep inside her. The warm water cocooning them as they frantically sought their pleasure. "My governess was a beastly woman," she said, shaking herself from this mad need to watch his mouth. "Miss Richards," he said. Her eyes flicked back to him, surprise pricking her. "You remember her name?" He gave her one of his half-grins. "Of course I do. How can I forget your story of having gotten even with the wretch by pouring ink into one of her boots?" She smiled back at him before she caught herself and forced her countenance to become grave once more. "She deserved it, and worse." "Do you not think the earthworm in her bed was worse?" he asked. Damn his hide. Did he have to remember everything? She frowned at him, much aggrieved. "What has happened to your whiskers?" His grin deepened as he rubbed a hand over his sharp jaw. "Gone in the usual fashion? A shave from Denning. I reckoned it was time for a change. Do you like it?" She loved it. Moreover, she loved him, and those were 2 increasingly problematic facts. "The beard suited you better," she grumbled, looking down at her plate, although it was not true. Jack was beautiful with whiskers or without, his hair shaggy and wavy or cropped close. He was beautiful in the dark moonlit night and in the light of the morning sun. He was just beautiful, the rotten devil. He said again. She glanced back at him once more, but he had returned his regard to the newspaper spread before him. "What does that mean?" she asked at last, losing her inner war to remain quiet. "It means I do not believe you, my darling wife. Your lips say one thing, but your eyes say quite another." His tone was confident. He was doing a fine job of burrowing beneath her skin this morning. Indeed, he had been doing so ever since his return, now that she thought upon it. "Wishful thinking on your part, perhaps," she suggested tartly. "Do not keep me from your account of the goings-on of the world today, pray. I find being forced to carry on a conversation with you over breakfast renders me quite bilious." She was being beastly to him, but she did not care. "The Times is ever a font of information," he sounded amused. She flicked him an irritated glance to discover he was grinning at her, the blighter. "What is so bloody humorous, Needham?" His levity only seemed to double. "Needham, is it? Last night I was Jack." Last night I allowed my baser nature to overwhelm my rational mind, she snapped. Do not fool yourself into believing I will conduct myself with such precipitous stupidity again. Nellie, do you remember the day we met? He asked then, his expression softening. Of course she remembered. She would never, ever forget. I fear I have stricken it from my memory, she told him just the same, lowering her gaze to her plate. She would never be able to consume this much fruit. Fresh orange slices, pineapple, strawberries. Her appetite was conspicuously absent this morning. All she felt was ill. But she forced herself to take great care in cutting a strawberry into bite-sized quarters all the same. It was at Cow's, he said softly. A ball. You were wearing a pink gown with silk rose clusters on your skirts and the most delicate lace flounces, rather like gossamer. You had a matching ribbon and roses woven into your pretty curls. When I first saw you, you were dancing with Lord Whitby. You laughed at something he had said, and I was smitten. I begged Falkland for an introduction after he laughed at the way I could not take my eyes from you. No, no, no. She did not want to hear any of this, nor did she want to relive that day, which had once seemed so charmed. The best day in her life. How wrong time had proven her. Nor did she want to know he recalled the details of the dress she had worn, or what gentleman she had been dancing with when he had first seen her. She ignored him, continuing to eat her breakfast in silence, her gaze firmly trained upon her plate. But Jack was not finished. We danced Le Moulinet, and I was so bloody frustrated because it seemed as soon as I had you within reach, you were swirling away again. I asked you if I could call upon you afterward, and you said that I could. But I could not wait, because the hours between then and the next day seemed interminable. I caught you in an alcove, and you gave me the ribbon from your hair. I wanted to kiss you then, but I was trying to act the gentleman, so I settled for the ribbon. He paused in his lengthy recitation. I still have the ribbon, you know. Nell steeled herself against his words, which were like a poisoned dart directly to her heart. She speared a strawberry with so much force, she left it macerated on her plate. Pink juice pooled on the fine-boned china. She swallowed against a rush of unwanted emotion. I carried it with me everywhere I travelled, he continued softly, along with your picture and all the letters you had ever written me when we were courting. She closed her eyes and bit her lip against a rush of tears. She would not cry before him, she told herself. She would remain impervious. She would ignore him, ignore the memories. Do you know that everywhere I travelled, I kept expecting to see you? He laughed, the sound bitter. It was a foolish habit, I will own. In Paris, I saw a petite woman with golden hair in the streets, and I had myself convinced she was you. She turned just before I could reach her on Rue Notre-Dame des Victoires, and I saw her profile. She was not you. No matter where I was, whether in Cologne or Rome or Constantinople, you were never anywhere but in my heart. Damn him to perdition. Her fork dropped with a clang to her plate. At last she forced her gaze back to him. What is it you expect from me, Jack? She bit out. You betrayed me. You betrayed us, our marriage, everything we shared. You broke my heart. You were gone for 3 years, and now you expected to return with all this unwanted sentiment, And have me what? Fall at your feet? Do you want my heart handed over to you like victory spoils? Am I supposed to feel badly for you because you only realized what we had when it was too late and you had already invited another woman into your bed? Fury had her trembling. She was angry, so angry. Angry with herself for making love with him yesterday, for wanting him the way she did. Angry with Jack for the way he had returned, as if he had never been gone, all teasing smiles and charm and protestations of love and innocence. "Nellie," he began, his expression pained. "Please, no," she interrupted, rising suddenly. "No more. If you will excuse me, I have lost my appetite." Without waiting for him to respond, she fled the dining room. But most importantly, she fled Jack and all their shared memories, along with all the temptation to fall headlong into him again, because she knew just how ruinous it would prove. She had already planned her future, and the Marquis of Needham was nowhere to be found in it. Chapter 13. Jack could not find his wife. He had looked for her everywhere since she had fled breakfast earlier that day. No bloody luck aside from learning she had taken a horse from the stable. And so had he in response, determined to find her. She could run, he had reasoned, but she could not hide. Not from him, not forever. But he had been riding for hours, stopping to change out his mount and return to Needham Hall to see whether or not his wife had come back from her sojourn twice, only to be disappointed each time. He spurred his horse on now, scouring the horizon for any hint of her. Already she had been gone for hours. He had pressed her hard at breakfast, and he knew it. Her emotions had been high. As much as she liked to believe he could not read her, her countenance was as expressive as it had always been, giving her away. He had shaken her. Instead of bringing her closer, however, he had chased her away. Their connection yesterday, though primarily physical, had been undeniable. The desire between them was just as it had always been, electric, raw, carnal, and all-consuming. Even more so now, since they had spent so much unnecessary time apart. Still, none of that mattered if he could not bloody well locate her, speak to her. And the longer she was gone, the more his frustration turned into fear. Needham Hall was a massive estate. She could be anywhere. If she had ridden recklessly and been thrown from her mount again, as she had confessed to him had happened in the past. Grounding his molars, he spurred his mount on, toward a forest that eventually gave way to a small natural stream. As a lad, it had been one of his favourite places to visit, far enough away from the main house that no one could find him. Peaceful enough that he could relax, wade in the water with his trousers rolled to his knees, escape his parents' endless matches of bickering and hatred. He had taken Nell there once, and though it seemed foolish indeed to suppose she would be there now, he was willing to look for her anywhere. His desperation where she was concerned knew no bounds, it would seem. He was, as ever, her fool. Doomed to be so from the moment he had seen her dancing in the arms of another. His heart would always be hers. But he was beginning to realize a more desperate truth. If she could not move beyond the past, he would lose her forever, and his pride would force him to let her go. He could not make her love him, could not make her be happy, and a life with an unhappy Nell, though he loved her so, would be worse than a life without her. He could not bear her pain. And Nell? She still did not believe him. She doubted his word, doubted his faithfulness, and whilst he could not deny Lady Billingsley had been in his bed that night, and although it was no excuse, he had never betrayed Nell, aside from being too deep in his cups when the wrong woman had slid into his bed, naked and ready to seduce. He reached the edge of the trees and slowed his mount. The old path remained, wide enough for a horse to pass, and there was only one way that was possible, after 3 years of his absence. Nell had been coming here. Hope rose, sharp as a knife within. Slowly, carefully, he guided his horse along the shadowy path leading to the stream. After a time, he saw what he had been waiting for, what he had been hoping for. Nell's horse was tethered to a tree, nosing at a clump of grass sprouting in a slat of sunlight between the massive old oaks. Relief hit him. She was here, somewhere. He just had to find her. Jack reined in his mount and tethered her to a tree not far from Nell's mount, and then he set off on foot down the trail. Where it grew narrow and twisted and rife with old tree roots rising from the earth, making it treacherous indeed for equine travel. Strange how he could have been absent from a place for so long, and yet he knew every bend in the path by heart. He knew where moss grew thick, where a massive old quartz rock protruded white and sparkling from the earth, where wild flowers sprouted like old friends every year, and he knew the precise moment he would hear the gurgling of the stream. 1 step. 2. There it was, the stream. And there she was, his Nellie. She was seated, her back to him, skirts billowing around her, on a bed of forget-me-nots. The sun was shining down on her through the break in the trees overhead, making her appear as if she glowed, as if she were an angel sent from heaven. Neither was true. She was all too human, all too real. As he neared her, he realized she seemed to be poring over something in her lap. "Nellie," he said softly, hating the way she stiffened at his voice. She cast him a frigid look over her shoulder. "Why are you here, Jack?" He settled down beside her, taking note of the book cracked open in her skirts. "I was worried about you. You have been gone for hours." She sighed. "Intentionally. I want to be alone." It seemed he was forever chasing her, at a bitter stalemate. Would he ever catch her, hold her, keep her? "Do you despise me that much, Nellie?" he asked, holding his breath as he awaited her answer. She took her time, averting her gaze toward the stream. "I despise what you did," she said at last. "On that, we are in agreement," he said softly. One night had been all it took to ruin his marriage and destroy his life. 1 moment. She glanced at him, her expression hardening. "You are admitting it now?" He met her gaze, unflinching. "I am admitting the truth, as I always have. I was soused. Lady Billingsley came to the wrong bed. I thought she was you. I kissed her. I never bedded her." "Even if what you say is the truth, I saw you kissing her, Jack. How could you mistake her for me?" There was such anguish in her face, and he hated himself for being the one who had put it there, for being responsible for her pain, for being the one who had torn them apart. "There is no excuse, Nellie. I was a drunken fool, stupid and reckless and selfish. He had learned a great deal about himself in the last 3 years. He could own his sins. I wish to God that night never happened, that I never hurt you. Why did you devote it to me? She asked suddenly. Her question threw him. He frowned, trying to make sense of it. Pardon? Your book? She held up the volume abandoned in her lap, and recognition slid over him. Why did you devote it to me? She must be speaking of one of his travel memoirs, but he had dedicated each volume to her, which meant she had only read one thus far. Penance, he said truthfully. And love. Her lush lips tightened. It is an excellent account. Her praise sounded reluctant. He could not help but to smile despite the seriousness of the moment. You are surprised. Mayhap you hoped it would be drivel or dry as dust? No. She shook her head, her expression turning mournful. You have always been dreadfully adept at anything you try, Jack. I'm not surprised in the least that your travel books were so well received. Not adept at everything, he said carefully, studying her. I have yet to win back my wife, for instance. That is an impossibility anyway. Her chin went up. Is it? He covered her hand with his. Leave a man his hope, will you not? Why are you doing this, Jack? She did not move her hand away from his, but her countenance was closed as ever. Why can you not simply let me free? Because I cannot, he admitted with raw honesty. You are mine, Nellie. You have always been mine. I am not a possession. I am a woman. She paused, turning away from him, her gaze going back to the stream. I have a heart, Jack. Feelings. Needs and wants. Let me go. I beg of you. This madness cannot continue between us. It hurts too much. Her words cut him. They were not what he wanted to hear. His fingers tightened on hers. Do you truly mean to tell me that you choose Sidmouth over me? That you would prefer to endure the scandal of a divorce and marry another man than remain my wife? Even after everything we have shared, after all these years, after the way we are together? I already told you, she glanced back at him, resolute. I cannot remain married to a man I do not trust. The rest of it? It is not enough. Desire is not enough, he pressed. My love for you is not enough? It was not enough 3 years ago. Her voice was grim. He refused to believe she was immovable. Mayhap we needed those 3 years, Nellie. Have you ever thought of that? We were young and wild when we married, but that time apart, time to learn who we are, to grow, perhaps it made us stronger. Perhaps it can bring us back together rather than tearing us apart. For a long time she was silent, her hand still beneath his, their fingers laced without her participation. Did you mean what you said this morning? He squeezed her fingers. I have always meant everything I say to you. That you saw me in your travels? She elaborated, her bright eyes intent upon him. That you thought you saw me in Paris? Jack gave her a sad smile. Yes, pathetic ass that he was. For the first few months you were gone, I kept waiting for you to return. I was convinced you would. I would think I heard your voice in a room. I saw you everywhere, even in my dreams, But you were never there, Jack. Tears glittered in her eyes, clinging to her long lashes. She blinked, fighting them. Always fighting his Nellie. He admired that about her, but he hated it too, because she was fighting him, fighting them. "I am here now," he said, all the urgency within him trembling in his voice. She shook her head. "It is not enough." Damn her. Jack clenched his jaw. "Give me a chance, Nellie. You owe me that much." He sounded desperate, but he was. He could not lose her. He refused to contemplate it, and yet, as he read the sorrow in her expression, the pain in her eyes, he knew she was a woman on the edge. "You ask too much," she whispered. "Let me go, Jack. The time has come." "A fortnight," he tried again. "Give me a fortnight to win you back. If you still feel the same way at the end of that time, I will agree to the divorce." The words were crushing, devastating. Necessary, however. He could not spend the rest of his life trying to win her. His love for her was stronger than his need. If remaining his wife would bring her too much misery, he would have to love her enough to set her free. Even if losing her was akin to a death knell for him. "Do you mean it, Jack?" Her gaze plumbed his. "At the end of the fortnight, you will agree to the divorce?" All the breath felt as if it had been sucked from his lungs, but he nodded. "Yes. If you still want the divorce at the end of the fortnight, I promise it will be yours." Nell nodded once, the motion jerky. "1 fortnight. No more. And I will not be sharing your bed." "Sharing my bed is not a requirement. I can win you in other ways." He brought her hand to his lips, kissing her fingers. "All I need is for you to lay aside your weapons." A small, sad smile tugged at her lips. "I have never had any weapons against you, Jack. And that is the problem." How wrong she was. No one could slice him to his very marrow the way she could. A fortnight. Dear God, what had she agreed to? 14 days. 14 days of seeing Jack, of him spouting off about all the memories they shared, of him looking at her with those emerald bedchamber eyes and making her melt. Nell's hands trembled as she descended the staircase later that night on her way to dinner. It was the first time she was not taking a tray in her apartments. She had taken care with her dress. It was sombre and black, an old morning gown she still had from after her mother's death. High-necked and prim, buttoned to her throat with a line of jet beads and a net of lace falling over its sombre silhouette. While her lady's maid had aided her in her toilette, she had devised a battle plan for the evening. She was going to get soused. It was the only way to make it through a dinner of Jack's clever taunts and teasing charm. Jack sauntered into view. He was dressed beautifully, his short hair brushed back from his high forehead, his maroon waistcoat a vibrant contrast to his black coat and trousers and the crisp whiteness of his shirt. He watched her descend, a curious expression on his handsome face. When she reached the last step, he offered her an elegant bow. "Allow me to introduce myself. John Reginald Ainsworth, Marquis of Needham, Earl of Marbury, Viscount Pelham, etc. But all my familiars call me Jack. His signature half-grin curved his sensual mouth. She wanted to kiss those lips, curse him. Nell dipped into an abbreviated curtsy, determined to steel herself against his charm. "What game are you playing now, Jack?" "No game." His grin faded as he met her gaze, the intensity of those verdant orbs searing her. "I thought perhaps we could begin anew tonight. Start again." "It will do nothing to further your cause," she warned him, taking the arm he offered her. "But surely worth a try." His voice was smooth, unaffected. He did not resemble the man who had come to her at the stream. That Jack had been raw, without his polish, almost desperate. He had been worried about her, and in spite of herself, she had been touched. His words returned to her as they made their way to the dining room. "You are mine, Nellie. You have always been mine." Dear God, if he only knew. Resisting him, fighting him, cost her every modicum of resolve she possessed. Dinner began without a great deal of fanfare. She was seated far nearer to him than she would have preferred, but she was not going to make a fuss before the servants or her husband. The less anyone, especially Jack, realized how greatly he affected her, the better. She seated herself primly, all too aware of his presence and stare. "Tell me, my lady," he said as the first course arrived. "What brings you to the country?" "Why do you insist upon this nonsensical pretext?" she muttered. "I beg your pardon?" He fluttered his eyelashes at her, as if he were a coquette. "What was that you said, Lady Needham?" She bit her lip to contain her laughter. Even when he looked ridiculous, he was gorgeous in a way no mere mortal ought to be. Unfair. So very unfair. She waited until the servants removed themselves to the perimeter of the room, where they were not as apt to overhear their conversation. "If you must know, my lord, I was celebrating," she told him pointedly. "Do tell. The happy occasion of the return of your husband, was it?" He grinned at her. He was enjoying this, the bounder. "Not precisely." She turned her attention to the potage à la prince in her bowl. She did not recall approving this rich partridge and chestnut soup, one of her favourites. "This soup is delicious, is it not?" he asked, as if reading her mind. "A lady I admire holds it one of the very best." She ignored the implication of his words, taking a delicate sip of the soup. "I cannot think why she would recommend it. It seems the sort of dish for which one's enthusiasm would inevitably wane, much like an unwanted husband." The last was unnecessarily cutting, but if she was going to suffer through 14 more such dinners, she needed to build the bloody walls high. She needed to build a damned fortress. "Or," he suggested after a lengthy silence, "it is the sort of dish which leaves one's palate forever changed, regardless of the time that has passed or the other soups one has tasted. Potage à la prince retains its allure." She skewered him with a look. "You are outdoing yourself with silly metaphors, my lord." He raised a dark brow. "I was merely speaking of the soup course, my dear." Gritting her teeth, she turned her attention back to the food before her, and to her wine. She was on her second glass by the time the risole à la reine arrived. The earthiness of the truffles was a delight to her senses, for this, too, was another favourite of hers. Unless she missed her guess, her clever husband had rewritten the evening's menu to make certain it would appeal to her. I shudder to think what is coming next, she grumbled, forking a delicate bite smothered with bechamel sauce and fried parsley. I shall not fit into any of my gowns by tomorrow morning. If I had my way, you would not need gowns for the next fortnight at least, Lady Needham, her scoundrel of a husband told her, sotto voce. Longing swept through her. Desire throbbed to life in her core. The ache so intense she nearly emitted a groan of frustration, right there at the dinner table before a pair of footmen. As it was, she choked upon a bite of her food. She attempted to recover by pouring the rest of her wine down her throat. "Nellie?" The playfulness had vanished from his expression and tone. In its place was stark concern. She gulped frantically at her wine until it was gone, and then sputtered while she waited for a footman to refill her glass. "Perfectly well," she gasped. That was not quite the reaction I was hoping for. His tone was wry. Nell drank some more wine, noting he had none at his place setting. She had not seen him imbibe, nor tasted it on his lips since his return. Perhaps that bit of what he had told her was true. Still, his stand was too little, too late. And as for herself, she had no stand save one. Divorce. Preserving her heart as well, make that two. She hiccuped into her wine. Lovely. Just what she needed. First she had nearly choked, and now she was hiccuping. Would her humiliation know no bounds? Nell cast him a glare and gulped some more wine, then held her breath for good measure. "That does not work, you know." His tone was knowing. "There was only one way you could ever get rid of your hiccups, my love." She intensified the force of her glare and released the breath she had been holding. "If my nearly choking was what it required you to cease playing your silly games, I suppose I ought to be—" hiccup, "grateful." Blast. "Shall I prove the veracity of my claim?" he asked calmly, his gaze dipping to her mouth. Her lips tingled. So did the place between her thighs. To her mortification, she was wet. From the memory of his mouth on hers, from that green stare. Her pulse was pounding in her pearl. She needed more wine, clearly. She gave him her most ferocious frown. "No, thank you." Hiccup. Unbidden, memories of the ways he had once cured her hiccups returned. With kisses, always, and sometimes with more. Once they had been at a ball and they had both drunk themselves silly. She had hiccuped through a waltz, and he had led her to a darkened chamber, bent her over a chair, and slid deep inside her. She hiccuped again, her cheeks going hot at the memory. Jack's stare on her said he remembered too. He jerked his gaze from hers. "Leave us to enjoy the remainder of this course," he instructed the footman. They were gone in a moment, the door closing at their backs. Jack rose from his seat. She shook her head. "No!" Hiccup. But her husband did not listen. Of course not. He never listened, not when it came to her desire to maintain distance between them. He took her hands in his and helped her to stand, pulling her chair away. "You are still hiccuping, my love," he observed, pulling her into his chest. She went. Yes, she did. Later she would blame it on the wine. She would tell herself she had been in her cups. But for now, she pressed herself into his big, strong body. She was wanton and eager. A lamb for the slaughter, forgetting all the reasons why she must keep her distance. "I am—" hiccup, "not," she protested breathlessly, her hands on his chest. Tenderly, he swept a curl from her cheek. He cupped her face in his big, warm hands. "You have just proven yourself wrong. I would be lying if I said I did not enjoy the irony. Just a bit." She should push away from him, return to her chair, eat her dinner in peace. Instead, she found herself melting into him. He was so sturdy, so muscular. He had never failed to make her feel safe, protected, wanted, always wanted. Until the day he had not. But somehow, she could not think about that now, as another hiccup fled her lips. "If you think I'm going to allow you to cure my hiccups in the same fashion as the Desborough Ball, you are wrong," she told him, punctuating her sentence with yet another hiccup. His thumb swept over her cheekbones. "Do you want me to fuck you on the dining room table in the midst of dinner, Nellie? Say the word, and I'll be eating your sweet cunny for the next course, instead of the mutton pie." His vulgarity only made her want him more. There was something wrong with her, surely. Only a fool would find herself so desperate with lust for a man who had proven himself untrustworthy in the most dastardly fashion possible. But the ache was there, undeniable. She licked her lower lip. "Mutton pie is the next course?" she asked, just to taunt him. Because the truth was, she was out of her mind with wanting him. Just from his nearness, his touch, his scent, his green eyes locked on her lips, his wicked, wicked words. How long had it been since he had pleasured her thus? Years. Too long. Far, far too long. The mere mentioning of it had her pearls swelling, ready. Dear God! The sensual feats he had once performed upon her with his lips, teeth, and tongue. "I will make you forget about the damned mutton pie," he vowed. His mouth was on hers in the next breath, hot, insistent, demanding, making her forget everything, including all the reasons why she ought to resist, and especially all the reasons why she should not kiss him back. His tongue slid into her mouth. She welcomed it. They were moving then, moving as he kissed her, moving as he owned her mouth. He guided her backward. His hands fell to her waist, clutching her, and in the next moment, she was being lifted to the table. She had just enough wits about her to catch herself on her palms, feeling frantically for crockery and silverware. Her hands met with nothing but cool, polished wood. Jack jerked back, ending the kiss, staring down at her with an inscrutable expression, his chest heaving with the force of his breasts. His mouth was dark from their shared kisses. "Lift your skirts." She could deny him, she knew it. She could put an end to this. But she was too far gone. She did not want to put an end to this. She wanted his tongue on her, in her. Once more, she was weak, so very weak for him. She caught fistfuls of black silk, and she raised them. But because she could not allow him to take full control, she kept her knees together. Her skirts were crumpled about her waist, her stocking-clad legs on display. She had not worn drawers this evening, because she found them cumbersome. Her garters were pink, her hose a brilliant red, in stark contrast to her mournful dress. She had not supposed he would see either when she had dressed. But that had been 3 glasses of wine and a half-dozen potent kisses with Jack ago. "No drawers. Fuck, I love your legs," he said, his voice a low growl. "Open them. I'm going to suck your sweet pearl until you scream." Good God! She bit her lip hard, fought against the potent, heady wave of need, and kept her knees clamped tightly together. Only if you ask politely? Please. His response was instant. But it was her turn to tease, her turn to be the one in control. Her hiccups were long gone already, and she could not even pretend that was what this was about. No, indeed. This stolen moment was about her pleasure. You need to be more specific, my lord, she told him. What do you want? His hands were on her thighs, coasting up and down in delicious friction. His cock was hard and long, pressed against the fall of his trousers. There was no denying how much he wanted her. The knowledge was gratifying. I want to bury my face between your pretty thighs and lick your pearl, he told her, his voice low, decadent. It sent a dark trill down her spine. I want to fuck you with my tongue. I want you bucking beneath me. I will not stop until you are shaking and desperate and wild. Still, it was not enough. Beg me, she told him. Get on your knees and beg. He caressed her thighs. Nellie. She was asking a great deal from a man like him, she knew, but it was what she wanted. Nay, what she needed from him. He had hurt her so badly, had brought her so very low, and if he wanted to bring her pleasure this time, he was going to have to earn it, damn him. On your knees, she repeated. Beg me to lick my cunny. He muttered a string of curses, but he did as she asked, kneeling there in the dining room, hands on her knees. Please, Nellie, I am begging. Come on my tongue. Better. She rather enjoyed this power over him. She parted her legs a fraction, just enough to grant him a glimpse. I will let you pleasure me, on one condition. His gaze was on the apex of her thighs, hungry. Name it. I am the only one who spends tonight. And afterward, we will continue dinner, and I will retire to my chamber. Alone. She did not know where she had found the strength to issue such a demand, but she could not deny the surge of delicious need it gave her. Agreed, he ground out. She parted her thighs. He was upon her in an instant, his hands flattening on her flesh, spreading her wider. His gaze was hot, burning, like a touch. She liked his eyes on her. She wondered what he saw and tried to imagine. A contrast of black skirts, pale thighs, and wet pink flesh. Her heart pounded, and so did her core as she watched him, waiting his next move. His head dipped closer, but still he did not touch her with his mouth. Instead, he inhaled deeply, as if he were mesmerized by the scent of her excitement. I love your cunny, he told her softly. So soaked for me, darling. So hungry. Slowly, he stroked her with his fingers, stopping when he reached her folds. Gently, he parted her with his thumbs, holding her open. He pursed his lips and blew a puff of air over her pearl. His teasing was agony. Sweet, delicious agony. Her nipples were hard, her breasts heavy and aching. She scooted forward in an effort to get the contact she wanted, but he withdrew, a knowing smile on his lips. So impatient, Nellie. He blew another stream of air over her. You made me beg, and now It is your turn." How quickly, how easily he had turned the tables on her. And was that not the way of things with them? Just when she believed she had thwarted him, he made her want him, and she became a slave to her need. "I want your tongue, Jack," she said. "Give it to me." "Beg me." He glanced up at her, his grin wicked. She continued to hold her skirts, trapped with one hand, and with the other she reached for him. Her fingers sank into his silky hair. "Please give me what I want." "With pleasure." He licked her then, one slow swipe on her pearl. A moan stole from her. It was so good, sensation rocketing through her. He flicked his tongue over her, up and down, focusing upon the needy bud at her center. The sounds of him pleasuring her heightened her excitement. "So wet for me." He kissed her pearl, then sucked it into his mouth. "So damn delicious. Whose cunny is this, Nellie?" "Mine." He released her, keeping his mouth near but denying her the pleasure he had just been bestowing. "Wrong answer, love." She released a shuddering breath. She was aching, trembling with desire. But this was a battle between them. "Do it, damn you!" "Not until you tell me." He pressed a kiss to her inner thigh instead. She was quaking now, dripping, mindless, desperate. "Yours," she said at last, surrendering to him, to pleasure. "My cunny is yours." Because it was true. She had never felt this way for any other man. As if she would die if she did not have his touch, his kiss, his tongue. He gave it to her. On a low growl of triumph, he licked her seam. Then he caught her pearl between his teeth and gave her a nip that had her hips jumping and her back arching. Bliss shot through her, beginning in her core and blasting outward. She raked her fingers through his hair and pressed herself into his face. He alternated between little licks and long sucks, pleasuring her with that wicked mouth she loved so well. She grew wetter still. He moaned as he buried his tongue inside her, thrusting again and again. And she rode his tongue the way she wanted to ride his cock, pressing his head to the apex of her thighs. She wanted to coat his face with her. She wanted to mark him. She wanted him to go to bed with her on his lips and his cock hard and aching, wishing he could plunge it inside her. She wanted him to writhe in his big bed. A helpless moan escaped her as she undulated against him. Her head fell back, her eyes closed, and she gave herself over to sensation. Suddenly, she was talking, babbling, saying wicked, forbidden things. "Later, when you are in bed all alone, I want you to take your big, thick cock in your hand and think of me. I want you to come hard, thinking about the way I tasted and how desperate you were to have me on your tongue. But it will only be your hand you are fucking, Jack, not this cunny." Her taunts made him wild. He rubbed his face over her folds and attacked her pearl with almost vicious deliberation, sucking, using his teeth. When he plunged 2 fingers inside her, thrusting them in and out in delicious friction, she lost the tentative hold she had on her control. She thrust against him one more time. He sucked her and curled his fingers, and she cried out as her release exploded. She clenched on him, bringing him deeper. White, hot bliss shooting from her center and washing over every part of her. Even her toes curled in her heels. Her breathing was ragged, her chest heaving from the force of her climax. As the last ripples of pleasure rocked through her, he released her pearl and withdrew his fingers. They glistened with the evidence of her spend. Catching her gaze, he swirled them over her painfully sensitive bud. He was going to make her come again, just to prove to them both how little restraint she had when it came to him. As if she needed the proof. His lips were swollen and wet. "Mine," he rasped, increasing his pressure. She bit her lip, determined to ride out whatever he would give her, but to deny him the satisfaction of admitting just how thoroughly he owned her once more. He moved faster. "So pretty and pink and wet," he said. "For me. All for me." He moved faster. She was on the edge already, desperate for another taste of what only he could give her. But she was stubborn. She would not allow him to win. As he worked her pearl with his right hand, he swiped over her folds with his left forefinger, parting her. He slid it back inside her passage, and she clenched on him instantly, a sigh leaving her. She bit her lip harder. "Every part of you is mine, Nellie." He withdrew his finger, then slid it deeper, adding a second finger, then a third. She jerked at the sensation, thrilling. Her nerves were alive, on fire. She was on fire, coming apart. She held her breath as he worked her. She wanted more. "Say it, Nellie," he gritted. "Every part of you is mine. Say you want me, that you want me to fuck you and fill you until you scream." She could not say it, because she was beyond words. Because he slid his fingers deeper still, and his possession of her was so intense she could scarcely even breathe. He rubbed her bud, and she came again. Stronger than before, her body tightening, and she was soaring, flying, coming apart. She moaned his name as she spent against his hand, as she clenched on his fingers, as he proved to them both just how right he was. About her, about the way she felt for him, about everything. She was stretched and filled and throbbing, and no matter how much she wanted to resist him, she would never stop wanting him. Damn his beautiful hide. Not that she would admit it. "You were right about one thing," she told him instead in the aftermath of the climaxes he had given her. She dropped her skirts back into place. "You made me forget all about the mutton pie." The smile he gave her melted some of the ice in her heart. "You were bloody well right, I did." Chapter 14. 13 days to convince his wife to remain his wife. Jack sighed and grasped his cock. Since last night at dinner, he had been sporting a perpetual erection, and Nell had taken all the pleasure he had given her and promptly fled to the sanctity of her chamber. He had taken a cold bath to dampen his ardour. It had not worked. He had then lain alone in his bed, gripping himself to thoughts of a golden-haired siren who owned his heart. Her cunny had been so sweet on his tongue, sweeter than honey, and watching her come undone had been an erotic art all its own. She had been as desperate for him as he was for her, undulating against him, thrusting herself into his mouth. How glorious she had been, making him beg to pleasure her. And how satisfying it had been to show her she was just as mindless for him as he was for her. The attraction between them had always been there, burning hot, threatening to consume. And he could not help but feel if he continued wearing down her resistance by appealing to her desires, he could perhaps find his way back to her heart. Still, he did not seem any closer to convincing her to end this divorce nonsense by this morning's bright light than he had been last night when he had been thrashing her dripping cunny with his tongue. His bollocks tightened as remembrance hit him. Her taunting words returned to him now. "It will only be your hand you are fucking, Jack, not this cunny." Damn her. He needed release, and it would seem he was the only one willing to provide it at the moment. But he would bide his time. He would do whatever she wished, and he would seek out every opportunity to tear down her walls with love-making. He could not bite back his moan as he thought of her on the dining-room table, her legs spread, completely on display for him. Of the way she had rocked against him until she had commanded all his senses. Of the slickness of her desire coating his tongue. A bead of metal leaked from the tip of his cock as he stroked harder. He imagined fucking her cunny hard, getting himself all wet and slippery with her juices. He imagined her moaning beneath him, wanting more. He would go slowly at first, feeding her his cock in shallow thrusts. "Fuck!" he cried out as he spent, his seed spurting all over his abdomen in thick jets. He tightened his grip as the last of his climax thundered through him. His heart was pounding, his breaths uneven. She had turned him into a slavering, lust-ridden beast. Jack's head fell back against his pillows. Suddenly, the door adjoining his chamber to Nell's flew open. "Jack, is something amiss?" she asked, sweeping into the chamber, wearing nothing more than her night rail. He did not bother to cover himself. Her eyes went wide as she stopped, taking in the scene before her. "Oh!" He was sure he looked like a satyr, lying there with his limp cock and his seed coating his belly. "Close the door, if you please," he told her. Forgive me." Her cheeks went red. She closed the door as he had asked. "I ought to have knocked first. It is merely that I heard a cry." He hoped to hell her lady's maid was not next door. But if she was, the last thing he wanted was for the poor woman to get a peek at his depravity. "I was following my lady's orders," he told her calmly. And already his much-abused prick was twitching back to life now that Nell was almost within reach once more. She swallowed, her gaze dipping to his burgeoning cockstand. "My orders?" "Your orders," he agreed, stroking himself once more. "I believe your instructions were to take my cock in hand and think of you. Were they not, Nell?" Her lips opened, then closed. "I may have said something similar." "Oh, you did." He smiled at her, stroking again. "You told me you wanted me to come hard, thinking about the way you tasted and how desperate I was to have you on my tongue. And I did that, Nellie. I stroked myself, just like this, and I thought about how your cunny was like nectar on my tongue, and I thought about how you rode my face and how much you liked it." "Stop!" Her cheeks darkened, and even her ears went red. "Do not continue, you scoundrel. That was perfectly depraved of you to do in the midst of dinner. All of it." He was hard once more. If she crossed the room and sat on his cock, he would fuck her silly and come all over again. She was a witch. "Do you know what else I thought about, Nellie?" he continued, ignoring her protestations. "I thought about fucking you, about putting my cock inside you and how tight and hot you would be. Jack! Her eyes were wide. He had shocked her with his vulgarity, but she was also excited. He could see it in the way she bit her lip. He stopped stroking himself and crooked a finger at her. Come here. To his utter shock, she obeyed him. She moved slowly, gracefully across the chamber. This is all your fault, Nellie, and now you are going to have to do penance, he told her. She licked her lips, desire making her expression go slack. What do you want from me? You made this mess, he told her, knowing it was a risk. What are you going to do about it? Knowing he was being ridiculously, foolishly bold, but knowing he had to do everything in his power to win this woman for good, and the only way it seemed he could reach her was through desire. He was changing tactics. The siege had just become a sensual onslaught. 13 days. That was all he had left. Nell knew she should never have crossed the boundary separating her chamber from his. But she had risen with the intention of reading for a few minutes before ringing for her lady's maid when she heard Jack shout. She had been worried for him. Before she'd had a chance to ponder the wisdom of her actions, her feet had been instinctively flying, taking her to him. She had never expected to see the sight which was before her now. Jack, naked, the proof of what he had been doing just prior to her interruption on his taut stomach. And what had she done? Lingered. She had ventured nearer. She had allowed her traitorous body to overrule her head. His wicked words and the sight of him stroking his thick cock into readiness once more made her ache. Well, Nellie. His low voice cut through her troubled musings, prodding her. What are you going to do? As he asked the question, he grasped himself at the root. She could not take her eyes off him. She was going to do something very, very bad. Something she ought not to be doing. But when had she ever done what she ought to, where Jack was concerned? He made her weak, and he made her want him. And he always would. She crawled onto his bed and moved toward him on all fours. Last night, he had ruined dinner when he had given her 2 of the most exquisite orgasms of her life. Now, it was time for her to return the favour. Stop touching yourself, she ordered him as she reached his side. He lay on his back in the rumpled bedclothes, sleepy and gorgeous, and naked. Jack's body was all masculine, almost sinister in its perfection. Long legs dappled with dark hair, broad shoulders, lean hips, strong arms. His stomach was a series of muscle slabs, alive with each movement, every breath. The shadow of his whiskers returning on his jaw excited her. So did the way he watched her with his emerald stare. So did the knowledge that he had been thinking about her, fantasizing about all the sinful things he would do to her when he had lost control and spent. He released his cock, at last doing as she had asked. She settled herself between his thighs. Nellie, what are you doing? He rasped. There was a tremble in his voice, the suggestion he did not altogether trust her. Good. She did not want him to be able to predict what she would do next. She wanted all the power this morning, all the control. Cleaning my mess, she told him, before planting her palms in the soft bed linens alongside his hips and lowering her head toward him. She had forgotten how much she loved the way he tasted, how much she loved his cock in her mouth, how she had revelled in torturing him until he spent. But she recalled it now. The flesh between her legs was heavy and pulsing with remembered awareness. "Fucking hell," he said on a guttural moan. Holding his stare, she licked a path directly to the base of his cock. Then she ran her tongue down the velvety length of him, running it around the head. She pressed it to the slit where a white drop had gathered and grasped him in her hand, stroking. It all came back to her, how to make him wild, how to touch him, what he liked, what made him jerk his hips to get deeper down her throat. She gripped him and massaged his heavy bollocks, licking the tip before withdrawing her mouth. Just enough to tantalize him, just enough to make him groan. "Beg me," she whispered, licking her lips. She still tasted him, and she was greedy. She wanted more. But she also wanted to make him work for it. She wanted him as wild as she had been last night. Two could play at this game, and she would emerge the victor. "Suck my cock," he gritted, his jaw clenched from the effort to restrain himself. She moved her hand up and down his shaft, but denied him her mouth. "I said, beg." Nell could not quell the knowing smile on her lips. A muscle ticked in his jaw. "Witch." He was being stubborn. Fine. She had nothing else to amuse her this morning, save his travel reminiscences. And as interesting as his account of Constantinople was, she would far prefer this. "Do you know what I think, Jack?" She ran her thumb over his cockhead. "I think you want me to suck your big hard cock until you spend down my throat. I think you want my lips wrapped around you." "Please," he burst out, interrupting her. "Take me in your mouth." Her smile grew. Anticipation swelled along with need. She felt powerful. She was controlling this, and she was doing what gave her pleasure. Making him weak and desperate with lust gave her that. She relished the way she could bring him low. Relished making him beg. She did not make either of them wait any longer. She lowered her head and took as much of him as she could. The moan wrung from his lips made her cunny pulse. She was already slick with desire, and they had scarcely even proceeded. He felt good in her mouth. She stretched her lips over her teeth and stroked him with her lips as she sucked. Simultaneously, she massaged his bollocks and gripped his root. His cock was wet with the early beads of his spend and with her saliva. He slid in and out of her with ease. She tongued the head, worked the underside where she knew he was sensitive, sucking hard. And then she exhaled through her nose as she took him into her throat. His hips moved beneath her, bringing him deeper. So deep she nearly gagged. But her dominion over herself won in the end, and she moved with him, allowing him to fuck her mouth. His fingers were in her hair, tightening on the unbound strands. She removed her hand from the base of his cock and gripped his hip, digging her fingernails into him. She knew him well enough to know the moment he had reached the end of his restraint. His hips were moving in a choppy rhythm beneath her. His breaths were ragged. He was hers, entirely in her control. "Damn it, Nellie! Enough!" he bit out. "I want inside you." No, she was not going to give him what he wanted. She was going to take what she wanted, and that was his complete abandon. She sucked harder, raking her nails down his thigh, and squeezed his bollocks. His entire body tensed beneath her. His grip on her hair tightened, and she remained immovable as his cock pulsed in her mouth, his seed shooting down her throat. He cried out. She hummed her approval, sucking him dry, swallowing down everything he had to give, taking it as her spoils. When he was finished, she released him, raising her head, her breathing harsh enough to match his. Her lips tingled, her cunny ached with all that remained so very unfinished between them. But for now, she had her victory. She had bested him in this match of control and wits. She had gotten what she wanted. His surrender. She licked her lips. 13 more days, Jack, she taunted. And then she slid from his bed and walked from his chamber. She hoped he could not see how shaky her legs were, and she certainly hoped he could not see how badly she had wanted to remain, because she had every intention of ruining this man before she left him 13 days from now. He deserved every bit of punishment she chose to mete out, and then some. She told herself she would not enjoy it, but as the door closed at her back and she returned to the mocking emptiness of her chambers, she knew it for a bitter, heart-breaking lie. Chapter 15. Jack was hovering outside the drawing room like a bloody visitor in his own home, ear pressed to the door, attempting to glean any hints of conversation he could. Because whilst he had risen in most exquisite fashion, the fates had chosen the unassuming hours following breakfast to deliver him the ultimate blow. After Nell's unexpected visit to him that morning, he had fallen asleep, quite unlike himself, as he preferred to be an early riser. He had risen after having missed the breakfast hour, in no better circumstances than he had been hours before. Though Nell had drained him dry, he was still desperate for her. His body ached for hers. His heart ached for her too, which was why, after having dressed and shaved with the aid of his valet, he was so damned dismayed to learn Lady Needham was in the drawing-room with a visitor most unwanted. Viscount bloody Sidmouth. Fucking Tom. Would it have been too much to ask for the blighter's carriage to overturn, or for him to find someone else's wife to pant after? He pressed his ear to the cool wood of the door, straining to hear. "Come with me now." Sidmouth's low voice was vehement. He sounded angry, outraged even. Jack wondered how the Viscount would feel if he knew his darling's mouth had been upon Jack's cock that very morning. For a brief moment he fantasized about informing the bastard himself, and then breaking his nose all over again. But that would be uncivil. Instead, he waited at the door, listening, holding his breath, biding his time, hoping he would not overhear that which he had no wish to hear. "Tom, please." Nell's voice was soft, too quiet. Jack could not distinguish the rest of what she was saying. Sidmouth's voice rose. "You promised me, Nell. You promised you would come with me whenever I was ready. You agreed it was the only way. Now you are telling me you need another fortnight with him." 13 days, Jack thought grimly. He was already one down. "It is only 13 days, Nell said in a soothing tone, echoing Jack's mind. "Needham has promised me the divorce at the end of those days. It will be better for us all." "Better for whom?" Sidmouth interrupted. The sound of his strides on the carpet telling Jack he was either striding away from Nell or toward her. He hoped to hell it was away from her. His hand clenched into a fist at his side. "Better for you and I, Tom." Again, Nell's voice was placating. If I go with you now, and we live openly together, the scandal will be far worse than a divorce will be. Needham has finally agreed to be civil about this matter. You and I. The thought of Nell and Sidmouth as a matched pair made Jack ill. There is not a civil bone in that villain's body, Sidmouth said coldly. Why the delay? Why a fortnight? 13 days, Nell corrected again, pausing. He thinks he will be able to persuade me to change my mind. Correction, darling. I will change your mind. Jack ground his molars. How does he presume to change your mind? Sidmouth demanded. Has he been forcing more of his attentions on you? Forcing? Forcing? By God, he had never forced Nell. She had always been a more than willing participant in their love-making. Had she told Sidmouth Jack had forced himself upon her? Anger blindsided him, mingling with the possessive fury he could not seem to tamp down. Nell was his wife. His, damn it, and Sidmouth was doing his utmost to steal her from him. Without thought, Jack burst through the door. One moment Nell had been guilt-stricken, about to confess all to Tom, and the next the door to the drawing-room was being thrown open. Jack strode over the threshold, fury etched on every harsh angle of his face. Tom's hand was upon her elbow, and Jack's gaze settled upon that connection. More guilt skewered her. But this guilt was different. It was guilt because her husband was seeing another man touch her. Her cheeks went hot, and she resisted the urge to tear herself from Tom's grasp. How foolish an instinct that was. Tom was the man who would become her husband. She ought to be awash in guilt for having been intimate with Jack. The wickedness she had committed with him had been so much more than a mere hand on the sleeve of her gown. Sidmouth, Jack bit out, not bothering with formality. Unhand my wife. Tom's grasp on her tightened instead as he faced Jack without retreating. No. Jack stopped just short of them, and the anger he emanated was almost palpable. His gaze seared hers, accusation glittering in the startling depths, before he flicked it back to Tom. I do not want to have to deliver another drubbing to you today, Sidmouth, but if you do not cease manhandling Nellie, I will not be responsible for my actions. Nellie? Tom repeated, casting a questioning look in Nell's direction. It means nothing, she reassured him softly. But that was a lie, just like so much of her life was. What she and Jack shared was everything. That connection remained, the bond, the magnetism and spark, the love. The only difference was she was wiser than she had once been. She knew that was no longer enough. She knew how badly he could hurt her. And she knew Tom never would. Of course, Tom would never ravish her on a dining-room table either. Viciously she dismissed that unworthy thought. Tom's grip on her strengthened, as if he were trying to claim her then and there. Jack's stare burned into her. Is it nothing, Nellie? He asked softly. It does not feel like nothing, does it, what we have? He was right. Blast him, how right he was. But she could not choose him, not this time. She had to do what was best for her heart. Tom was the safe choice. Tom was a man she could trust. He loved her, and his love was pure and true. It was not caustic like Jack's. She lifted her chin. It feels hollow, Needham. 13 days, and then I will have my freedom. Is that not right? There was something in his countenance. Hurt, she thought. It ate at her. She felt as if she were bleeding slowly, losing herself.
If you still want the divorce at the end of the 13 days, it will be yours,
he agreed stiffly. And this too felt like a betrayal.
13 days will not alter her mind, will it, Nell?
Tom asked, his voice sharp. She turned to find him watching her intently. Of course not. It did not matter how much time passed or how much Jack made her ache for him. He could not erase the broken trust or the betrayal. The past was unchangeable. He had broken her. She would not allow him to do so again.
Get out of my home, Sidmouth,
Jack demanded, his voice low, laden with warning. Tom stiffened.
I will go when I am assured you will not force yourself upon Nell. You may be her husband now, and it is within the law to require your husbandly rights, but I will be damned if I leave her here to suffer your unwanted attentions.
Oh dear. Jack laughed, though the sound held no levity.
You have my word. I will not force myself upon my wife. And you also have my assurance that my attentions would not be unwanted. Would they, Nellie?
He was taunting her, daring her. She froze. Surely he would not reveal the truth to Tom. It was a confession she would need to make herself, when the time was right, when Jack was not presiding over their dialogue.
What is the matter, darling wife? Jack prodded. Speechless?
She found her voice at last. Stop this, both of you. I will not be subjected to such degradations. The two of you fighting over me as if you are no better than dogs slavering over a bone. Needham, you will have your 13 days. Tom, I will see you at the end of them. Tom searched her face.
You are determined to do this?
Yes, she said softly.
It is time for you to go, Sidmouth, Jack said. Come to me if anything changes, Tom told her, and I will return in 13 days.
She covered his hand with hers. It is for the best, Tom. I promise. If only she believed her own words. Jack was fuming. Seeing Sidmouth touch Nell in such a possessive fashion, watching her take that bastard's side, listening to her reassure him, had woken the beast within. He had known he had a fight ahead of him, but the evidence had been glaring and unwanted before him. He still stood a very real chance of losing Nell forever. It took every bit of his restraint to await her in the drawing-room while she said her farewells to Sidmouth. As it was, he paced the floor like a lion trapped in a cage, restless and bloodthirsty. He half expected her to hide from him rather than return as she had said she would. But the door clicked, and she was there. She hovered at the threshold, looking pale and uncertain. Miserable, in truth. She looked the way he felt inside. Ravaged.
I know how you must have felt that night, he told her, his voice raw as he stalked toward her. I know how devastating it must have been, because when I saw his hand on you, the way he touched you as if you were already his, I wanted to tear him limb from limb.
She shook her head slowly. Multiply that feeling by 1,000, by 100,000, and then perhaps you will know my pain. You think it difficult to see another man's hand upon my elbow? Imagine how it would feel to find him naked in my bed, kissing me.
No, damn her, he would not imagine that.
He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling as if he were about to crawl out of his skin.
You have kissed him, haven't you, Nellie? You told me so yourself. What else have you done? Have you sucked his cock, too?
Her slap echoed in the sudden silence of the chamber. His cheek stung, but he relished the pain. He wanted her anger, her hurt, her fury. He wanted to shake her from her tower, bring her to the lowly dirt with him. She stared at him, her expression stricken. "How dare you?" "How dare you?" he returned, feeling vicious. "How dare you refuse to believe me, refuse to forgive me, and then choose another man over me? Do you not see? What you are doing with Sidmouth is every bit as much of a betrayal, only worse, because you are not in your cups. You are lucid and wide awake. There is no confusion here. Your every action has been committed with great intent." "No," she denied. "What I have done is nothing like your betrayal. I was true to you, Jack. Always." "Not after I left," he countered, needing her to see she was not the angel she imagined herself to be. They were both flawed, imperfect beings, united in their brokenness. Together, they could become whole again. She had to see it. She stiffened as if he had been the one to slap her. "Kisses, nothing more." The smile he gave her felt ugly. "How familiar our stories sound, my love. Yet I am willing to forgive, and you are not." "We are not in these straits because of what I have done," she reminded him coolly. "It is because of what you have done, and you alone." "It is?" he asked solemnly. "It seems to me we are both culpable in this tragedy of ours. Is forgiveness so impossible a feat?" "You tore me apart." Her voice was raw, trembling with emotion. "For so long, I was afraid there was nothing left, that I would never recover. You broke my heart and shattered my trust, and then you just gadded about the world for 3 years, as if I no longer existed. I hate you for that, Jack. I hate you for what you did to me, to us." There it was, real and true emotion from her. How could he move them both past this untenable stalemate? Jack acted on instinct, hauling her into his arms, against his chest. "You were with me everywhere I went. I saw you everywhere. I left because you asked it of me, not because I wanted to go. Do you know what I think, Nellie? I think you do not hate me at all. I think you still love me. I think you never stopped, just as I never stopped loving you." Tears glistened in her eyes, slid down her cheeks. Her palms flattened on his chest, but she did not push him away. "You are wrong, Jack." "I am not," he vowed, forcing her to hold his gaze as he cupped her face and caught a tear on his thumb. "Do you know why Sidmouth does not want you to stay here with me for the next 13 days, Nellie? It is because he is afraid he will lose you forever. He can see what is between us, what has always been between us. He knows it is far stronger than whatever you have with him." He believed those words. He had to, because if he did not, then he stood no chance of winning her back. "Jack," she protested. More tears slid down her cheeks. He caught them with his lips, kissed them away. "Stop fighting this, Nellie," he whispered. "Stop fighting me." Her sorrow was salty on his lips. He licked it up. "I have to fight you, or I will lose myself." She pushed at his chest, but with half-hearted force, not enough to budge him. "Mayhap you will find yourself." He kissed away another tear, taking his time, catching each one with great care.
All I will find with you is raw pleasure. The physical.
Stubborn, stubborn creature.
He kissed the corner of her lips.
It is more than that, and you know it.
My body wants you, but my heart does not. But even as she said the words, her arms went around his neck, and she pressed her lips to his. He kissed her slowly, sweetly, seeking to banish from her mind all thoughts of the past, betrayal or pain. Most especially, all thoughts of Sidmouth. She opened for him on a sigh, her tongue sliding into his mouth first. Their physical connection was as strong as it had ever been. The passion was there. The love would follow. It had to. She tasted of her tears and chocolate. Cook's cocoa biscuits, if he were to wager a guess. She had always loved chocolate, and he had always loved the sweetness of it in her kiss. He still loved it now. He loved her. He loved her, and he would win her back. There would be no surrender, no divorce, no Nellie moving on to Sidmouth. Jack sucked on the fullness of her lower lip, then nipped it. By God, he wanted to consume her, to ravish her mouth and banish the notion of marrying another man from her mind for good. She nipped him back. Their kiss turned aggressive, each of them battling for dominance. He broke the seal of their mouths, dragging kisses down her throat. She smelled so sweet there, her silken skin perfumed with exotic floral notes. He wanted to gather her up in his arms and carry her back to his bedchamber. Instead, he forced himself to stop, to take a step back. Her lips were swollen from his kisses, parted, her breathing as harsh as his. Her eyes were glazed with passion, all the anguish gone from her countenance. He vowed to keep her that way, to spend every day reminding her of why she should choose him over Sidmouth.
"Give in, Nellie," he said softly. "You know how it is for us, how good we are together."
She shook her head, as if she were emerging from a stupor. "You are no good for me, Jack. Kisses and passion do not mean anything."
"Does giving me your body mean anything?" he pressed, frustrated.
Her expression shuttered. "No." Grim frustration shot through him. Still nothing but an impasse. She accepted his kisses and his cock, but not his love.
"You are a liar, Nellie. A scared, beautiful little liar. You do not trust yourself with me. Do not trust your ability to resist me."
Her chin went up. "You are deluding yourself, Jack. I will never change my mind. At the end of these 13 days, I will leave you, and you will have no choice but to accept it."
Like hell she would.
He struggled to maintain his outward calm.
"We shall see about that, Nellie. Tell yourself that if it makes you feel better. But in the end, the proof is right here, between us. The proof is in your kiss, in your touch, the way your body responds so sweetly to mine."
With that, he offered her a bow, and then he stalked from the room before he said something he would regret. Chapter 16. 12 days remaining, and once again, Jack was right, though she would swallow every last drop of her pride before she would admit it to him. The morning hour was early as Nell walked on the gravel path surrounding the lake. She was on her way to her customary feeding of the ducks and swans, basket handle draped over her arm. In the quiet of the summer sun rising high on the day, rich with golden promise, she could acknowledge it to herself. She had spent the rest of the day before hiding from him and the unwanted truth. She did not trust herself with him, and nor did she trust her ability to resist him, because she had none. She rounded the bend in the path where the hedges gave way and the lake spread out in all its majesty. But it was not the beauty of the lake which gave her pause. Rather, it was the man. Wearing light linens, a jaunty hat covering his dark hair, sat the man who had haunted her dreams, the man she could not seem to stop running from, the man she could also not seem to stop running toward. He was seated in the grass, as if he had not a care, a lanky arm draped over his bent knee. With the backdrop of the sparkling lake behind him and the lush, verdant flora, he could have been a painting. She could stare at the view before her and never grow tired or bored of it. "And that is entirely the problem, my girl," she told herself. "Jack," she said, stopping a safe distance from him. "What are you doing here?" Though he had only been visible to her in profile, he turned to face her now, flashing her the half-grin that never failed to make her melt. "We have trod upon this tired ground before, darling wife. I live here." So he did. How strange it all still felt, almost surreal. "You are being deliberately obtuse," she accused. "You know very well I meant, what are you doing here by the lake at this time of the morning?" And during the hour she always fed the ducks and swans, no less. "Sketching," he told her, holding up a small book which had been hidden in the grass at his side. "Would you believe I found my old books and charcoal? Someone saw them neatly crated and stored in the attic. I wonder who it could have been." It had been her, of course, and they both knew it. What he did not know was all the occasions upon which she had ventured to the attic, which smelled of old beams and centuries' worth of occupants, and which invariably sweltered in the summer months. He did not know how many times she had gone there, opened that crate, taken out his books and flipped through the pages and pages of sketches. Flowers, trees, the lake, the swans and ducks. Many of them were of Nell. Common scenes, all of them. Nell reading in the library, her walking in the garden, her asleep, hair fanned out in wild disarray on her pillow. She had looked at those sketches, and the anguish had been every bit as real and strong as on the day they had parted. Each time she had placed them back in their crate, she had promised herself it would be the last she would seek them out. And yet she always returned. She forced the memories from her mind now and approached him tentatively, knowing she would only reinforce his assertion that she did not trust herself to resist him if she maintained a distance. "I requested the servants crate up all the personal effects that you neglected to take with you. I had no notion of what was there. If you found it now, and have chosen to reacquaint yourself with an art you always enjoyed, I am pleased for you." "Are you?" He raised a dark brow, studying her. "Then why do you look as if you would like to club me over the head with the nearest rock and then roll me into the lake?" She could not stifle her shocked laugh at his suggestion. "Are you suggesting I look murderous to you?" "Perhaps not precisely murderous," he stroked his jaw in contemplative fashion. "But irate enough to do me bodily harm, certainly. Do not pretend as if it would be the first occasion upon which you would do me violence. You have already scratched me like an angry cat, and slapped me twice." "All well deserved," she told him tartly. "Consider yourself fortunate it was not worse." "Do your worst to me, Nellie," he invited, his grin deepening. "Perhaps I may even like it." The bounder! Of course he would turn their conversation back to the erotic.
And of course her pulse would increase and her entire body would flush with awareness. Why, oh why did this man have to affect her so? Her lips twitched with the urge to smile, but she could not afford to encourage him. "You wish, my lord?" He waggled his brows with comic effect. "I have a great many wishes. Would you care to hear them?" She had to put an end to this light-hearted moment. "Save them for your next Marchioness, I beg you." His grin vanished, and she knew a pang of loss. He looked suddenly, unaccountably sad. 12 days, Nellie. 12 days to freedom, she countered. Or 12 days to happiness. He stood, leaving his sketchbook and charcoal in the grass at his feet. "May I join you?" She wanted to deny him, but doing so would only prove what she was doing her utmost to refute. "I suppose I cannot stop you?" "Allow me to carry that for you," he offered gallantly, reaching for the basket. She was reluctant to relinquish it, but he was already sliding the wicker handle from her arm. "I have been carrying it myself for the last 3 years," she could not resist pointing out to him. Nor could she seem to keep the bitterness from her tone. She still resented his absence. His return had not changed that. "I should have been here," he said, as if reading her mind. His expression was somber. "I never should have gone. I should have stayed and fought for you." Part of her wished he had. Part of her was relieved he had not. How would she have withstood him? "The ducks are likely hungry," she said instead, continuing down the path. "We ought not to keep them waiting." He sighed behind her, but the crunch of his soles upon the gravel told her he was following. She did not spare him a glance over her shoulder, keeping her gaze trained upon the lake. A warm breeze blew the scent of mown hay to her. The ducks were swimming on the smooth surface of the water, the swans not far. As she neared the water's edge, the ducks began quacking and swimming toward her. "They are well pleased to spy their breakfast arriving," Jack observed, stopping at her side. "It looks as if we have an entire duck family to feed today." A male and female duck were in the lead. A trail of 7 half-grown ducklings fanned out behind them in the water. She had watched the babies grow all summer long, from tiny balls of fluff to the almost mature ducks they had become. "There was originally 9 of them," she said softly as the ducks came closer. 2 disappeared somewhere along the way. "Poor Mama Duck," Jack said, but his gaze was on Nell instead of the ducks. Something inside her shifted, melted. The way he was looking at her made her think of how reckless she had been with him, of the warmth of his seed inside her body. Even now, his child could be growing in her womb. The notion was not nearly as unwanted as it should be. She cleared her throat. "It is nature's way, I suppose. The fox needs his dinner as well as the duck." "True," he agreed. "Nellie, no matter what happens in the next 12 days, if there are repercussions, promise you will tell me." Repercussions. A baby. Jack's baby. She bit her lip against a wave of pain and longing she had no right to feel. "I would never go to Tom carrying another man's child. You need not fear I would keep such a thing from you." His jaw clenched, and he looked as if he wanted to say more, but then he nodded and turned his attention toward the lake. The ducks had reached the edge and made it to the grassy bank, ready for their corn. Trying to distract herself, she reached into the basket. But Jack had the same idea. Their fingers brushed, and a jolt skipped up her arm, past her elbow.
She snatched her hand away, as if he had burned her. Would it always be this way? Their physical connection so unbreakable? She could not help but to wonder. If only she felt a fraction of the same intensity with Tom. The same mad needs. Gritting her teeth, Nell grabbed a handful of corn and scattered it for the ducks. The swans were slower in arriving this morning, still taking their time in their slow approach. Jack scattered some corn as well, taking special care to scatter some nearer to the ducklings. "I want them too, you know," he said, taking up another handful of corn and sprinkling it over the grass before them. She swallowed. "Ducks?" "Children." He glanced back at her, and the look he gave her was heated. "I want to be a father. The time has come. I need an heir, it is true, but I also find myself longing for a babe to hold in my arms. A little girl with golden wisps of hair and a nose just like yours." She did not want to hear this. "Jack," she protested, blindly scooping up some more corn and dispersing it for the ducks. "And she would have your blue eyes and your long lashes," he continued, as if she had not spoken. "She would call me Papa, and I would teach her how to swim in the lake when she is old enough, and you would show her how to properly sit a horse. And then, a brother as well. He would be stubborn like you, and mayhap he would inherit my nose and chin." He was breaking her heart. Her hand trembled as she reached for another fistful of corn. She struggled to maintain her outward composure. "What a fanciful imagination you have, my lord." "Do not tell me you have never thought of it, Nellie." His voice was low, knowing. Of course she had, damn him. "It is a moot point," she told him coolly, "for it will never happen." "It could," he pressed. "Our babe could be growing within you even as we speak." "I do not believe fate would be that cruel." "Would it be cruel?" he asked softly. "Would you hate it that much, Nellie?" No, she would not hate it at all, and that was entirely the problem. "What does it matter?" she asked. "Why do you care?" "Because I care about you, Nellie." His hand closed over hers in the basket of corn. "Because I love you." Desperation had her jerking her hand away from his touch. "Stop saying that." "Why?" He was calm. "Is it easier to lie to yourself when I do not remind you that my heart beats for you, and you alone?" Nell could not bear any more of this. How was she going to survive 12 more days of such agony? She had no inkling. All she did know was that she had to escape him. She clenched her jaw. "Finish feeding the ducks on your own. I find myself suddenly suffering from a headache." With that, she turned and began hurriedly retracing her steps on the path. "There you are, Nellie. Running away again," he called after her, his voice mocking. "Running will not solve your problems." He was right again, blast him. But she ran anyway. 10 bloody days to go. Jack was running out of time, and he had a wife who believed she could spend most of their remaining time together hiding away from him in her apartments. She was about to discover she was wrong. He knocked at the door adjoining their chambers. "Go away, Jack," she called, in what had become rather a familiar routine. A deuced unwanted one. He glared at the door, which was the symbol of her continued resistance and his continued failure. "If you do not unlock the door, I will break it open," he warned. "Do not be a beast," she said. "I have the megrims." Her voice was muffled and dismissive. He did not believe her.
"You have had the megrims for 2 days," he countered. "When we made this bargain, you know damn well I had no intention of you spending the next fortnight hiding in your apartments."
"I am not hiding," she countered. Her voice was closer. Not close enough.
"Hiding, running, lying,"
he listed off, his irritation getting the better of him.
"You have until the count of 5 to open the door before I set my shoulder to it and break it down."
"You would not dare."
1,
he counted grimly.
2, 3, 4.
"Cease this nonsense at once," she reprimanded him in her stern governess voice.
5, he said. "Stand back."
He stepped back, angled his body so that his shoulder would bear the brunt of his forward motion, and slammed himself into the door.
"Jack!"
The shock in her voice told him she had not expected him to follow through with his threat. Good. He wanted to shock her. He also wanted to open the damned door. He launched himself into it again, gratified at the groaning sound of the hinges. The latch scraped, and the door flew open. Nell stood there, wearing only her dressing gown. Her hair was unbound, and she was clutching the 3rd volume of his travel memoirs to her breast in one hand, as if it were a shield. But not even the knowledge that she had been hiding herself away, reading his words, was enough to cut through his frustration. His shoulder smarted, and he did not particularly relish having to damage his own house just to finally convince her to open the door. "What were you thinking, you oaf? You nearly broke the door down," she said.
"I warned you I would," he told her calmly, striding past her, crossing over the threshold.
"I insist you remove yourself from my chamber," she said. "I did not give you permission to enter. I merely opened the door to keep you from acting the barbarian." He ignored her taunting words.
"Where are your undergarments? Your corset?"
"Why?" she snapped, trailing after him with a vexed expression, pinching her lovely face. "Do you intend to steal them?"
"Never, my love."
He kept himself calm with great effort.
"I'm going to assist you in donning them."
"I already have a lady's maid." She placed her book upon a nearby table and crossed her arms over her chest. "If I need her, I will ring for her."
"And yet you have not done so, have you?" he countered,
walking to her wardrobe and throwing open the first door he could reach. "Get out of there!" She rushed toward him, attempting to put herself between him and the frothy confections hung neatly within. He noticed a wooden box, oddly out of place amongst the gewgaws.
"What are you trying to hide from me, Nellie?" he asked. "I have already seen your drawers."
Her eyes shot defiant fire at him. "I do not need your assistance in getting dressed, and nor do I want you rummaging through my belongings. This is my space, Jack, and you do not belong here."
"I belong everywhere you are," he countered. "Not on the other side of a bloody locked door. Not anywhere else in the world. I belong right here. Now, we can proceed with today in one of 2 fashions. You will allow me to help you dress, or I will cart you over my shoulder and haul you down to breakfast in nothing more than your dressing gown. Which would you prefer?"
"Neither."
His patience waned. He caught her waist in his hands and lifted her with ease, setting her to the side. Then he extracted a petticoat and some drawers. She launched herself at him, landing on his back and pummeling him with her dainty fists. He bobbled forward beneath the force of her attack. She was surprisingly strong for such a petite thing, and knocked the wooden box to the floor. The lid fell off, and its contents spilled across the carpet. He bent to retrieve the items and restore them to their former place of safekeeping. She knelt alongside him, swatting at his hands. "No! Do not touch my things!" she screeched. What the devil had her so outraged? He scooped up a handful of folded letters. "Love sonnets from Sidmouth?" he asked, feeling suddenly grim. But then he recognized the scrawl on one of the letters by chance. His. "It is none of your concern what they are," she scolded, hastily stuffing a handkerchief back into the box, along with a handful of letters. There was also a ring, he took note, and a brooch, a pair of emerald earbobs, a faded cluster of dried flowers, a delicate wreath of withered forget-me-nots, a sketch. "These are all gifts I gave you," he said calmly, turning his gaze back to her. "Letters I wrote you, flowers I picked for you, your betrothal ring, my mother's brooch." Her chin went up. "I had forgotten where I kept them." Her voice, an octave higher than natural, gave her away. "You always were a terrible liar, Nellie," he said softly. Something in his chest shifted. What else was she lying about? Her nostrils flared, and she turned her attention back to the objects scattered across the carpet, placing them back in the box as quickly as she could. "I am not lying." But her objection was unnecessary, because both of them knew damn well that she was. "You saw all of my things removed to the attics," he pressed, "and yet not this box. Why?" "I told you, I had forgotten where I kept them," she muttered, picking up the forget-me-nots and making a low sound when they broke apart. "Oh, curse you! They are ruined." He placed a hand over hers, stilling her in her frantic actions. "Why should you care if they are ruined?" She stiffened. "They were pretty." But her eyes told a different story. They were luminous with unshed tears. "You kept them," he said, "all this time." "It means nothing," she whispered. "Wrong, my love." He laced their fingers together. "It means everything." She swallowed, shaking her head. "No, Jack. This changes nothing. These were mementos of a better time. A time that was the happiest of my life. But that time is gone." The flames of his hope burned ever brighter. "I am not gone, and you are not gone." He squeezed her fingers. "I am here. You are here. We are here. We cannot return to that time." "Why should we want to, when what we have now can be so much more?" He searched her gaze, seeing her inner struggle. Realization hit him then, with the force of a derailed locomotive. All this time, he had believed the greatest war she waged was against him, and in truth, it had been against herself. She did not just want him in her bed, she also felt something for him. Regardless of how much she liked to pretend she did not, Jack knew Nell, and he knew she would never preserve all those objects within reach unless they meant something to her, unless he meant something to her. "You have not won yet, Sidmouth," he thought, triumphant at this new-found knowledge. "Nellie is my woman, my wife, and her heart has not forgotten me any more than her body has." "Please," her lower lip trembled. "Please, Jack, leave me be. I cannot do this with you. Not here, not like this." Fuck that. They were doing this. To hell with breakfast. To hell with forcing her to dress. To hell with the rest of the memories of their courtship spilled over the floor. To hell with anything else, and to bloody perdition with anyone who was not Nellie and anyone who dared to interrupt. "You can." He stood, tugging on her hand until she stood along with him, her expression uncertain, torn. "I am not going anywhere, Nellie. Not ever. I will court you anew. I will buy you a new box, write you new letters, pick you new flowers. I do not want to be courted." She did, and they both knew it. You deserve to be courted, and by a better man than the one who courted you then. He tugged her body into his. By a man who has lived without you long enough to know he never wants to live without you again. Her body was soft and willing against his, all womanly curves. Her nipples were hard, poking into his chest. The jet discs of her pupils were wide, her lips parted, and she could deny it all she liked, but he knew all the subtle responses of her body. She wanted him. "I do not want any of that," she said, remaining stubborn as ever. "Prove it to me." He dared her, knowing the surest way to prod her into action was to test her pride. "Walk away." Before she could extricate herself from his embrace, however, he acted swiftly. His mouth crashed down on hers, hard. He kissed her with all the fury and the hope and the love warring within. He bit the luscious lower lip she so often worried with her teeth. Then he nipped the sweet bow in the upper for good measure. She moaned into his kiss, her arms going around his neck. He wasted no time in sliding his tongue into her mouth and tasting her. Her response to him was fervent, as always. She could deny him with her words all she wanted, but her body did not lie. Her body was his. Her heart would be too. He vowed it. He kissed her harder, angling his mouth over hers, putting all his emotions into this connection of their lips and tongues. But her palms crept to his shoulders, and she planted them there, pushing him away. He jerked his mouth from hers, ending the kiss. "Go on," he urged her, feeling as raw as he had ever felt since his return. His heart was nothing but an inflamed, throbbing organ in his chest. He wanted her so badly, loved her so much, but she was forever denying him and pushing him away. "Walk away from me now, Nellie. Do it." "Damn you, Jack!" she cried out. "Why do you insist upon torturing me?" "Because our marriage is worth saving. Our love is worth saving." He paused, searching her gaze, hoping she would see how sincere he was. "Because I will not let you leave me without putting up one hell of a fight, Nellie. You are my wife, mine. Whatever you have with Sidmouth cannot compare. I refuse to believe it." Instead of answering him, she yanked his head down and kissed him again. He was on fire for her. He had not intended to enter her chamber and kiss her. Hell, he had not even intended to touch her beyond the requirements of playing lady's maid. But now that he had, he could not stop. Seeing the careful way she had preserved their courtship had moved him. And now he had to have her. All his good intentions fled as he walked them across her chamber, meeting her kiss for kiss toward her bed. His cock was already at attention, hard and throbbing, his bollocks drawn tight. He was ready, so ready for her. And if the way she kissed him back was any indication, she was similarly ready for him. He was so intent upon kissing her that he had not realized he had already moved them across the chamber until he could not move her any further. They lost their balance as one and fell to the bed. Chapter 17. Nell fell on her back, Jack landing atop her on the pliant softness of her mattress. He caught the bulk of his frame on his forearms to keep from crushing her with his big body. But in that moment, she did not care if he pinned her down with his weight. She did not want gentlemanly concern or consideration. She wanted raw, unrestrained. She wanted him to shag her senseless. "Have I hurt you?" he asked breathlessly, looking down at her with such tenderness in his expression. Her heart gave a pang. "Forgive me, love. I was so lost in you. I had not realized we were approaching the bed until it was too late." She had been every bit as lost in him, but she dared not admit it aloud. She had once more found herself unable to resist him, though she knew she should. Her heart had never been more confused. Her body, however, was quite certain of what it wanted. Jack. Always only Jack. "You did not hurt me," she reassured him at last. "Not this time." "Nor ever again." He kissed her swiftly. "I promise you." He had promised her before, and look what had happened. She did not dare believe him. But it was not his tenderness or his promise she wanted now. It was his body. Her resistance had fled the moment he had kissed her, perhaps even before that. She looped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. His lips were softer than velvet, hot and firm, commanding and coaxing and owning. She gave herself up to the meeting of lips and tongue and teeth. Her senses were abuzz. The heavy ridge of his cock nestled in the apex of her thighs. He was every bit as ready for her as she was for him. She was already soaked and throbbing. She rolled her hips beneath his, seeking friction to alleviate her ache. But there was only one solution for what ailed her, and she knew what it was. Nell slid her fingers into his hair and grasped it, tugging until he lifted his head, breaking the kiss. "Take off your clothes." On a growl, he did as she commanded, tearing at all the layers of his garments. He had been dressed for breakfast, handsome and debonair, and now he was wild and savage. His eyes were dark with stormy passion. She helped him with his waistcoat and shirt. Together they made short work of his trousers and smalls until he was naked at last. His body was a wonder. So masculine, so magnificent. She caressed his chest, pressed kisses to the walls of muscle, flicked her tongue over his skin to taste him. "I want you naked," he said, tugging at the belt on her dressing gown. She wanted to be naked too. "Yes," she agreed, taking her hands from him only to aid in freeing herself of the silken robe and its line of buttons. They were both completely nude, their bodies intertwined in the way of old lovers. Her body knew his so well. His mouth feathered over hers in light teasing kisses as his hands cupped her breasts. He plucked at her nipples, then rolled them between his thumbs and forefingers. With a frustrated growl, she tried to deepen the kiss. But Jack was once more in control when she had already lost all hope of restraint. He drew back, looking down at her. "So impatient and greedy," he said, licking his lips as if he relished the taste of her. "Slowly, Nellie. I want to enjoy this." How like him to stoke the fires and then take his time. But when he lowered his head to suck a nipple into his mouth, she forgot to care. White-hot desire shot to her core. The sight of his handsome face nestled against her breast was at once heart-rending and erotic. She could not bear to watch him pleasure her, and yet neither could she look away. He sucked harder, then gently bit, catching the peak between his teeth and tugging. Dear God, she was going to melt before he even slid inside her. She reached between their bodies, her fingers unerringly finding his cock. She grasped him, stroking from root to tip, gratified when he made a low hum of approval and flicked his tongue over her nipple. She wanted him inside her so badly. It was wrong, and she knew it. All wrong. She had told herself she would not succumb to her desires again. What a liar she was to herself, to everyone around her. How could she ever resist this man? She could not, and that was the problem. Resisting him had been easy when he had been halfway across the world, out of reach. Now that he returned, she was as desperate as she had ever been. Except, if anything, the time and distance had made her more desperate for him, hungrier. Jack turned his attention to her other breast, cupping the one he had just tortured in the hot palm of his hand while he suckled the other. She stroked him hard, undulating against him, seeking to get him where she wanted him most. He took her wrist in a gentle grip and removed her hand, flicking his tongue in lazy circles around her nipple. "Minx, if you do not stop touching me like that, I will not be able to make this last."
"I do not want it to last."
She was already breathless. Her pearl throbbed with the need to be touched. So she stroked herself instead, moaning when she grazed over the swollen bud. She was so slick for him. Her own need heightened her desire. She was at his mercy, and she liked it. She was a quivering, desperate creature, a slave to her own lust. But he caught her wrist once more, removing her hand before she could take herself to the edge. "Not yet, darling," he said.
"I can touch myself if you will not," she groused. "I'm desperately ready for you, Jack. So wet."
His nostrils flared, and against her his cock twitched. Evidence he was not as in control as he pretended. "You cannot touch yourself unless I give you permission. Your cunny is mine. You have not already forgotten, have you?"
Dear heavens.
His wicked words sent another pulse of liquid desire to her core.
"I lied,"
she told him, enjoying their game, the battle for power and control between them.
"I lied when I told you my cunny was yours, just because I wanted your mouth on me."
"Is that so?" She licked her suddenly dry lips.
"Yes, it is mine, Jack. Not yours. Never yours."
He raised her fingers to his mouth, his gaze never wavering from hers. Her fingers were wet with her juices. He wrapped his lips around them and sucked, lashing her with his tongue, sucking every last drop of her up. "Your cunny tastes like it is mine, Nellie," he said, his voice low. What could she say to that? Her wits were too scattered to form a response. He was undoing her, slowly and with sweet, seductive promise. He sucked her fingers again, humming his approval. "I want more." She wanted him to have more too. She wanted his tongue on her, in her. Anything he wanted to do to her, she wanted it all. And then she wanted it again. That was how mad her need for him made her. He settled between her legs, caressing her inner thighs and spreading her wide. She wondered if he would tease her again as he had the last time, tormenting her until she had surrendered. "Your cunny looks like mine too, Nellie," he murmured, his heated gaze devouring her most intimate flesh. She whimpered as he trailed his forefinger up her seam in the ghost of a touch. It was not enough pressure. Not enough. She arched into him, seeking more, but he avoided her pearl. Instead, he cupped her mound.
It was such a carnal way of claiming her, and she knew she should be shocked, but the action only made her want him more. She thrust against his palm on a moan. "Your cunny feels like mine," he said. "Are you sure it is not mine?" "Sure," she bit out, clinging to the last remaining shred of her pride. "I'm going to have another taste. Just one," he said, removing his hand and trailing his finger back down her seam. At her entrance, he paused, caressing her with light circular motions that stoked her frenzy. "One long, slow lick up your centre. Mayhap a taste of your pearl. That should give me the answer I need. What do you think, darling?" She thought she was going to explode if he did not pleasure her soon. "Do it," she gritted. He continued his gentle circles around her channel, slowly, deliciously taunting. "I think you should ask me nicely, Nellie." "Please?" the lone word hissed from her. Apparently it was enough, because at long last he lowered his head and did as he promised. His tongue replaced his finger, swirling around her entrance without dipping inside, before sliding to her pearl. He fluttered his tongue against her lightly, just enough to tantalize. Then he raised his head again, her dew coating his lips. She wanted to lick it off them, but first she wanted him to make her spend with that clever tongue of his. "I was right," he said. "You taste like mine." "Then take me," she dared him, desperation and desire overtaking all else. He lowered his head again, and this time he did not hold back. He sucked hard on her pearl, and then he licked to her channel, thrusting his tongue inside. Her left hand flew to the bedclothes at her side, grasping up a fistful. Her right settled on his head, her fingers tangling in his hair. He moaned as he thrust his tongue into her again and again. She pressed his face deeper, held him there as he devoured her, thrust herself against him. He licked into her as if she were the finest dessert, as if he could not get enough, as if he relished her on his tongue. She was close, so close. His sensual torture had heightened her every sense. When he sucked the bud of her sex back into his mouth, she flew. Her climax was powerful and explosive. Her breath fled her as her entire body stiffened, bowing from the bed. Jack flicked his tongue over Nell's engorged pearl as she cried out. He licked her slowly, deliberately, prolonging her pinnacle as best he could. He stayed where he was, face between her pretty legs, relishing every moment of her pleasure. He loved the way she tasted, the way she came undone. Loved when she mindlessly pressed her cunny into his face, burying him in her sweet, spicy heat. She was still trembling, hips still working in quick little thrusts. But he did not think he could last much longer. His bollocks were already drawn tight, and his cock was rigid and ready. With one last lingering kiss on the flesh he had just pleasured, he rose over her, gripping himself. His cockhead dipped into her core, kissing him with wetness. The urge to mindlessly plough into her was strong. He held himself still with great effort, meeting her gaze. "Do you want me inside you?" "Yes." She wrapped a leg around his waist, the heel of her dainty foot grinding into his arse cheek to spur him on. "Do it." He slid inside her. She gripped him tight, bringing him deep. Damnation, she felt so good. So damn good. She felt like home. He groaned, remaining planted inside her to the hilt, savouring this moment, their unity, the closeness it brought them. When they made love, everything else faded away. All the conflict, all the time apart, all the hurt and agony of the past. If he could keep her in bed forever, his chances of winning her back would increase exponentially, he thought grimly. She wrapped her other leg around his waist, moving restlessly beneath him. Her hands found his shoulders, her nails scoring his skin. "What are you waiting for, Jack? Fuck me!" He was no match for the vulgar command on her lips. He withdrew almost entirely, and then he plunged hard. She cried out, her head going back into the pillows, eyes closing tight. Her throat was exposed, creamy and bare. He lowered his head and bit as he drove into her once more with punishing force. He shagged her so hard, the massive bed creaked, the seemingly immovable headboard slamming into the wall. He ground into her in mindless repetition, filling her, fucking her. And she moved with him, raking her nails down his back, meeting him thrust for thrust, making the most delicious mewling noises of desperate pleasure. He turned into an animal, wild for her. He nipped her earlobe, her shoulder, and she clawed at him with exquisite abandon. One more deep thrust, and she tightened on him, her cry echoing through the chamber as she spent mindlessly, a rush of liquid bathing his cock. He increased his pace, slamming into her harder, more aggressively, filling his hands with her bottom and angling her to him so he could sink his cock as deep as possible inside her luscious heat. He was going to come. With sheer force of will, he withdrew from her at the last second, gripping his shaft tight as he spent all over her cunny. He painted her pretty pink folds with his seed, marking her as his. It was primitive, but he had another reason for not releasing his seed within her. "Mine," he bit out, claiming his victory as he had claimed her. "Always mine." And then he rolled to his back alongside her, sated and boneless. His heart pounded in his chest, and he did not recall when he had ever come so hard in his life. Nell's breaths were every bit as rapid and ragged as his. She too lay still, as if she could not move. For a few unguarded moments they were completely at one, and he was utterly at peace, fooling himself into believing this pact between them could last forever. That surely this bout of love-making, so powerful and passionate, had changed her mind for good. That surely she could never want to go to another man after what they had just experienced together. "You did not finish inside me," she said suddenly, breaking the silence at last. And just like that, reality returned to him. "No," he agreed, wishing he would not have to say more, hoping she would not make him acknowledge the possibility of his impending defeat. "Before, when we first married, you did not either," Nell persisted, turning her face toward him, her gaze questioning. "Because we were not ready to have a child. Yet the other times we made love since your return, you did." "I lost control," he admitted. "I had been so long without you that I could not control myself." "You controlled yourself this time. Why?" She was going to make him say it. He sighed. "Because I will not entrap you with a baby. I would sooner grant you the divorce than spend the rest of my life knowing you remain tied to me for the sake of a child." He had too much pride for that, but he also loved Nell far too much for that.
He wanted, more than anything, her happiness. If it was not with him, the choice would be hers and hers alone. He was doing everything in his power to change her mind. "That is gentlemanly of you," she said haltingly. He wished he could read her countenance. Her face, ordinarily so expressive and easy for him to translate, was carefully blank. "You sound surprised," he observed, his tone as grim and bleak as he felt within. "I have told you before, I am not the beast you think me, Nellie. I love you. I loved you 3 years ago, and I love you today. That has not changed, nor will it ever. But I will not hold you to this marriage if you cannot love me back." "I do not know if I can, Jack." Her soft confession took him aback. It was a greater concession than he had expected from her, given the manner in which she continued to push him away. "Your uncertainty gives me hope." He could not resist touching her, reaching out to caress her silken cheek before trailing his touch down to settle over her wildly beating heart. "Perhaps you may find room here for me yet." Her lips pursed, and then she rolled away from him, presenting him with her back. "You should go, Jack. I suspect we are quite tardy for breakfast by now, and I will be needing to perform some ablutions and ring for my lady's maid." She was dismissing him. He stared in disbelief as she rose, presenting him with a mouth-watering view of her curved derriere. Her long golden curls swung as her hips swayed. As irritated as he was with her for her subsequent withdrawal once more, he could not help but to admire her as she bent to retrieve something from the floor. "Let me stay," he said. "Let me at least tend to you." He felt suddenly guilty for his display of possession. What had she reduced him to? Was he a barbarian? Clearly the answer to that question was a resounding yes, because the thought of his seed, warm and sticky between her thighs, the knowledge she must feel him there still, pleased him. It also made his cock twitch back to life. She rose and turned, tossing a pile of garments at him. Trousers, shirt, waistcoat, smalls, etc. It landed on his erection in rather symbolic fashion. "I have told you many times, Jack. I will take care of myself," she said, her voice tart. "Now please, leave me so I can ready myself for the day." "Fair enough," he grumbled, feeling as if he had just been caught cuckolding another man's wife, and he must now flee before the irate fellow caught him. But that was the devil of it, was it not? She was still his own bloody wife. No more megrims, however. No more excuses. I mean to spend the next 10 days wooing the hell out of you, woman. With that warning, he slid from her bed, clutching his discarded clothes. Chapter 18. When Jack was at his charming best, the effect was devastating. And in the wake of their fervent love-making 2 days ago, he had put his most charming self to shame. He teased her until he made her laugh in spite of herself. He sang to her while she played the piano. He read her poetry in the library. He accompanied her for walks in the garden and picked her flowers. Just yesterday morning, there had been a coronet of forget-me-nots awaiting her beside her plate when she descended to breakfast. "To replace the one I inadvertently ruined," he explained, giving her that half-grin, which never failed to make her melt inside. What had she done? She had carefully carried the coronet to her chamber at the conclusion of breakfast, and she had laid it out on her writing desk where it could dry, because she wanted to preserve it, because she was clearly a candidate for the lunatic asylum.
But she was not alone. The servants were all in excellent spirits. Even Reeves, who had always, she secretly believed, disapproved of her, had smiled at her recently. On no less than 2 occasions. The housekeeper, Mrs. Barnes, could not seem to stop humming. Suddenly cook was preparing all her favourite desserts daily. Even the footman and chambermaid seemed happier. Jack had raised everyone's annual wages, she later discovered. Then there were the ducks, those little quacking traitors. They had taken to him, one so much that it followed him about. The duck was a female, naturally, which was why it was no surprise when she set out at dawn for her customary feeding of the ducks and found Jack and that dratted duck of his already awaiting her on the gravel path. He had his own basket of corn hanging from his arm, and he was dressed once more in summery linens that showed off his broad shoulders and long legs. The duck stood at his feet as if it were where she belonged, and offered Nell an admonishing quack when she rounded the bend, as if to say, "You are late." She had slept later than was customary this morning, it was true, but his onslaught was wearing her down in more ways than one. Jack offered her a bow worthy of a court presentation. "Elsa and I were beginning to wonder where you were this morning." She frowned at him, which was difficult indeed when Jack was grinning at her with his handsome face, and there was a duck standing alongside him. A duck which he had named Elsa. Nell drew nearer, and Elsa quacked with greater insistence, spreading her wings as if to menace a predator. That was the other thing about the blasted duck. Even Elsa had been won over by Jack's indomitable charm, and the female duck did not particularly like Nell getting too close to her beloved. "Settle down, you wretch," Nell told the duck. "This will never end well for you, you know. He is a man, and you are a fowl. Why do you not go find one of your own kind?" Elsa quacked and fluttered her wings again. Jack laughed. He had been doing that more recently, laughing. She loved the warmth and the depth of that sound. It was infectious, and she had missed it every bit as much as she had missed him. That was another bitter realization she had made in the last few days. She was enjoying his campaign of wooing the hell out of her, as he had so impolitely phrased it. "Elsa knows my heart only beats for one woman. Do you not, Elsa?" he asked the duck before offering her a handful of corn. She ate out of his palm. Nell knew the feeling. 8 days, she told herself inwardly. 8 more days until she was free to go. Surely she could withstand his charm and her body's insatiable need for him, and all the signs of the world around her which pointed to the indisputable fact that everyone loved Jack, including her. Including a cursed duck. "I would not be surprised if I were to find that duck roosting in the library next," she said curtly, vexed equally with both man and duck. She had been feeding those dratted fowls whenever she was in residence these last 3 years. He had been exploring Paris and Egypt and Greece. He had been learning how to cure his sunburn with aloe and finding herbal tinctures to ease the aches of his blistered feet. Yes, she had finished reading all of his books. Each one had been dedicated to her, and reading them had only heightened her inner misery. His books were insightful and interesting and witty. He had been away, conquering the world and learning about himself, whilst she had been precisely where he had left her, drinking too much, hosting wicked parties, and wishing she could have her old life back, the one before her husband had betrayed her. She resented him for the disparity in their situations, resented him for leaving her, for allowing Lady Billingsley into his bed, for winning over the servants and the duck, for picking her flowers, for making her body a slave to her desire for him. For everything. She resented him for everything. Elsa finished her snack, looked at Nell, and quacked as if in reproach. But Nell refused to believe a duck could read minds.
"Elsa is telling you that she has no wish to roost in the library," Jack said, cutting through Nell's whirling thoughts. "She said she could never bear to leave the lake." She rolled her lips inward to keep from smiling at his foolishness.
"You speak duck now?"
His levity fled. "It would seem the only language at which I excel."
She held his stare, refusing to accept all the blame for their impasse. "I would not be so certain the problem is the language you speak. Your English and your flattery and charm are all more than proficient."
"But not my grovelling, it would seem," he said, cocking his head at her. "How else can I say it, Nellie? How many other ways can I prove to you how bloody sorry I am and how much I love you?" The dratted duck quacked. Twice.
"Go to the devil, you little feather brain," she told Elsa.
"Are you arguing with my duck?" he asked, the laughter back in his voice.
"I am arguing with that feathered menace who thinks she cannot leave your side," she corrected, glaring at Elsa.
"Jealous, Nellie?" His grin was back, so deep it made grooves at the corners of his eyes.
That smile of his hit her like a wallop. "She may have you all to herself in 8 days," she said with a sniff.
His smile died, and something inside her heart withered as well at the sight.
She was hurting him, and the more time they spent together, the more she hated his every sombre look, the shadows in his eyes, the distance between them. The more she never wanted to leave.
And that was the biggest problem of all. "I still have 8 days to change your mind," he reminded her.
"You will not," she promised him, passing him and the duck on the path, making certain to give Elsa a wide berth. She would not put it past the duck to chase her.
"I would not be so certain if I were you," Jack countered from behind her. "I do believe I am wearing on you, Nellie love."
He was wearing on her more than he knew. But she would never admit that to him, because she knew him, and he would only exploit this newfound weakness until she could not bear to resist him. All whilst she knew, deep within her heart, that she did not dare trust him again. She had trusted him, and he had ruined that trust in most cruel fashion. Only a fool would give him a second chance. And she was beginning to fear she was very much a fool, that she was Jack's fool. "The rest of the ducks are hungry," she called over her shoulder, ignoring his taunting words. "I'm going to feed them their breakfast. You and your little friend can do as you like." Elsa quacked. Nell did not think she imagined the sound was triumphant. Nell was just ahead of Jack in the lake. Her back was to him, her hair unbound and floating around her like a silken serpent. Just as the night he had caught her swimming beneath the full roundness of the moon, she was naked, swimming away from him, always away. Why did she never swim toward him? Why did she never come to him and take him in her arms? Why did she never breach this insurmountable distance keeping them apart? He attempted to call out to her, but his voice did not seem to work. It rasped, swallowed by the vast echoes of the outdoors. She drifted farther from him, and he paddled faster, desperate. But as hard as he pushed and thrashed and fought through the water, his progress seemed to stagnate.
He could not move, and Nell continued to paddle in the distance, her ivory arms arcing cleanly through the air, splashing in the water as she swam away. He tried to call for her again and again, but his voice was eerily silent. He could not seem to yell her name, and Nell grew smaller and smaller, farther out of his reach. Desperation hit him. He tried to swim faster, but the water fought him. Something seemed to catch him from the depths of the water, dragging his head beneath. He coughed, fought, sputtered for air. He was drowning. "Jack?" A soft voice broke through his terror. He woke with a clench in his chest, as if invisible hands sought to squeeze all the breath from his lungs. He was panting, his heart pounding. The night was dark around him, and it took a moment for his wits to gather where he was. Home, at Needham Hall, in his chamber. It had all been a nightmare. Thank Christ. But he was not alone. There was a presence alongside him, a hand gently stroking his arm in comfort. Nell, he realized. "I heard you crying out," she said softly. "Is something wrong?" "A nightmare," he said, feeling foolish. "Nothing more. Forgive me for waking you. I'm fine." In truth, he was not fine. Not really. The dream had shaken him. The sense of having lost Nell was still real, looming, because after a se'nnight in furious pursuit of his wife, Jack had to admit that he was failing abysmally in his crusade to win back her heart. 7 days. That was all he had left, and it may not be enough. "You are trembling," she observed, worry in her voice. God, so he was. What a pathetic imbecile he was. He raked a hand through his hair. "What is this? Concern for me?" He had not meant to sound so bitter. "Of course I am concerned." She continued stroking his arm, as though he were a feral animal in need of soothing lest he bite. "You gave me quite a fright. I thought you were in pain." "I am in pain," he muttered. Could she not see? He was heartsick. "What hurts?" she asked, laying her hand on his brow. "You are not feverish, are you?" "My heart," he told her. "My heart is what hurts." She removed her hand, and he felt her stiffen beside him. "Jack, please." He reached for her hand through the darkness and yanked it to his chest. "Feel it, beating for you. Always for you. And you do not want it." His chest was bare, and the heat of her touch seared him like a brand. She tugged at her hand, trying to escape, but he was not ready to release her. The nightmare had not entirely fled him yet. The soul-crushing belief she was out of reach forever remained. He needed her here. He needed to touch her, to reassure himself he yet had 7 days. "You are making this far more difficult than it has to be," she said. He could argue the same about her. "My nightmare was about you," he told her. "We were in the lake, and you were swimming away from me. I was trying to swim after you, but you just kept getting farther and farther away, and I was drowning without you, my head under water until I could not breathe. It was a dream, Jack, nothing more. But that is how the prospect of losing you feels, Nellie," he admitted. "If I lose you, I will be a drowning man." Something about the darkness and the nightmare made honesty easier. He had been telling her he loved her since he had returned. Hell, he had told her in all the letters he had sent from abroad. the letters she had never read. But he had never told her how devastated he would be if he lost her forever. Jack. There was such sadness in her voice, determination too. "Is forgiving me such an impossibility?" he asked. "Or do you hate me that much?" "I do not hate you at all," she whispered. "You said you did," Jack reminded her, "more than once." "I thought I did, but you confuse me." She paused, as if collecting her thoughts. "I do not think I could ever hate you. I loved you too much for that." Loved, past tense. Her choice of word was not lost upon him. "Do you love Sidmouth?" He had asked her before, but she had never given him a proper answer. That conversation had been interrupted by Sidmouth's arrival. He needed to know now. No. Her admission was so soft it was scarcely audible. But he heard it. He heard it, and it gave him a fierce surge of hope. "I do not think I am capable of loving anyone," she added, crushing the incipient burst. "You broke me, Jack. Your betrayal broke me." That was not what he wanted to hear. Mayhap it was something he could work with, however. "Let me make you whole, Nellie," he said. "Let me repair the damage. I swear to you, I will never again hurt you." He meant those words. He meant them more than any he had ever spoken. But they were not enough to sway her. They were never enough, his words. The only way he could ever reach her was through her body. Her heart she kept carefully locked away, out of reach. "You have 7 more days." She pulled her hand free of his grasp. "I should go back to my chamber now, and leave you to your rest." "Or you could stay," he invited. "Jack." "Nellie." He reached for her again, finding her breast with unerring aim even in the darkness. He cupped it, rubbed his thumb over her nipple. "You have hungry nipples, all hard and ready, waiting for my mouth." He knew she loved it when he said wicked things to her. She made a sound that was half purr, half moan. "My body is foolish." He moved to the neckline of her robe and found the buttons already undone. In her haste to come to him, she had only cinched it closed with the sash at her waist. Leisurely he caressed her silken skin, gliding his hand inside her robe to find she was not wearing a night-rail. "Mayhap your body is wise." He cupped the heavy roundness of her breast. Her warmth seared him. He pinched the peak of her breast, then tugged. Her breaths were faster now. Shallow little bursts that told him she desired him every bit as much as he desired her. If she would deny him her heart, he would take every bit of her he could get until he could not have her any longer. The last thought caused an intense burst of anguish. He banished it. No time for pain now, only pleasure. He was going to lose himself in her sweet body. With his other hand, he untied the belt on her robe, then pushed it down her shoulder. He wished there was light in the chamber, because he wanted to see her, wanted to see his hands on her breasts, the way she arched her back to fill both his palms. He played with her nipples, pinching them harder. She made a restless noise in her throat. "Jack." "You want this," he said. "You want the pleasure only I can give you, don't you?" Nell did not respond. "If I touch your cunny right now, I will find you dripping for me, won't I?" He prodded. Her breathing became more erratic. He continued caressing her breasts, playing with her nipples. Enough waiting. His cock was rigid and ready. He clamped his hands on her waist and moved them in one smooth motion, leaving her on her back and him atop her. Her legs parted naturally to accommodate him. His fingers dipped between her legs, parting her, finding her swollen pearl. I was right, was I not? Dear God, she was hot and soaked. So wet and creamy for me, Nellie. She was so wet that the sounds of him working her pearl joined the sounds of her frantic breaths. His cock went even more rigid in response. Please, Jack. Her hips moved beneath him, restless and seeking. He lowered his head, took a nipple into his mouth and sucked. Please, what? He asked, blowing over her nipple. Please, come inside me. Her fingers closed around his cock and she squeezed. Intense pleasure built, tightening his bollocks and licking up his spine. She stroked him the way she knew he liked, her grip tight. If you keep that up, I will come in your hand before I can ever get my cock inside you, he warned, plucking her hand away. He positioned his cock at her entrance, dipping the tip into her slick heat. Now, she begged. He slid inside her, and her channel gripped him in welcome. One thrust, and he was buried in her to the hilt. Damn, he gritted, because she felt good, so good, too good. He had never had this connection with anyone else, and he knew instinctively he never would. Nell was his other half. If she left him, she would take part of him with her. But he must not think about that now either. He moved in her, slipping almost completely free of her and then slamming into her again. His thrusts were punishing. Nell did not seem to mind. If anything, it made her wilder. She wrapped her legs around his waist, meeting him thrust for thrust. Jack kissed her then, claiming her mouth with his lips, the same way he claimed her cunny with his cock. He reached between them, finding the bud of her sex and rubbing over it. He wanted her to lose herself, to spend all over his cock and flood him with more wetness. She came on a cry, her cunny tightening on him with so much force he had to concentrate to keep from losing control. He pounded into her, absorbing her cries with his kiss, slamming in and out of her until he could not hold back any longer. He broke the seal of their lips and withdrew from her body, grasping himself as he spilled all over her belly. Panting, sated, he fumbled about in search of a cloth and then gently wiped her clean. She stirred from her sated stupor. I should return to my own chamber, she said, breaking the silence between them. Do not go, he said, folding her back into his arms and lying down with her. Stay. To his amazement, she did not object. Instead, she allowed him to draw the bedclothes over them both, and she remained tucked to his side. The rest of his sleep was dreamless. Chapter 19. Nell woke in her husband's bed for the first time in years. For a moment, she blinked, disconcerted. She had expected to be in her own chamber rather than the Marquis's apartments, with its heavy masculine furnishing and dark wood. But then remembrance hit her. She had been woken in the night by Jack's shouts, and she had gone to him, worried something was wrong. His words had been so tender, so devastating. His touch, equally so. And she had succumbed to both, just as she always did. The reason was woefully apparent. She remained desperately in love with Jack.
She had not stopped loving him when he had betrayed her 3 years ago. She had not stopped in all the years of his absence, and since his return, that love had only grown stronger and deeper. Still, no matter how many times he professed his love for her, part of her feared she could not trust him. Part of her wanted to trust him, to believe his every word, to fall back into the life they had once shared, to rekindle their old happiness once more. She was beginning to think the latter part of her was growing bigger and stronger than the former with each passing day. She rolled onto her side now, watching him sleep in the golden strains of dawn filtering past the window dressings. In slumber, he looked younger and more carefree, so handsome. Her heart ached. She was going to have to leave Needham Hall. If she remained here for another se'night as he had requested of her, she was going to lose all ability to resist him. She needed time and distance, some space to breathe and search inside herself to discover what it was she truly wanted. Careful to keep her movements small lest she wake him, she slipped from the bed. Taking up her discarded dressing gown, she hastily stuffed her arms into it before quietly creeping back across the chamber to her own apartments. It was not until she reached the familiar confines of her chamber that she realized she had been holding her breath. The hour was early, and if she acted with haste, there was a possibility she could flee before Jack woke, taking the first train back to London. Leaving him was going to be incredibly difficult, but before she allowed this madness between them to continue, she had much she needed to do. She rang for her lady's maid and began making the preparations for her departure. It was imperative that she go before Jack rose, because she knew he would only try to stop her, and this was something she needed to do for herself, on her own. Already she had reached one important answer. She was not going to become Tom's wife. He deserved better than a woman who was incapable of loving him, a woman who was in love with someone else. But she owed it to him to deliver the news in person rather than by letter. He had been steadfast, loyal, and true to her. After she delivered the news to Tom, she needed to do some thorough thinking of her own. Without Jack's teasing grins, knowing hands, and wicked lips to distract her. At the last moment, she hastily scrawled a simple note to Jack and left it upon her writing desk. It was the best explanation she could provide in her harried state, though she knew it was a paltry one at best. It was all she could muster. Within half an hour she was dressed, packed, and on her way back to London. She watched from the carriage window as Needham Hall grew smaller and smaller in the distance, half expecting Jack to emerge and chase after her. In the end, he did not, and she stifled the tiny twinge of disappointment within her heart. She told herself she needed this time of separation, that she needed to have a mind that was not fogged by lust and love when she made her decision. Jack rolled over in bed and smelled Nell in his sheets. What a glorious scent! Lily of the valley mingling with the musky perfume of their love-making the night before. He hummed happily, reaching for her as his eyes fluttered open to the bright morning light. His hand met with empty, twisted bedclothes. She had left his bed. Had he truly imagined she would remain? Frustration hit him, along with a wave of inevitable disappointment. He had believed they had made a deeper connection last night. She had remained with him, fallen asleep in his arms after their frenzied passion. She had even admitted she did not love Sidmouth. He could not help but to consider that a victory all its own. But then she had slipped from his bed
as if it were not where she belonged. She had fled him. Damn her. He rose and rang for his valet. A glance at his pocket watch revealed he had overslept. It was 9:30, and he ordinarily rose just after dawn to join Nell in feeding the ducks. Elsa would have missed him, though he supposed his wife certainly would not have. He threw on a dressing gown, feeling suddenly at odds with the world. It was the devil of a thing. He had woken with a smile on his face, only to realize the grim straits in which he continued to find himself. Denning arrived at last, his countenance indecipherable. "A shave, if you please, Denning," he said, before pausing and taking another look at his valet. "Why are you so Friday-faced?" "I was sorry to see her ladyship leave in such haste this morning, my lord," Denning answered. Jack froze. "Her ladyship?" Nell had left? "Yes," Denning said. "She and her lady's maid departed for London. Forgive me, my lord, for my familiarity, but below stairs was filled with talk of a reconciliation between you and Lady Needham. I know how much you were hoping for such an outcome, and I am sorry." Jack waved a dismissive hand. "You need not ask my forgiveness for anything, Denning. We have been through far too much together for that nonsense. Tell me everything you know at once." "Perhaps I spoke out of turn, my lord." Denning frowned. "Were you unaware of Lady Needham's trip? It seemed rather sudden." Hell, yes, it was sudden. And unexpected. She had promised him 7 more days, damn her. They had just made love. She had spent the night in his arms, had told him she did not love Sidmouth. "I was unaware," he admitted bitterly. He had not been exaggerating when he had told Denning they had been through too much together for formality. He was Denning's employer, it was true, but in their time abroad, Denning had proven himself friend as well as servant. "I am sorry, my lord." Denning's tone was subdued. "As am I." He clenched his jaw, struggling to make sense of this unexpected blow. Was Nell that spooked by what they had shared that she was bolting like a horse? Was she that much of a coward? Had he pierced her armour that thoroughly? Or worse, had she ultimately decided she was choosing Sidmouth? Had he moved too quickly? Damn it all to perdition. He had thought he had been making significant gains with her. For the first time since his return, she had remained in his bed. She had fallen asleep in his arms. What had gone wrong? "I am given to understand that her ladyship was intent upon returning to London," Denning offered hesitantly. London. Good God. Everything within Jack went cold. Because he knew precisely what she would be seeking in London. Sidmouth. The coldness turned to numbness. Nell had chosen Sidmouth over him. After everything that had passed between them, after all they had shared, the passion, the emotion, the confessions. Bloody fucking hell! No, he refused to believe it. Mayhap she had returned to London to part ways with Sidmouth at last. Long overdue, that. "Has her ladyship left me a note?" he asked at last, surprised at the false calm in his voice. To hear himself speak, he would never know he was on the verge of losing his bloody mind. "Nellie, why would you do this to me? To us?" Denning cleared his throat. "I would be more than happy to inquire on your lordship's behalf. To hell with having a shave. To hell with everything and anything save claiming his woman and finding out why the devil she had left him." "Please," he agreed with a nod. "Do so, Denning." With a bow, his valet took his leave.
Jack was alone again. Alone with his thoughts, with his worries, all his fears. He told himself there would be a note as he stalked the length of his chamber. Then he stalked back down once more and told himself there would be none, that her leaving him was the ultimate answer, more explanatory than any words could ever be. He paced his chamber thrice, the door connecting his chamber to the Marchioness's apartments looming like a siren. "Curse it!" he grumbled at last, out of patience. He threw open the door and stalked into her chamber. The room still smelled of her. Exotic florals and Nell. The bed was neatly made, the entire chamber tidy and organised, almost as if she had never been there. But she had been there, and she was lodged painfully, firmly within his heart, just as she had always been. He prowled her chamber, looking for signs of her, searching for a note. At last, just when he had been about to give up, he saw a folded scrap of paper on her writing desk bearing his name in her extravagant script. Jack. He scooped it up and unfolded it in one fluid motion, desperate for the words within, hoping for answers. Jack, I am returning to London. I beg your forgiveness for foregoing the fortnight I promised you. I cannot think with you in residence. Therefore, I am returning to a place where I may have a clear head to make my decision. Pray do not follow me. I need to make this choice on my own. Yours, N. The letter left him with more questions than answers. He crumpled it in his fist unthinkingly. To hell with her request not to follow her. What did she expect? That he would sit about and calmly wait for Sidmouth to take his woman from him? The devil he would. Nell was his wife, and he meant to fight for her, to keep her, to love her forever. She would make the decision, the only decision. The only choice there was, their marriage, their love. Did she not see how desperately and completely his heart was hers, forever? Still gripping the letter, he stalked back into his chamber to find Denning awaiting him with a solemn countenance. "There was no note, my lord," he said. "I found the damned note myself," he growled. "We are returning to London at once, Denning. See everything prepared, if you please." Denning frowned. "A shave, my lord? Breakfast?" He shook his head. "I will not be requiring anything but a carriage. I need to be in London as soon as possible." "Of course," agreed his faithful valet with a bow. "I shall see to it at once, my lord." "Thank you," he managed. The note in his hand seemed to scorch his flesh, but the pain in his heart was far worse. He could not bear to believe he was losing her, that she had actually abandoned him after last night. They had been closer than they had ever been. She had spent the entire night in his arms. And then she had risen in the morning and skulked out of his chamber like a thief filching the family silver, taking his heart with her. Still, he had to believe they had a chance. Her every reaction to him since his return had given him hope. This latest retreat was a sign, he prayed, that her resistance to him was growing thin. He told himself that, and then he began to dress for his journey. Nell arrived at Tom's townhouse immediately following her arrival in London. She sent her lady's maid onto her townhouse with her belongings. This was one interview she needed to conduct on her own. In truth, it was an interview she did not even begin to know how to proceed with. How did she tell the man who had worshipped her for the last few years that it was over, that she was still in love with her husband and always would be, that she could not, in good conscience, marry him after all? She had passed much of the journey deep within her own thoughts,
imagining all the ways in which she might proceed. But she remained as ill-prepared as ever. Ever since Jack's return, she had convinced herself this day would never come to pass. Nervously, she awaited him in his front hall whilst his butler announced her. She was a common visitor here to his townhouse. Their relationship, such as it was, had not been secretive. Though they had not shared beds, she had played the hostess for him on many occasions amongst their set. In so many ways, his house was as familiar to her as Needham's. The footsteps returning to her now, echoing in the marble front hall, were not the butler's. Tom appeared before her, his handsome face a mask of concern. "Now?" A deep V of worry furrowed his brow. "The fortnight is not over yet. What has happened? Has Needham—" She shook her head, feeling miserable. She knew what he was asking. Had Jack forced her? Of course he had not. Everything she had done with him, every kiss, every touch, each time they had made love, she had been perfectly willing. "No, Tom," she said quietly. He searched her countenance and then gave a nod, his jaw tensing. "Come then, let us go somewhere more private where we can speak." He offered her his arm and she took it, swallowing down a rush of emotion. When she touched him, she felt none of the awareness that radiated through her whenever she was in Jack's presence. None of the attraction, none of the spark. Part of her wished she could. But now that she was with Tom again, it was painfully clear to her that what she felt for him paled in comparison to the love she carried in her heart and the powerful magnetism she had always felt for Jack. There was something undeniable between them. It always had been, and it always would be. It was bigger than the both of them. It transcended time, distance, betrayal. Time without him had fooled her into believing she could settle for someone else and be happy. That was not true. Tom led them into a small blue salon he often used for intimate entertaining. Though she had been within these four walls on many occasions in the past, tonight was likely the last time she would ever be welcome here. The thought filled her not with sadness, as she had suspected it might. Rather, it lifted a weight from her chest. It buoyed her. It felt right. She was making the right decision with Tom. But it would not be easy. "Would you care to take a seat?" Tom asked her stiffly. "Shall I call for tea?" "No," she said again, releasing his arm and stepping away from him. "And no, thank you. I will not be remaining long. Please forgive me for appearing suddenly, but I had to see you as soon as I could." Tom inhaled sharply, then released his breath. "You have chosen Needham." It was a statement rather than a question. He knew her well, Tom. She bowed her head, feeling as if she had betrayed his love and his trust. She had never meant to do so, but she had. And as someone whose love and trust had also been betrayed once upon a time, she knew how badly it cut, how deep the resulting wound. "I am sorry, Tom," she said painfully, struggling to find the proper words when there were none. "I am still in love with my husband. I always have been. It would be unfair to you were I to continue, knowing I do not feel for you what I feel for him." A muscle ticked in Tom's jaw. "Have you forgotten what he did to you, Nell? Have you forgotten that he took another woman to bed and then spent the last 3 years abandoning you? Did he tell you he was faithful to you during his sinner's pilgrimage? Is that what this is about? Has he convinced you he has not once aired and bedded another strumpet in all the time he has been gone? How can you be so naive, my love?" She clasped her hands at her waist, bearing the brunt of his anger, his pain, as she knew was her duty. She had caused it all, though she very much wished she had not. "I have not decided whether or not I shall proceed with the divorce," she told him. "That remains to be seen. What I have realized, however, is that I cannot marry you. I care for you too much, Tom, to see you devote your life to a woman who cannot return your love. You deserve better than that. You deserve far better in a wife than a woman like me, who is desperately in love with another." "You are in love with a man who is not worthy of your love," Tom bit out. "You do realize, do you not, that without me to aid your cause, it will be even more difficult for you to obtain a divorce? You do realize, do you not, that I have spent the last few years of my life devoted to you, showing you I am trustworthy, steadfast, and loyal, and that I love you more than any other man ever could? Do you not?" Tom was so rarely angry. He was calm and peaceful. His personality was pleasant, soothing even. This was a different side of him, one she had caused. She flinched. "I do not come to you with this decision easily, Tom, and I am grateful for your constancy in the last few years. You have been a source of comfort and joy always. I am forever in your debt for what you have done for me. But surely you see the injustice of proceeding. I would mire you in scandal, ruin your reputation, and I would not love you, not in the way I love my husband." "Your husband is a philandering scoundrel," Tom snapped. "A drunken waste of flesh. He does not deserve you or your love. He has done nothing to earn it. Who has been at your side, steadfast?" "You," she answered without hesitation. "And I am grateful to you, Tom. I care for you. I am thankful to you for your companionship and caring. But I cannot love you. I do not love you. I cannot be your wife." Tom's nostrils flared. His nose was still swollen, but the bruising had faded. Yet another sin to lay at her feet. The broken nose he had suffered because of her. "You can be my wife now. The choice is yours," he persisted. "I've always promised you that I will aid you in this. I do not give a damn about scandal. All I care about is you. You are all I have ever wanted. I wanted you before he met you. I wanted you before you ever married him. I loved you even then." She closed her eyes against the sight of his anguish. How she hated causing him pain. He was fighting for her, and it was futile. He loved her, and she did not love him. How wrong she had been to ever suppose she could be happy as his wife. "I do not know what else to say, Tom," she paused, weighing her next words with care. "I have always cared for you. You know that. I thought I could be happy as your wife, but—" "But then he returned," Tom interrupted, sneering. "I was only good enough when he was not here to challenge me." What could she say to that?
"You deserve happiness and love, Tom," she said quietly. "I cannot give you either of those things. I am sorry it took me so long to realize it, but I am freeing you now, before it is too late for you." Because it was already too late for her. She was doomed to forever love a man she could not trust, a man who had betrayed their marriage, a man she had witnessed kissing another woman in his bed. In the bed she had just departed that morning. A new wave of confusion washed over her. She felt as if she were a dinghy cast adrift in open seas, continuously at risk of overturning and sinking to a watery grave. "What if I am never free of you, Nell?" Tom asked then, his voice hoarse with repressed emotion. "What if you are the only woman I have ever loved? The only woman I will ever love?" He was as bleak as she had ever seen him. But she made another grim realization in that moment. She was not responsible for Tom's happiness. Continuing with him would not bring her happiness, and nor would it bring him any in the end. True contentedness could not be forced, nor could true love or true passion. "I am sorry, Tom," she said simply. "Sorrier than my words can convey. You are a good man, and I never meant to hurt you."
"Get out!"
he gritted, his tone going venomous.
"Get out, and do not dare come back. Not even when he throws you over for his next slattern. I will not be waiting, Nell. Do you understand? I will not be your fool any longer."
She nodded, swallowing down a fresh knot of emotion as she removed the emerald and diamond ring he had given her before holding it out to him. "I understand. I wish you only the best, Tom. I wish you happiness and a future wife worthy of your love. I am sorry it could not be me. I wanted it to be me. Truly, I did. But the heart, it cannot be controlled."
"No," he agreed bitterly, taking the ring from her. "It cannot. I wish to God it could."
It was a sentiment she understood all too well. She curtsied to him, and then she took her leave without once looking back. Hurting Tom, seeing his pain, had been difficult, but she knew deep in her heart that she had made the right decision. And she had one more yet to make. The greatest decision of all. Chapter 20. Nell prayed Lord and Lady Sandhurst were in town while she waited in their formidable entry hall. It had been a gamble, coming here without prior notice. Simon and Maggie could be in the country, or anywhere else for that matter. She had not seen either of her friends in several months, not since their joyful reconciliation. But she needed friends more than ever now. The butler returned and guided Nell to Maggie's sitting room. Her friend was within, looking serene and maternal, holding her baby son in her arms. She smiled at Nell with genuine delight. "Nell," Maggie greeted. "I have missed you so. What a pleasant surprise this is." An American heiress, she had entered a marriage of convenience with Lord Sandhurst, which had turned into a love match. How it had unfolded with the two unwittingly thrown together at one of Nell's masked house parties was still a source of pride for Nell. "Forgive me for calling so suddenly," she said, seating herself on the divan opposite Maggie. "I am relieved you are in London. I have missed you also, my dear friend. And look how big your little lord has grown already. I can scarcely believe it." Maggie's son had been born several months earlier, and Nell had attended her lying in. Seeing her friend hold her babe in her arms for the first time, and watching the bond between mother and son, had been what had convinced Nell to ask Jack for a divorce. She had wanted so badly to become a mother. She felt that same maternal pull now, stronger than ever. But this time she was no longer thinking of Tom as the father of her future children, and that terrified her. "Simon had some matters to attend to here in town," Maggie said easily, her American accent quite prominent. "I thought you were in the country at one of your house parties. That was the letter you sent me last, was it not? You and Tom were planning to celebrate Needham's agreement that you should divorce and have your freedom. That seemed a lifetime ago now." Nell swallowed. "That was to have been the plan, yes. However, it would seem I was precipitous in my celebrations. I misunderstood Needham's response. He does not want a divorce. Maggie's eyebrows rose. He does not? What does he intend? He wants to save our marriage. Nell bit her lip as she paused, attempting to find the proper words. He claims he is still in love with me. Oh, Nell. Maggie's countenance softened with sympathy. What will you do? I do not know, she admitted, unable to stave off a rush of tears. Her eyes welled and she blinked as her vision suddenly went blurry. He has returned from abroad, and I made a bargain with him. I was to give him a fortnight to win back my heart, but I could not go through with it, Maggie. Maggie's son made a sound of discontent, and she gently patted his bottom to soothe him. Why could you not? Because I am still in love with him, she admitted, a tear at last slipping down her cheek. I never stopped. His return has proven that to me without a doubt. But I am afraid. He betrayed me once. How can I ever give him my trust again? Maggie's expression turned pensive. Now, there is something I must tell you. I hope you can forgive me for not doing so before, but you seemed so happy with Lord Sidmouth, and I did not want to cause you any upset after you had already endured so much. I also was uncertain of the veracity of Lady Billingsley's claims. I thought perhaps she made them as a final way of hurting Simon. Nell frowned, trying to make sense of her friend's sudden change in demeanour. What did she say? When Lady Billingsley died, she left behind a letter for Simon. Maggie said softly. In it, she wrote about that night with Lord Needham. Lady Billingsley had once been Simon's mistress. When he had chosen his love for Maggie over her, Lady Billingsley had leapt from a window, committing suicide in brutal fashion. Nell stiffened now, steeling herself. Tell me what she wrote, if you please. She claimed what happened between her and Lord Needham had been a mistake, Maggie said. That they had both been deep in their cups, and that Lord Needham had been asleep in his bed when she had unwittingly entered the chamber, thinking it was Simon's. She wrote him that they had kissed and nothing more, that she had never betrayed him. I hope you can forgive me for not telling you sooner. Her assertions made no difference to Simon because he had moved on with me, and I thought it would be the same for you. Now, I am not so certain. Nell reeled with the information. It was the same story Jack had told her, almost verbatim. Could it be that his story about that night had been the truth? It is exactly what Jack told me, she told Maggie. I refused to believe him. It seemed far too convenient, and Lady Billingsley is no longer here to tell her side of the tale. Her words remain. Maggie's expression was stricken. Oh, my dearest friend, I am so very sorry for keeping this from you. I never should have. In thinking to spare you further upset, I believe I may have only created more. Nell shook her head. Nonsense. You have become a dear friend to me, and I know you would never seek to hurt me. You are not responsible for my disastrous marriage. I am. Indeed, if what Lady Billingsley had written and what Jack told her was true, Nell had been more culpable than she had ever imagined. If she had believed him, trusted him, 3 years ago, he may never have left. They may have never been apart. The realization was devastating. If you still love Needham, and he is intent upon winning you back, perhaps it is not as disastrous as you suppose, Maggie suggested gently. The little Lord Hill, so styled as Sandhurst's heir, began to complain again, this time more vehemently. Nell knew the feeling. She was feeling rather distressed herself at the moment. Uncertain as well, more confused than ever. Maggie rose from her seat and gently bounced her son to soothe him as she walked. Nell stood as well. "May I hold him, Maggie?" She had not held him since the day of his birth. What a miracle he had been, red-faced and squalling, the tuft of dark silky hair upon his head sticking up on end. But the urge to hold him now could not be contained. "Of course, my dear. Come and take him." Maggie's proud smile and look of tender adoration as she handed off her son to Nell made her heart ache. Lord Hill was an adorable blend of his mother and father, gazing up at her with wide blue eyes. She ran her finger over his plump cheek. How soft he was, how precious. "There you are, sweet one. I have missed you," she cooed over him. He gave her a dimpled smile and cooed, as if to say he had missed her too. "That look becomes you," Maggie said. She glanced back at her friend to find Maggie watching her with a knowing regard. Yearning rose within her, deep and undeniable. "I have longed to become a mother," she admitted. "When I was with you at Denver House for your lying in, it changed something in me." "You will be a wonderful mother now," her friend said, her voice ringing with certainty. "I am afraid, Maggie." She caressed the baby's cheek again. "What shall I do? I want to believe Jack. I want the love we once shared, but I am not even sure if that is possible. Can I ever truly trust him?" "Trust your heart," Maggie advised. "Your heart will guide you. It did me, and I have never regretted my decision to find my happiness with Simon. Do not forget, I was in your position once, determined to divorce my husband. We may not have had the most conventional of beginnings to our marriage, but where there is love, there is always hope. Our love brought us together, made us stronger. And now we have little Alexander. The reward was worth far more than the risks." Did she dare trust her heart? Did she dare trust Jack? "I love my husband quite desperately, I'm afraid." The words were torn from her. "Poor Tom, I have just come from crying off with him, and I fear I have broken his heart. But I knew it was not right. I knew I could never care for him the way I love Jack. There is no comparison between the two." "Then it sounds as if you already have the answer, Nell." Maggie gave her an encouraging smile. "Your second chance is waiting for you. All you need to do is take it." The door to the sitting room opened then to reveal Maggie's husband, Simon, Lord Sandhurst. He grinned and bowed. "Two of my favourite ladies. Nell, you are looking regal as ever. We have missed you, and Alexander has missed his godmother." "I have missed you all as well," she returned. "I have just returned from the country, rather unexpectedly, and I thought to pay a call to my dearest friends. I hope you do not mind." "Never," Simon said, going to Maggie's side and dropping an ardent kiss on her brow. "You will join us for dinner, I hope?" She had not planned upon it, but there was no one awaiting her back at the townhouse. Suddenly the prospect of returning to an empty home seemed daunting. She watched the unspoken intimacy passing between her two friends, the naked adoration on their expressions. Their happiness pleased her. And it occurred to her, all in a rush, that she wanted to secure that same deep abiding contentedness for herself. With Jack. Always only with Jack. He had owned her heart from that first dance at Cowes, and he owned it still. For the first time since his return, the weight upon her heart had lifted. She saw so clearly what she needed to do.
The answer had been there all along, but she had been too stubborn to admit it. "I would love to join you for dinner," she decided. "It shall have to wait until another time, however. I have a husband to win back." Returning to his townhouse after such a lengthy absence felt strange. Stranger still to find it empty. Nell was not here. She had gone directly to Sidmouth upon her return to London, and she had yet to come home. The discovery had been a weighty blow. Jack sat in the chamber that had once served as his study. The walls were cluttered with paintings she had procured. The damask wall coverings had been replaced with stripes and roses. The Axminster was equally floral, and even the divans were covered with flowery upholstery. His desk had been replaced by a rosewood escritoire, and there was a piano in the middle of the room. He sat at the piano now, fingers resting idly on the keys. She was with Sidmouth right now. He had lost her. There was a sideboard filled with spirits calling to him across the chamber. He could drown his sorrows in true fashion, drink himself to oblivion, numb the grief eating him alive. The old Jack would have done so. But the old Jack had been reckless and foolish and impulsive. The old Jack should have stayed and fought for the woman he loved. He should have swallowed down his hurt and his pride. He never should have gone. He had, however. The past could not be undone. He closed his eyes, bowed his head. His fingers moved over the ivory, beginning a dirge appropriate for the moment. For the agonizing loss, he would have to let her go now, grant her the divorce. He would not force her to remain his wife. She had made her decision, and it had not been him. He played and played. Tears were hot in his eyes, on his cheeks. And still he played on, unleashing the torment within through the musical instrument. Until he became aware of another presence in the room. He felt suddenly as if he were being watched. His fingers stilled over the keys, the music dying. "Jack." He opened his eyes at her soft voice to find her standing on the threshold of the room, watching him. Bloody hell, he was a snivelling mess. He stood, hastily reaching for a handkerchief to dash away his maudling tears. Jack cleared his throat. "Nell, you have returned from paying your call to Sidmouth, I see." "Yes," she agreed, moving toward him in a silken swish of skirts. "I called upon him as soon as I returned to London." Although he had already known, her admission still stung. His handkerchief was damp now, but he stuffed it back into his waistcoat all the same. "I am sure Sidmouth appreciated his victory. You need not fear I shall stand in your way any longer. I will agree to the divorce. It was never my intention to force you to remain my wife. I had merely hoped you might change your mind." She stopped before him, her blue stare unrelenting. "I told him I cannot marry him, Jack." He froze. "You did?" "I did," she agreed, solemn. That stupid old futile hope returned, sparking back into a flame. "Why?" he asked hoarsely. "Because I am already married to the man I love." She took another step forward, cupping his face in her soft hands. "I do not want a divorce. I want to be your wife. I want to bear your children. I want to spend the rest of my life making up for the time we lost." "You love me?" he repeated stupidly. "I love you, Jack." She smiled then, but there were tears glittering in the brilliant depths of her eyes. "I loved you from the moment I first met you, in Cowes, and I have loved you every day after. I never stopped. I will never, ever stop loving you." He settled his hands on her waist, needing to touch her, to prove she was real, that this moment was real, that Nellie, his Nellie, loved him. "Do you mean it?" he demanded, afraid to believe. She nodded, and for once her expression was unguarded and filled with tenderness. So much unabated tenderness. All for him, only for him. "I should have believed you that night," she said. "I never should have asked you to leave. I am sorry for doubting you. After I visited Tom, I paid a call to Lord and Lady Sandhurst, and I learned that Lady Billingsley left behind a letter for Lord Sandhurst. In it, she told her side of the story of that night, and it was just as you have said, a drunken mistake. Can you forgive me for not believing you, and for tearing us further apart when I should have fought to keep us together?" "There is nothing to forgive, my love. Had I not been such a drunken fool that night, it never would have happened. And had I remained instead of arguing with you and then leaving, and had I not allowed my wounded pride to keep me from you for so bloody long, everything would have been different." He lowered his forehead to hers. "I love you, Nellie. I loved you since I first saw you in that pink gown at Cowes, and I have never stopped. Nothing will make me stop. Not time, not distance, not anyone or anything." "Oh, my love!" Tears clung to her long lashes. "Promise me you will never leave again." He kissed the tears from her cheeks. "I promise. Wherever we go from this moment forward, we will go together." "I will hold you to that vow," she told him, before sealing their lips together in a lingering kiss. "For now, the only place I want to go with you is to the bedchamber." He grinned. God, how he loved this woman. "That can be arranged, my darling." If the servants had been shocked by the sight of the Marquis of Needham carrying his Marchioness through the halls and up the stairs, they were wise enough not to say a thing, and to feign intense interest in whatever household work they were performing. Nell swore one of the footmen winked at her as Jack hauled her triumphantly past. She had protested that she could walk perfectly well on her own, but her assertion had been promptly ignored. They made it all the way to the Marquis's apartments and over the threshold before she realised she should have directed him to her chamber instead. He stopped on the threshold. "There is not a stick of bloody furniture in here." His voice echoed in the empty cavernous room. "I had it all removed," she admitted. "I spent most of my time in London, and I could not bear to look at your things." "I trust there is a bed in the Marchioness's chamber?" he asked wryly. She winced. "Yes, of course. You may put me down now, Jack. I am fully capable of walking." "I am never letting you go again, woman," he growled. "It is a damned good thing you have come to your senses, because I was not going to sleep on the floor." She giggled as he carried her to her chamber, which was fully furnished and prepared. "I am not planning on sleeping at all tonight," she announced. He made a low sound and kicked the door closed behind them. "Wicked woman." "Very wicked," she assured him, grinning. "I trust you do not mind?" "I would not have it any other way." He lowered her to her feet at last. For a moment they stared at each other. Then they were in each other's arms. Their lips were fused. His tongue was in her mouth.
She sucked on it greedily, starved for him, desperate for him to be inside her. Clothing began to fall away. Her gown went first, then his coat and waistcoat. Shoes and boots were discarded in feverish haste. Stockings disappeared. Corset, petticoat, trousers, shirt, smalls, and drawers went next. Nell found herself on her back in the middle of her bed, Jack's powerful body a delicious weight atop her. He kissed her deeply, sweetly, tenderly. His lips angled over hers, giving rather than taking, telling her without words how much he worshipped her. And she kissed him back, freely, with all the unfettered love in her heart. She kissed him back with gratitude and desire and so much awe. He broke the kiss and buried his face in her throat. Between them, his cock was thick and stiff. Her cunny was achy and wet. She wanted him inside her. But Jack was in no rush. He bit her earlobe, then licked the hollow beneath it, sending a pulse of heat to her core. "I love you, Nellie." He dragged his lips down her throat, then sank his teeth into a particularly sensitive chord on her neck. "I love you everywhere, in every way. I love your skin, your beautiful breasts, your luscious mouth." He kissed a path along her shoulder before giving her another playful nip. "I love the way you smell and the sounds you make when you spend. I love the way you taste, and I love the way you feel wrapped around me when I am deep inside you." She undulated against him, his words heightening her need. "I want you inside me now, Jack. Please." "I like the way you beg, too." He kissed down her breasts. "I like your pink, pebbled nipples." He sucked on first one peak and then the other, wringing a moan from her. "I like the way you moan, too. I'm going to make you moan a whole lot more before the night is over, Nellie darling." Her pearl was pulsing. His sensual torture was exquisite. He was exquisite. And hers. All hers. "Tell me what else you like," she urged him, her voice throaty. He smiled against the curve of her breast. "I like biting your nipples until you make that sweet little mewl, and then licking away the sting. You do not want that now, do you, my love?" "Yes," she hissed, "I do." He caught a nipple in his teeth and tugged. Sensation ricocheted through her, pooling between her legs. She grew even wetter. His tongue flicked over her, blunting the painful pleasure as he had promised. He hummed his approval and moved lower. Kisses trailed down her belly. He licked into her navel, his hands caressing her hips. "I like the smoothness of your skin here, all your womanly curves." Jack's hand slid to her inner thighs, spreading her wider, opening her. "And I fucking love your cunny and how drenched it gets for me." She moaned again, wanting his mouth on her. It was so close, his beautiful lips a scant inch away. "It is your cunny," she told him, writhing beneath the onslaught of that emerald gaze. "All yours. I am all yours, heart, body, soul, forever." "You are mine, aren't you?" He licked up her slit. "You taste like mine." Dear heavens, the hot, wet slide of his tongue upon her was incendiary. If she had burst into flames then and there, she would not have been a bit surprised. Her hips jerked into his mouth, seeking more. "Yes, I am," she said. "Yours, every part of me." He licked over her pearl with fast, delicious strokes. Just when she was convinced she could bear no more, he sucked.
The wet sounds of him pleasuring her increased her ardour. She was wild for him. He took her between his teeth. She came on a low, keening cry, spending so hard she felt a rush of wetness flooding her passage. He growled, and then his tongue was inside her so deep, licking into her again and again. "I love you," she said, breathless and mindless. "I love you. I love you." It was an endless litany, in her heart, on her lips. She had never been happier. Jack's tongue was deep in his wife's cunny. "I love you. I love you. I love you," she chanted as he licked up all her cream. He loved her too. Dear sweet God, how he loved her. He loved that she was his, forever. He loved that she had chosen him. He loved that she wanted to preserve their marriage and bear his children and spend the rest of their lives together. He loved the way she tasted, the way she writhed on his tongue. If only this night could last forever. But he knew it could not, nor could he. Already his bollocks ached. His cock was painfully erect against his stomach as he fucked his wife with his mouth. She was so perfect, so wet, so hot, and he was going to sink his cock inside her next. With one last plunge of his tongue, and then a savouring lick, he rose, his tongue stealing the traces of her from his lips. He grasped his shaft and dragged it over her folds. His cockhead brushed against her swollen pearl, making her hips buck. He liked the way it felt, her slick, hungry flesh bathing him in her dew. So he did it some more. She moaned again. He took a moment to devour the sight of her spread out beneath him, all pale curves and sweet pink. Her hair was still half bound because they had been in too much of a fever to remove all the hairpins. How beautiful she was, how glorious, how perfect. "Tell me what you want, Nellie," he urged, sliding his cock through her folds. Fucking hell, she was wet, wetter than she had ever been. "I want your cock inside me," she said without hesitation. "Fill me with it, stretch me, claim me, spill your seed within me." Damnation. A raw frisson of desire rolled down his spine, and he had to clench his teeth against the need to come now all over her pretty glistening folds as he had before. He wanted to take his time, however. He wanted to savour this, to savour her. He bowed his head and sucked her nipple, still playing with her cunny with his cock. But she was restless, his Nellie. She was making mewling noises and thrusting against him. Her nails raked down his back, spurring him on. "Now!" she ordered him. He released her nipple with a pop. "Manners, my Lady Needham." "Please!" she gritted. He settled the tip of his cock inside her channel and bit her other nipple, then gently nipped the swell of her breast. "Please what, Nellie love?" He adored making her say wicked things. Vulgar talk made her wild, and he bloody well loved that too. "Please fuck me," she said. "Feed me your cock." When she phrased it thus, who the hell was he to deny her? He thrust forward and was instantly engulfed in her wet heat. She felt so good, better than she ever had. For a moment he held still, deep within her, and then he began to move. She was silken seduction, bliss, pure bliss, everything he had ever wanted. This time he would not have to hold back. This time he would flood her with his seed.
Yes, she cried out as he drove inside her again and again. Yes, my love. In and out he plunged, angling himself so he could watch what he was doing to her, so he could see his cock going inside her. He bit his lip to keep his focus and continued pounding into her. Harder, deeper, faster. She was getting closer to losing herself. He could tell by her choppy breaths and the way she moved beneath him. He reached between their connected bodies, finding the nub of her sex and circling it. He applied slow, steady pressure as he fucked her. Nell came on a scream, her body bowing from the bed as her eyes fluttered closed. She sucked him deep, clenching on his cock. He could not hold back any longer. 2 more thrusts and his bollocks tightened. The rush of his release was as sudden as it was powerful. He spilled deep inside his wife as she milked every last drop from his cock. He collapsed atop her, heart pounding, intending to move, but hating to withdraw from her just yet, hating to sever their joining. Jack lowered his head to hers and kissed her slowly, softly. "I love you," he managed to say through his ragged breaths. She was panting too, every bit as spent as he was. Her body felt so good against his, around him, like heaven. "I love you too, Jack." She cupped his cheek, gazing into his eyes. "Thank you for coming back for me, for fighting for us. Thank you for always believing in our love." "Always," he vowed, kissing her again. "Time and distance can tear us apart, but we belong together. I am yours, Nellie. My heart, my body, my soul. All of me is yours, now and forever." "Now and always," she agreed, caressing his cheek. He rolled to his side, taking her with him, and they held each other tight, their breaths mingling, their hearts thudding. He kissed her crown, so damn grateful for this woman, for her love, so desperately happy to be back where he belonged. At last. Epilogue. Nell was in a celebratory mood, which was why she held her daughter Emma in her arms whilst singing the bridal chorus from Lohengrin, twirling about the reappointed nursery at Needham Hall. The song was a favourite of hers after all. She adored opera, even if she was abysmal at singing it herself. But this was not any ordinary evening, and nor was it an ordinary emotion pulsing within her. This brilliant, wondrous sense of hope and peace and rightness. This was an occasion of celebration. She had endured 3 years of waiting, 3 years of misery, heart-sickness, loneliness, agony, without Jack. Until he had returned. Until their love had prevailed in spite of both their imperfections, flaws, and foolishness. In the end, love had won, just as it always should, and she felt fortunate, so blessed, so happy, happier than she had ever imagined she could be. At long last, she had what she had always wanted, a family. Specifically, her family with Jack, and their family was about to grow in number. No one knew that yet. She had only suspected it for several weeks, but she had not dared suggest it to him, biding her time until she could be sure. The absence of her monthly courses, the swelling in her belly, and the morning biliousness which had begun visiting her were too strong to ignore. She screwed her face into a series of silly expressions for Emma's benefit, twirled them about again, warbled a bit more. Jack would be here soon.
He was finishing up the chapter in his latest travel memoir. They had recently returned from taking little Emma on a month-long trip to America, and Jack was busy penning his reminiscences of New York City and Philadelphia. Emma beamed at her, 2 tiny teeth protruding from her upper gums. Emma would turn 1 year old tomorrow. Her pudgy little fist was closed around Nell's thumb. Nell gave them another quick whirl and then buried her face in Emma's soft little neck, smacking it with kisses. "Mama!" Emma cried with glee, dissolving into giggles. Her daughter's laughter was one of the best sounds Nell had ever heard. She finished singing and took one more whirl before pausing, breathless, when she noticed Jack standing on the threshold. There was so much love in his eyes that she had to swallow against the rush of her own emotion. A brilliant burst of love erupted in her heart. Love for this man, for their baby girl, for the new life they had begun together. Contentedness, too, for their fresh start. Her lips twitched with the effort to contain her smile. "How long have you been standing there watching us, Papa?" He grinned as he sauntered into the nursery, closing the distance between them. "Long enough to know you are dreadful at singing Tristan und Isolde." She laughed. "Rotten man, you know very well that was Lohengrin." "Was it?" He reached Nell and Emma, drawing his arm around Nell's waist and bringing them close. "I dare say I could not tell." Dressed informally in his shirt sleeves and waistcoat and trousers, the shade of his whiskers darkening his jaw, he looked nothing short of delicious. She could not suppress the tug of desire she felt for him. Nell slid an arm around him as well, and, ignoring his good-natured teasing about her singing, she finished the chorus. "Brava, my darling," he said when she was done, leaning in for a hasty kiss. "That was the song you were singing the night I returned. Do you recall that night?" Her cheeks went hot, and she turned her attention to Emma, who was still smiling, her rosy cheeks and golden curls making her resemble nothing so much as a little cherub. "Of course I remember that night," she told her husband. "I was dancing on the table." "And I caught you when you would have fallen and done yourself grievous harm." He pressed a kiss to her brow. "Thank God I arrived when I did." "I am grateful you did as well." Indeed, had he not, and had her life instead turned out the way she had been so convinced it must, with her as Tom's wife one day, why, she could not even bear to think of it now. With their darling in her arms, and Jack surrounding them in his loving, protective embrace. "Are you happy, Nellie?" he asked solemnly, studying her with his intense regard. It was a question he asked her from time to time. Her answer was always the same. "Happier than I could have ever imagined, my love," she said, smiling through the prick of tears in her eyes. "Good." He kissed the tip of her nose. "Why are you turning into a watering pot?" Of course he saw her tears, drat him. Jack always saw everything. He knew her better than she knew herself, it seemed. "Because my heart is filled." She kissed Emma's velvet soft cheek, inhaling her sweet baby scent. "And when my heart is filled, I turn into a watering pot." You also turn into a watering pot for another reason. The same reason that has you taking afternoon naps and feeling bilious every morning. Jack kissed Emma's other cheek, but his emerald gaze remained intense upon Nell. "When were you supposing to tell me, Nellie?" He had already known. She scrunched up her nose at him. "I wanted to be certain. And now you have spoiled our surprise, Papa. Emma and I were going to tell you that you shall be a papa again." "Forgive me," he winked, and then he released them and turned and walked back to the door.
walking through it and closing it at his back. "Papa!" Emma cried. Nell felt as bemused as her daughter. She kissed Emma's nose. "What can Papa be doing, I wonder? What do you think, Emma Poppet?" A knock sounded at the nursery door. "Papa!" Emma said again. She suspected her daughter was right. "Come in," she called. The door opened and Jack strode back into the nursery, offering an elegant bow. "My Lady Needham, Lady Emma." Compressing her lips to keep a bubble of joyful laughter from bursting forth, Nell dipped into a curtsy with Emma. "My Lord Needham?" "Papa, if you please," he grinned. "That is the title I wear with the most pride. Papa and husband, of course." Her mirth could no longer be contained. "What are you doing, Papa?" "Starting over again," he gave her another wink. "Seeing as how I ruined it the first time with my oafish ways. Fortunately, I know from experience that the redux often proves far better than the original attempt." "We are living proof of that, my love." Another wave of tears welled in her eyes. Her love for him was so intense, so strong, stronger now than it had ever been. Though she still regretted their years apart, she had learned to view that time of hardship and hurt as a gift. Losing him had made her realize how much he meant to her. Restoring their love made her profoundly grateful. She knew she appreciated him more now than she could have before. From their struggles had come great reward. "Yes, we are." He met her gaze, and she was startled to find a sheen of tears in his eyes as well. "I am so thankful for that, Nellie. For you and Emma. For our family. Now, tell me your news before I turn into a watering pot too, if you please." She laughed again, and it was laughter mixed with tears of joy. One slid down her cheek. "Mama," Emma said, smiling and showing off her new teeth. All the clever words she had planned dissipated. "Emma is going to have a new brother or sister by next summer," she said, "and you shall be a papa once more." A tear broke free, rolling down her cheek. A tear of gratitude, happiness, and love. So much love. Jack's arms went around her again as she blinked her rapidly welling eyes. He looked down at her, his expression tender and filled with love. "I could not be happier, Nellie. God, I love you." His lips met hers in a swift, quick kiss. It was a kiss of love, of promise, of hope for the future. "I love you too, Jack," she told him when he raised his head. "Mama," Emma said happily, clapping her chubby hands together. "Papa." "I believe you two owe me this dance," Jack said with mock formality. Nell's heart swelled with love. "You may have this dance and every other." "I shall hold you to that promise, my love." Slowly he began guiding them about